What's that noise? You hear that feedback? Was that me? Can I take my mask off up here? Yeah. There we go. All right, let's get started. Let's do it. All right, so welcome everyone. Cardano Summit 2022. It's been quite a wild year, I think. A lot of things has happened since last Cardano Summit, and it's been quite interesting to watch. Everything from DeFi launching to all these hacks and collapses of CeFi and everything else around it. It's been quite a wild ride. But thank you for coming again. I see some very familiar faces from last year and a lot of new faces as well. Hopefully some people are just sleeping in a little bit. It is a little bit early on a Saturday morning, but we should see more people throughout the day. Now, let's have a little bit of a quick recap of where we are and where we have been recently. So we've gone through the various stages of Cardano at the moment. So for those that aren't familiar, we've gone through the different eras. We've gone through the decentralization, the setup of the network and the stake pools. We've gone through the metadata, the utility and the growth of smart contracts last year and the year before that. So we've seen a lot of development and growth in that space. And right now we've gone through and now into the scalability era of the Cardano blockchain with the recent Vassal hard fork and some of these brilliant Cardano improvement proposals that have been implemented into the blockchain. And now we can start seeing this scaling come into play, where we can see a lot more transactions, a lot more activity on the chain that's possible, and then also allow for these really complex dApps and solutions come into the ecosystem. So I'm really excited about what's about to happen. Now this is a little bit of a snapshot of how the blockchain is looking at the moment. A little bit of statistics, a little bit old from September, but still really relevant. We can see the amount of native tokens is going up dramatically. 6 million, over 6 million there. Where transaction volume is increasing dramatically. The amount of wallets is increasing as well. So 3.6 million. I know there's a massive boost of wallets since the whole debacle around certain centralized exchanges. We're seeing wallet delegation go up, so participation of users in the ecosystem increase as well. And of course the last one, the really cool metric around the Plutus scripts, which is the smart contracts which are being integrated into the blockchain as well. Just let me know the time. Yeah. So that's the scaling era that we're going to see now. Smart contracts are scaling. I'm really excited about it. Now, how is Cardano's DeFi powered? It's all around the Plutus language, Plutus smart contracts and the Plutus playground. And now with other developers working on newer and more evolved languages as well, we have Plutarch and now the next generation of Plutus smart contracts which are coming out too. We also have Marlowe, the domain-specific language, and Marlowe Playground. If you guys haven't seen Marlowe before, it's a really cool way to build smart contracts via a browser interface. You can literally drag and drop your smart contract and your functions and your rules, and you can get your smart contracts built that way. Really, really cool. I did a video about this. You should really check it out. The other really cool innovation around it is Project Catalyst. This is one of the innovations in the Cardano ecosystem that I absolutely love. Project Catalyst is powering a lot of Cardano's DeFi, supporting projects and helping them pay for a lot of the development costs that they need. So Project Catalyst, absolutely brilliant. And of course, native asset capabilities. All the liquidity that you're providing to liquidity pools, you may see native assets come out as liquidity pool tokens, and it's a really cool and innovative way, very Cardano, unique to Cardano itself. So, like I said, we've seen a lot of dApps launch. We've seen MuesliSwap launch November last year, almost around this time actually, almost a year ago, right now. Then we saw Sunday Swap, Min Swap, we saw Wing Riders launch after that. We've seen lending borrow protocols, ADA launch as well. So we have all these really cool dApps, as well as a lot of the really smaller ones out there as well. The NFT marketplaces, they're all smart contract enabled now. We're having this awesome DeFi environment to build up. We've also had some failures this year, quite catastrophic and really exciting ones. We saw Luna crash, not part of the Cardano ecosystem, but we saw Luna crash, Celsius, the centralized finance ones. We saw VCs fall over as well because of their exposure to these centralized entities, as well as hacks. So many hacks. I think 2022 is the highest year of hacks we've had in DeFi ever. And by the end of the year, I'm sure we're going to break some more records and really push that number of how many hacks been through the ecosystem in blockchain in general. So it's really disappointing to hear, but at the moment, no hacks on the Cardano ecosystem. And of course, we had the FTX crash, which has affected pretty much everyone in the industry. So from all that, probably the best thing to take away from all this is decentralization and, looking away from some of these centralized entities and storing your assets and your crypto on these centralized exchanges. So we've got ADA, we have our stake pools, which the ADA distribution is decentralized in the Cardano ecosystem. Our stake pool network is decentralized. And what we're going to see next, the next era of Voltaire, as we progress and move forward towards it, is the open sourceness of our code itself, where the code development, the code infrastructure of Cardano will become more and more open source, allowing bigger projects to come in and integrate their code, their contributions to the platform itself. So we can see the likes of such as BMW and whatnot come into the ecosystem and provide their versions of the code, their contributions of the code, and then use the Cardano blockchain for whatever they need to do on their ecosystem as well. So we're going to see a lot more of this in the future, and this is what they're trying to drive in terms of adoption, in terms of the ecosystem around Cardano. So open source, I can't wait for it, and we're going to hear a lot about this during the summit in Lausanne as well. So if you're watching that on the live stream, you'll be able to see it all there. So last thing to probably take away, not your keys, not your crypto. This is the mantra I've been living with since day one when getting into crypto. I think it's been a very hard lesson for a lot of people this year that are still playing around with a lot of centralized exchanges and dumping their assets all online and hoping for the best. Please, if you haven't invested in a hardware wallet or taken self-custody of your crypto assets, please start looking into it as well. There's a lot of people in this room that can help you out with that. So if you haven't, please, please, please look into it. Now, some other things. This is about the rest of the day. How much time have I got, Richard? Cool, all right. The schedule will be on the screen for most of the day. It's also on the Meetup page as well. So if you need to keep up to date with it. It has changed slightly. This morning we have Dylan coming up with Skye talking about Algae token. Then we have Dave from ArtBank. I saw him a moment ago. Yeah, cool, there you are. And then we have Charlie talking about on-chain generative art. So that will take us through the morning. But keep an eye on that schedule. It has changed a little bit. So now, I know I'm going to miss out on saying thank you at the end of the day because we're very rushed at the end of the day, but I just want to do huge thanks to Dave, yourself, because you put in so much effort in organising the venue and everything around there, the NFT gallery. Richard, Scott, all the presenters as well, you guys put in a lot of effort, organising this last minute stuff, doing the emceeing for the rooms and everything else around it. So thank you guys. Thank you so much for all of that as well. The volunteers as well that came around and everyone else that participated in helping organise the event. I probably did forget a couple of names, but thank you so much. I could not have done this without you guys. And of course, thank you to the Cardano Foundation for sponsoring the event. Thank you to Mergo as well. I think I got slides for them. Yep. Now, there's some other things that you may have gotten. You got that little card. That's your NFT. It's a turf NFT. It's a unique NFT. Ours are specific for Brisbane. So they made them like the map generative art thing for Brisbane itself. So you can trade it and collect it with the other venues and events around the world. And I'm pretty sure someone's going to get all the locations. Good luck to them. But there are a couple of gold ones, and they're the really unique ones. So just keep an eye out for what you win. There's also an award ceremony that is coming up. I'm in one of the categories, I think. Maybe I'll get something, maybe I won't. We'll see. Thank you, thank you. Again, thank you to Cardano Foundation for sponsoring. And I think that might be my last slide, building on Cardano. Oh, thank you, Amerigo. Oh yeah, and now we've got a little bit of trivia while we're filling time. So we've still got 5 minutes? 4 minutes, all right. I've got the questions, don't worry. Okay, all right. This is just for points, just a little bit of time filler. Okay, what is a Lovelace? Anyone in the room? Yeah, okay, that's good. Yep, smallest unit of ADA. Thank you, Jason. And now, how many Lovelaces make up one ADA? 1 million. All right, okay, good. We're going well today. Does Cardano have NFTs? Yep. You know, what? Does Cardano have smart contracts? Come on, can I collect them? Yeah. Yeah, thank you, all right. All right, now what type of smart contract do you need to create a Cardano NFT? Yeah, you don't, exactly, cool, trick question, thank you. All right, what was the name of the last hard fork event? And, it's on the screen. Okay, that was my reminder, I shouldn't have put the answer in there. Do you know, okay, yeah, I'll evolve that question. Why was it named after him? And who is he? Who is he and why? Mark? Yep, he was one a very remembered Cardano ambassador. Yep, thank you. Okay, what did the last hard fork bring for Cardano? Extra points if you can name the SIPs.
Reference scripts.
Yep. One reference script, yep. 2 more.
Reference inputs.
Yep, reference inputs. And one last one. Nope, not pipelining. That's okay, because I can't remember either. I literally can't. Reference scripts, reference inputs, and datums, inline datums. So the data's, yep. Okay, how long do you need to lock up your ADA when you delegate to a stake pool? Trick question, yes. You don't lock up your ADA at all. Nothing is locked up. Good one. How many days in an epoch? 5, all right. All right, we're going well here. If you delegate your ADA today, when will you get your rewards?
1 epoch plus 5 days.
A little bit more. At least three. So first epoch, your ADA is delegated to the pool. Next epoch, it becomes live. Then it becomes active, where your delegation is calculated for rewards. Then the one after that is when it actually gets distributed. So it takes a little while to get in there, so at least 20 days-ish. Yep. To get through that process. So when you delegate your ADA, you do have to wait a little bit before the rewards come through. Yeah, that's the initial one. Then it starts rolling over, but it's just staggered and delayed. Can you buy NFTs while delegating to a pool? Yes, that's right. ADA's delegation is completely liquid. Just a reminder for people. You can move your ADA in and out. You can do whatever you want. There's no locked smart contracts with your ADA delegation. It's completely liquid, and you can do whatever you want with your ADA assets while you're delegating to a pool. So you're earning your rewards, and you're doing some really cool things at the same time. And that's my last question, and I think I finished exactly on time too. Thank you. All right, Richard, you want to take over emceeing? Oh, Scott, sorry.
Actually, while we're getting this ready, we've got to thank someone for today. Of course, that's Peter. The amount of work he's put in. Astronomical.
Ready to go?
Thanks, it's down there.
Okay, guys, for those that don't know me, my name's Scott Little, and I'm here helping Peter today, of course, introduce the morning sessions and our speakers, and what a day we've got today. First up, we've got the guys from Algae Token. So we've got Kreis and Skye Hall. And I'll start with a fun fact. Did you know that algae produces over half the world's oxygen? I didn't. I do now. There we go. It's actually good to see a real world use for Cardano and native tokens. And what these guys are going to present today is nothing short of innovative and interesting. Haven't actually seen their algae farm. It's great to see sustainable use of resources and using technology for governance, fractional ownership, profit sharing, etc. They're also successful in the last round of Catalyst. So no further ado, come on up, guys.
Where's the PDF? Do we have a... All right. Hi, I'm Kreis.
And I'm Skye Hall.
And we're part of the Algae Token team. So welcome to the Brisbane Cardano Summit. And yet again, we'd like to thank Peter and all of the Brisbane crew for putting this together. I know there was a lot of hard work, so congrats to everyone for getting this up and running.
Thank you.
Okay, so Algae Token, we're looking at bringing sustainable algae farming to the blockchain. So that requires quite a few things. We're looking at a two-token system, one asset token and one utility token, and we'll go into both of those and why they're both essential to our project through these slides. Okay, first of all, I'll just start with the sad story and the sad truth. We are running out of fossil fuels, and we are running out of oil and food. Now, when I got into this, I was looking at a way to find an alternative system for fuels, and I was looking at biofuels. And looking deeper into that, it got even more scary, realizing we were running out of food as well. So then I was looking for a product that would be both fuel and food, and luckily found algae. The world's population is set to increase to 11 billion in 2100.
We just ticked over 8 billion.
Yes, just got over 8 billion. So we're tying that into our thing with our asset token, looking at having 11 billion tokens. So we'll release enough for every person on the planet. So Nobel laureates and climate economists have determined that investment in green energy innovation compromise the best long-term environmental investment for climate reduction. Now, to avoid starvation, the best approach is a green revolution, compromise of innovative development of high-yield crops, and there is no higher yielding crop than algae. If we increase the world protein availability, we will then be able to feed the world's poorest and then reduce famines. There's many uses for algae, and we are focusing on the food, but we can also assist in producing fuel as well.
So algae are one of the most productive crops on the planet. They are about 10 times the footprint, aerial output compared to sugarcane, which is the best land crop. And on top of this, they're extremely nutrient dense. And this is what makes them a fantastic solution to a lot of the world's problems. In the algae, as we just learned, produce over half the world's oxygen, but they also consume half the world's carbon dioxide that we generate, so they're a great part of our environmental cycle. And because of all the algae in the ocean, they're what produce all the fish in the ocean as well, so they're essentially the base of the food chain in the ocean, which is 2/3 of our planet. And the great thing about algae is that they complement our production systems, not compete with them, because we can do these on non-arable land in the desert, and we can use salt water, and we just need sunlight and CO2 and some nutrients. And so because of this high efficiency, they make just the best solution moving forward to utilize the space and the land that we have more efficiently. So there are a number of solutions that Algae can provide if we start moving towards this kind of production system, including reducible global warming. It can help to end malnutrition because there's a high density of nutrition inside microalgae and all the essential phytocompounds that we need, such as omega-3s, protein, and a whole host of other micronutrients. It's very sustainable, which is the main reason that we're focusing on it. And from this, we can produce renewable hydrocarbon fuels. I actually worked for Shell in Solana in Hawaii from 2008 to 2011, producing algae for biofuels, and we validated that. We can use it for biomaterials, such as they make thongs out of algae and also cutlery. It's very big in nutraceuticals. And then there's also the potential to use it for biofertilizers. It's essentially just concentrated nutrients of plants or us. And they also use it in cosmetics. It's actually one of the highest value outputs from algae at the moment is in the cosmetic industry. And they can also be used for natural pigments and dyes.
Okay, next we want to talk about how we plan to develop the project on the blockchain. So algae tokens will be digitally tokenized shares of physical farms with Swiss regulations. Approvals of the exchange of digital tokens. We have a unique revenue model where revenue from the farm, half of which goes to expand the farm so they grow in size, and the other half rewards the investors. With the goal of initially setting up a farm in Australia and then every year another farm, so then UAE, Africa, and then Europe, we are set to have a goal of 4 farms initially and then looking at expanding up. Revenue from the farm, half of which so we have a 2-token system, as I talked about earlier, and each are essential. One for providing physical solutions to food, fuel, climate issues, and the other is the utility token, which runs the Web3 marketplace. We'll look at supply chain tracking and validate product authenticity. So there's a lot we can do there through Web3. The separate entities perform different operations, yet are both very crucial to the success of this operation.
So for the asset token, we're looking to do a capital raise largely to fund the production of algae farms. And this is why it's called an asset token. We're using the blockchain like a way of raising capital like we do on the stock market, and that's why it's called an asset token. And this is a standard and legitimate way to raise funds in Swiss, through Swiss law. And for this, we're going to do 1 round per year to fund each farm. And from this, we can establish an ongoing process. And once we've hit 4 farms, the economics suggest that it is self-sustaining, that you can continue to grow each of these farms and expand with your internal revenue generated. For this token, we're having 11 billion tokens, as we said before, to represent the 11 billion people we're hoping to help support in the future. And this, in the future, will be traded on the digital asset market, just like shares. And this can be done already under Swiss law. The utility token is supporting the asset token. We had to separate out these two so that the utility token didn't get dragged into being an asset. And so this is a separate token which is designed to facilitate the operations of the asset token and be the interface of the asset token to the digital world. For this, we're having 250 million tokens, and we're primarily using the token as a function token to help support the asset token in its endeavors.
Okay, so how the blockchain will help. Okay, so there's many benefits of using the blockchain for a real-fi project. We're looking at the incentives, governance, marketplace, tokenomics, and traceability. They're the main ones, but each have their merits. We're looking at the security of and the benefits there of that security using the blockchain, and its sort of utility that's built into the layer 1. We're looking at the smart contracts which then run and are incorruptible. The supply chain tracking allows for validity of our products, and that can also tie into the quality control, which then we can use to validate and value our operations and data analytics and improve upon our processes of what we do. So this unlocks new value, and we can have like fractional shares in actual physical products. So while we're looking at Cardano, most of you would probably be aware of this, but it is very, very good for sort of low energy usage. It's got that security and it's decentralized, which I feel is very important for this. We have peer-reviewed sort of catalyst running, and everything that's operational is peer-reviewed and be able to be voted on. Being scientists and working heavily in the research, we trust in peer-reviewed science, so that's something that also very much grabbed our attention and we thought were good. Being a social sort of environmental project, we're looking for something that is good for the environment, and this sort of ticks all of those boxes, so it's good. It's also got a very good community, large community, like the one here today that got together to support Peter in setting this up. Alright, so the key benefits of developing it through digital assets. So this is a new thing, and doing RealFi is something that sort of hasn't been done, so we're sort of trailblazing through this, working out what the best way to do this is, and we've worked out ways, and now it's time to go forward and create this into a reality. So with the asset tokens, we'll be able to look at like increased accessibility for the world. We've got the liquidity there and the transparency, so people can see what's happening. We've got the ability for fractional ownership. So unlike other shares, people can have a section rather than the whole thing. And there's many cost savings through getting rid of those intermediaries through smart contracts. So there's a few benefits there. We're looking at Switzerland, so we're looking for regulatory approval, and that way they're the most advanced at this stage that we've found in the regulations. And because we're looking at a worldwide venture of having farms around the world, we need that sort of jurisdictional ability. There'll be different sort of regulations and everything that we need to do, building farms around the world, and we're looking into all of that. We understand exactly how to do it in Australia. That's why we're looking at starting in Australia. Plus we know the species very well, and we know the economics and the value, so we're prepared to do that.
Sure. Just to show that we haven't done this just off a whim, we've set up projects all around the world, and this is in Oman in the Middle East, about 10 here in Australia, but also India, Canada, Vietnam, Singapore and the Netherlands. So we've got projects from our past experience around the world, and now we're looking to just establish our own production systems and validate this here first on Cardano, and then branch out. The other great thing about Algae is it's just all the ESG and SDGs just fall out because it is just so sustainable. So we've got no freshwater demand. We've got the highest nutrient efficiency when it comes to utilising fertilisers, the most efficient use of land and not even needing arable land, negligible waste because the algae is a big CO2 sponge, and it just displaces the need for marine resources. So all the omega-3s we get from the ocean, we actually get them from the algae. It's also got fantastic social development. A lot of our planning is to establish farms with the local community and have the local community run them. And so we have a very good social impact. And one of the biggest social impacts from microalgae is adding this nutrition replaces or supplements standard food that we're getting. And a lot of our health-related illnesses as you age are due to diet, and these are just a lot of things that people are missing. And so just by adding this into the diet, we can improve the social impacts. And so there's a fantastic market opportunity. Already the algae extracts market is nearly 2 billion. The global algae market is at nearly 5 billion. But what we're wanting to put all of this into is just food. such as bread and pastas and just another ingredient. And the fortified food additives market's 170 billion. So there's a very large market opportunity to slot in there, and this is something that's growing already around the world.
Okay, so Algae Token, where are we and what have we done so far? So we launched the website, and that's now Web3 ready, capable. We have white papers, and we've put through Catalyst proposals. And last Fund 9, we were funded through the native Catalyst program. So thanks to Cartershift for the support through that, and all of the IOG community and everyone that voted. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Okay, so the next step for us is creating their legal entities and then going through audits, tokenizing assets and utility, and then basically making them available for people to invest. We're looking at DEXs for the utility and then centralized for the asset at this stage. As time goes on, I'm sure regulations will change and this will become more mainstream, and then accessibility will all intertwine for that. But we'll have to follow the legal laws and regulations for that. So we're looking at exchange availability following that, and creating our first algae farm. From there, we're looking at integrating governance and then profit sharing from that and the growth, and then from there building those farms. As we said, we're planning on building a farm every year for the first 4 years, and then from there looking at what the community says to how we go next and where we would build next. Our big part of this is education. So we need to educate everyone on the benefits of algae, benefits of the blockchain, and benefits of Cardano, and how they are all intertwined. So this project, as I said, is a fairly innovative idea in how we do this. It's not a straight utility, and bringing real-world solutions to the blockchain, I believe, is the next step in what is required. So Algae Tokens are now open to seed funding opportunities to advance business propositions. So if you'd like to contact us, you can go to algaetoken.com or email us at info@algaetoken.com. So we need to comply with corporate laws and the rules, but contact us if you'd like to.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess we will open it up to questions.
Yes. Yeah, so that's one of the larger problems with these systems, is they've got a high capital input to establish them. They're not like normal crops where you just plant a field. You actually have to put in your infrastructure, but the returns are much greater than a traditional crop. So that's why we're looking at doing this on the blockchain as an initial capital raise.
So that question was, the initial setup. So building, a farm, we've worked out the economics for that, and then we didn't really go into much, but there's 1 million species of algae, and they're all sort of environmental, like any biology, like any tree around the world. So everywhere that we have built a farm so far, we've been able to adapt and find a profitable product in that area. So as Skye went into, we can build these in non-arable lands with salt water. So we're not competing with that farming land. And the biggest problem with agriculture at the moment is the amount of water they use. And then they have problems with like over fertilizing, things like that. All of our nutrients are uptake because it's a sort of a closed system in that. And then we recycle all our water. We're very sustainable in how we do this. We'll run off the grid on solar, and then there's no byproducts that are sort of negative. Everything can be used. If we're looking at high value oils, sort of our byproduct will be a protein, which is a very high value product. We can look at feedstock for animals, we can look for human consumption, and then we get into the higher value food. We're all missing out on a lot of nutrients, and everything in our daily diet, which then can be added to many products. So there's a lot of positives for this. Plus, there's the climate there where we're producing oxygen. We're looking at sort of off-the-grid active CO2 sponges that will absorb CO2 from the atmosphere, and then we can feed that to the algae, then producing oxygen. So that way we're actually actively helping the environment as well. So we'll be looking at, as Skye also went into quickly with the social impact, not only getting the community involved, but then if there's communities around the place that need extra protein and things like that, we can have the community vote on that and then supply them some food that is required to help them. So that's another benefit. Any other questions? Another question.
Could I just follow
Yep.
up
Yep.
quickly? It's an amazing project. Amazing project. So you talked about community. Is it possible to embed your product and solution and platform into the existing hubs of innovation? For example, could your customer be a botanic garden, or people with swimming pools they don't use, or a scientific hub at schools? Could they be coming streams of your customers as well? And also, have you visited some economically disadvantaged regions or countries where food and nutrition are in urgent need?
Yeah, so
Thank you.
for what we're looking at direct production systems, which don't really fit into like a school. However, it is very valuable to bring these systems into school. So we're looking at a production system for a large output, and that makes much more efficient solutions to do these in a large set area. But anybody can have just a green tub, you know, those 20-litre water tubs. You can fill them up with the nutrients and grow spirulina and harvest your own spirulina every day just from one of those little things. And that's the standard product. If you Google online spirulina Western Australia, you'll have a kit and you can get all you need sent to you and you can make your own. But not everyone's wanting to do that. So we encourage all of our students that come out to start playing. We teach them how to do this. But to do this on a commercial scale, we need to have established systems. And just to go back to your original question, the cost for us is roughly $1 million per hectare that we for our initial infrastructure and the processing infrastructure, and so that's why it's an expensive thing to establish. But once you're up and running, it's got a very high return.
Hi guys, congratulations. It was a really interesting project. I was actually reading about another project, it was an algae project, which was so interesting and it came up today. But have you guys considered the carbon trading, I suppose, implications of a project like this?
Absolutely. There is a fantastic opportunity for carbon trading, but you have to look at the carbon cycle. So when we grow algae, we have a carbon footprint in what our energy inputs consume carbon, but we also absorb a lot of carbon. So for every kilo of algae we produce, we absorb 1.8 kilos of CO2, and the excess is just given off as oxygen. And so yes, there is a fantastic opportunity, but then what you do with that product dictates whether you can trade it. And so if it's traded as food, then you can't trade it because it goes back into the cycle. We're just recycling CO2. But if and the same if we make fuel out of it, it's just recycling that. But it's a net zero kind of game. But if we produce algae biomass and store that in a fixed way, then you can absolutely do carbon trading. And that is something that, if you look at wastewater treatment, a lot of the wastewater treatment facilities use algae to consume the nutrients, and then that residue they bury, and then that can be used as a way of carbon trading.
I'm just curious as to were the locations that you had there. So you had Australia first, I think UAE, Africa, and then Europe. Is there any difficulties farming algae in these different locations, and why that either order or why
so
those?
Australia, because we're here and it's easy. We've got one of the best places to grow algae in the world because we've got amazing sunlight. So a lot of your production comes down to how much light you have. Then UAE, because we've got some very interested parties that are looking to help fund us over there, and there's a lot of significant interest, and it's the best place to validate a production system in a non-arable region. And then Africa, because our greatest ambition is to do good and bring this around the world, and there is a lot of potential opportunity to expand and support a lot of impacts in Africa. And then Europe, because that's where we kind of got our plans for our foundation and everything. So it's an order that we looked at logically, and how do we get to where we want to get to in the long term.
Hey guys, well done on a good project for the environment and for mankind. How long does it take to set up one of the farms?
It takes, if you've got all of your infrastructure ready to go, anywhere from 6 to 9 months to establish your infrastructure, commission, and then to get the system up and running, it takes another 2 to 3 months, so like a year from go to being in full production. And the great thing about algae is they can double every day. So once we're at full production, imagine a crop that you harvest every day. That's the most amazing thing about it, and why it's so productive, because we're constantly moving as soon as you get the systems up and running. One thing we do have to say though is it's very environment specific. You have to get the right species for the right location, and so in Australia we would grow totally different things to what we would grow in the UAE.
What are some of the challenges you face from a legal perspective? It seems pretty innovative, the token real-world use.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge was trying to create an asset token but not call it an asset token. And eventually we just caved in and realised it is an asset token, own it, know it, comply with all the regulations, and just navigating those challenges. And it wasn't until we actually started looking at the Swiss laws that we realised it was totally doable.
Hi guys, you are doing a really good job, and I want to ask, like, if you want to rent your land you own for the production, for the farming, so how do you do that?
Well, I mean, I'm in the process of setting up a farm where we're leasing it, and it's just a simple lease agreement with the landowner. So it's very doable. You just have to have two parties, one that wants to establish the farm and the other one that wants to lease it, and it's a very good use of the land, and a lot of infrastructure that gets put on that land too. So there's a lot of benefits in doing that arrangement.
Right. Well, no more questions. Well, thank you everyone for our time, and don't forget to join us on Discord and Twitter to keep in contact. We'd like to build the community, keep everyone involved. If you think you could provide a vital part to our project, please contact us as well. We'd like to grow and have everyone involved.
Thanks everyone.
Thank you. So I'm assuming your website's got the links to your Discord, Twitter, socials?
Yes, that's right. All socials are there at the bottom. Yeah.
Rightio. Sorry? I'll get it up. Just make sure it's really close to the mic. Oh, it's a bit soft. Yeah, I couldn't hear him at all on the live stream. So nice and close. Yeah. And don't move the mic. Don't move it. Very noisy. Yeah, thanks Dylan and Skye. As I said, great to see real world use and Cardano blockchain. Okay, next up we've got Dave from the Art Bank. I've left my notes over there, so I'm winging this completely. You've probably seen the NFT gallery as you came in, so Dave has kindly provided some art and set that up. But he's here today to talk about the Art Bank, which is pretty much empowering real world artists and of course using a blockchain. So Dave, over to you.
go. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for the introduction. Good to see everyone this morning. We are the Art Bank, and I'm very pleased to be able to spend this time with Aaron. Aaron Arfman's an old friend who's actually founder also of the Art Bank. And just a bit of background, Aaron and I know each other from many, many years ago in Asia. We spent a lot of time in China, Hong Kong, Singapore. We have a background in private equity, venture capital, and entrepreneurship. So we've done lots of startups. And in fact, we started in a green tech initiative is where we first met. So we were working with projects a lot like the project that we just learned about. So we got into blockchain around 2014, 2015-ish. We worked on some crazy projects in the 2017 sort of nutty period there. And around that time, Aaron sort of introduced me to Cardano and told me what was going on, and it really appealed to both of us, I think, in terms of the very deliberate and academic approach sort of appealed to our engineering and sensibilities as economists. So that's sort of why we pivoted to start learning about and focusing on Cardano. And about a year ago, Aaron called me and he said, "Hey, Dave, I'm looking at some crazy stuff. I've started buying all these pieces of digital art, and it's a really crazy world. Come have a look at it, and let's see if there's something that we can do together as far as building a business and really just participating in that." And so it was almost exactly a year ago, I think, wasn't it, that we got together and we started developing a range of projects. And so what we're going to show you today is less technical, but it really is about the different initiatives that we've been working on within the creative economy. And our sort of overall thesis is that Web3 creators are going to win, right, in this new economy. Rather than having that Web 2.0 centralized sort of ethos, creators and individuals now have control over their data, they have control over ownership and the monetization of their work. So that's really what was exciting to us, is that pivot away from that centralized Web 2 to empowering those individual creators with the ownership over their own works. And so our approach to this, I think it's quite similar to Cardano in general as far as our ethos and our approach. Really, we're experimenting, and you'll see from what I tell you today, we're just experimenting with a whole bunch of really interesting projects that are fun. We're learning from those experiments, that we're applying those lessons, and then we're just repeating that. So we work across the whole creative industries value chain. So if you're a stake pool that's involved in creative industries at all, if you're actually a creator or an artist, if you're a collector, if you have a tech platform that can integrate with this space at all, or if you're media that's following the space, we're really excited to collaborate with all sorts of people in that space. We call ourselves a buyer of first resort, so sort of poking fun at the quantitative easing in a traditional economy, and we have a broad range of collections. So we really do spend a lot of time looking for high quality works of art, and you'll see in the gallery next door some of those collections. And we're really pleased to be joined by Charles as well today, who's doing some great on-chain generative art. So we have a very, very big collection. Probably one of the biggest collections, I'd say, in the Cardano ecosystem. Online, you can go through and you can have a look at our different collections. So, and one of the ways that we actually build up that collection, so we've used a lot of our own private capital, but we do have a stake pool that we've started. It's not huge, it's nowhere near saturation, so anybody who's interested, what we're actually doing is the proceeds from that stake pool that we're generating, we're directly putting into buying new art. Right, so we're going out, we're looking for the best projects, looking for the best artists. So please, if you are staking and you're interested in supporting that, have a look at what we're doing. One of the other things that we're doing is we're rewarding with multiple tokens, and I'll talk about that a little bit later in the work. And we do work across all categories, although we are really excited about what's happening in generative art and in these other high art categories. We work across all kinds of categories. So you'll see on this page and next door some of the collections that we have in collectibles and avatars. And one of the things that we've done is we've gone through, how many policies did we go through, Aaron? Like, yeah. So we've classified those and we've actually broken them down by categories, and we've started databasing all those different categories of art and these different collections within that framework. So you'll be able to see some of that if you visit the website. One One of the other projects that we're doing is trying to bridge that real world and sort of digital art. So it's a project called Artboards, and this is an example of one of the pieces of work that we've done. This is actually in Cape Town. What we did is we found an artist that we thought was a really interesting artist who's actually a muralist or a graffiti artist. And what we said is we said, hey, let's work with you to actually build this into an NFT, into a digital asset. We'll create that. We'll actually sell those digital NFTs, right? And we'll use those proceeds to fund you to go out and put that onto a wall. It's a really interesting piece. What it's showing here is the Bushmen in South Africa are probably the first spray painters, or amongst the first spray painters. They would eat these really iron-rich minerals, chew them up in their mouths with lots of saliva, and then they literally spray paint them over their own hands, which is what you see illustrated in that piece. If you go to the website as well, or on our YouTube channel, you'll see a really great sort of shot where we've taken a drone and we've come in on this piece, which is right on the waterfront in Cape Town. So that whole project is something that we're expanding to Canada. I want to bring here at Brisbane. I'm actually based in Brisbane. And we want to roll that out in order to create really exciting, interesting art. You can see that we've actually, on this image, we've actually tagged it with the Cardano logo, and we want to really sort of create that high profile. About 95% of muralists in the world don't make any money. They just want to put their tag, or they want to put their art somewhere where people can see it. So one of the things we're trying to do is trying to actually provide them with a path to revenue, onboard them into the global digital economy and into the digital art world, and also, of course, into Cardano. We actually own this this clay here, and we actually got an artist to paint that on a wall as well. That's also in Cape Town. So we've actually are pretty active in Africa. We were very fortunate to get Catalyst funding for a project in Africa, which is a Cardano community center. So we're building a Cardano center also in Cape Town. And it's going to be a venue where we actually have one of our galleries that we'll be putting up there, so we can actually show artwork both from local artists and from global artists. It'll also be a venue where we can host Cardano events, right? Cardano meetups. We're going to be doing education and some training. We're going to be attracting collectors to that space, and really just promoting education and Cardano broadly. One of the other areas where we're investing, and we've got some interesting products that we're rolling out here, is just we're playing around with different games for engagement, right? We're playing around with different Web3 tech. So sort of on the low tech side of that, this is a flipper. You come on and you put in some tokens or some ADA, you flip, and you can win some NFTs essentially. And we've really modeled this so it's not a money grab. You're basically at least breaking even or better when you actually go in and you have a look at what the availability is in the NFTs. We've got a recycler, which is interesting. We've got a campaign you'll see a little bit later, which is Make Wallets Great Again. So this idea that a lot of people went out and bought lots of sort of PFPs. Their wallets are really, really crowded. So what we actually built as a recycler, you can actually take your wallet, drag the NFTs that you don't want into the recycler, and we're actually rewarding you with different tokens from the ecosystem, right? A broad range of tokens. And it's pretty incredible what we've ended up with in terms of the recycles that we have. I'll show you that a little bit more. Some of the other games and Web3 tech that we're working with, there's actually, when I look at those murals that we had painted, there's a great piece of software called Kingspray Graffiti. Fantastic. You actually hold in a VR, it's an Oculus sort of a system. You hold in VR the spray can. You can change colors, you can change nozzles. If you're too close to the wall and you spray too long, it actually starts to drip. So we're actually setting these up in our galleries. So in the Cape Town gallery, in the gallery here in Brisbane and Toronto, we're actually going to have these where people can come in and really just actually create their digital spray paintings first. We can take that as a digital asset, do those NFTs that we've talked about, and then fund them to go out and do that in a real world art. We're also working with some of the leading firms in the software that goes into avatars and into facial recognition for both the film, CGI, as well as the gaming industry. And so those sorts of rigs there, you can see the bottom one. It's basically it's a 3D capture that allows you to create a really high-res avatar. So if we think about what's happening in gaming, if we think about, for example, sports franchise, or musicians, artists, actors that want to capture their likeness in really high-def res, we're going to be putting some of these into our galleries as well. And then in order to sort of learn about sort of the degen space and really get engaged there and understand what's going on here, we created a fun collection, which is sort of poking fun at arbitrary rareness when it comes to sort of PFPs and these different collections. So we created Rarity Dog, and what we did is we basically created this collection. We learned a lot about how to create and market a collection of collectibles, how to develop a narrative, how to develop community, how to create utility. So there actually is utility. On that recycler that I showed you, if you own a Rarity Dog, you get double the recycles back, right, in terms of what those tokens are that we're rewarding to you. So really, this was just another way that we wanted to have fun. And if you have any time that you'd like to flush away, we've created a whole bunch of silly backstory narratives and videos, which is Rarity Dog and the Fart Bank, or you can see the logo in the bottom is changed to the Fart Bank. And what we did is this, shout out to some of the projects. What we did is we looked across the whole ecosystem when we found the different features and characteristics that were in some of those other collections, and we basically smashed those randomly into all these different Rarity Dog NFTs that we did. Back to that NFT recycling. Again, Make Wallets Great Again. These are some of the tokens that you might recognize. It's a bit blurry, but Cardania is on there, Pavia is on there. And so when you take your NFTs that you want to recycle, we're actually grading those in terms of how valuable they are, and that's part of the work that we did with that analysis of all those collections. So we're actually saying, now this one's not worth very much, or this one's actually worth quite a bit, and then we're ramping up the rewards that we issue to you based on that value. And then if you've got the Rarity Dog multiplier, you get that multiplier. Okay, it's pretty incredible. This has allowed us to push another sort of experimentation. In this space. And basically we have, it's got to be one of the biggest sort of wallets out there. We've got in this recycle wallet, we've got almost 11,000 NFTs in a single wallet. So you can actually go and have a look at this. So we're sort of pushing what is the limit of what a wallet can hold, and we're sort of learning some of this information. We've got another sort of bit of work that we're doing in our education program, which I'll speak about in a minute, which is just sharing this information and these insights that we're gaining about how this is working when we're really sort of pushing the limits of that. One of the initiatives we've developed with a number of different collaborators in the space is called the Monet Society. So really what we're doing is we've created a token called the Monet token, and we're using this to really just reward anybody in the creative ecosystem, all those different stakeholders that we mentioned before, stake pools, creators, collectors, tech platforms, media, anybody else who's really interested in getting involved in this space. We've got ways that we're rewarding you with those Monet tokens. Really, we're just trying to catalyze that activity in this space. And there are ways that you can redeem those Monet tokens for value, which I'll speak about as well. The Monet Society is publishing a lot of content, right? Really, it's about education and awareness. And if you go on the website, there's NFT 101s, there's starter guides, there's collector guides, there's analysis of different exchanges, and it's just an enormous amount of content that we've actually published there, just to sort of share that with the community and have a bit of reference material. The token itself is actually listed on multiple dexes, and you can have a look at some of the trading pairs that we have there for the token. And we reward in a number of different ways. You can see we have a lot of fun with different memes, and if you do have some time, it's a bit silly. But you can redeem these Monet tokens, for example, for nifty slabs, if you see the trading cards that we have in the room over there, but also at our Cardano centers. These will be redeemable for goods and services, as well as other real-world items. We have NFT auctions that we're running, those games that I told about, and there's more to come, basically. We're giving these Monet tokens out to incentivize, and then we're trying to create these utility opportunities for people to come and redeem them for some value. So that's really it, guys. We wanted to give you that overview of all the things we're doing. There's a lot going on, and really our intention here today is to reach out to the community and say, hey, this is the stuff we're interested in. Please come and talk to us if you've got anything. If you're a creator, if you're a project owner, if you're anybody in the creative industries, please come, because we're really excited about being at the center of this space in Cardano. Thank you.
All right, thanks, David. Floor's open for questions. Do we have any questions?
Yeah, thanks, David. That was very interesting. I'm curious as to what sort of stuff you actually have gotten through the NFT recycler. Have you gotten actually valuable stuff? And in terms of the reward mechanism, is it kind of like a volume thing, as in you're collecting so much stuff that is kind of junk, but if you get a huge portion of it, it then has some value? Is it?
Yes, I'll take the second question first. I'm going to have to lean on Aaron for the first part of that. But so yeah, basically, if you've got one NFT that's ranked sort of, it's called a 0 to 10 scale, and if it's ranked at a 1, it gets a certain allocation, right? If it's ranked at a 10, it gets a certain allocation. If you have 10 NFTs, then you get that multiple on it. So basically, you're getting those rewards based on the NFTs that are recycled. NFTs typically, even if it's a really, really low floor price, they have some nominal value, but really it's about just that overall value that we perceive, and you don't want it, that's why you're recycling it, but we want to give you something in return, right? And Aaron will have to tell you about what we found in there, but there is some interesting stuff, isn't there?
Yeah. So, like any recycler, over here. So like any recycler, you never know what you're going to get. You get a lot of crap, but you also get a lot of good stuff. And surprisingly enough, I would say even 1-2% of the NFTs we get might have a value of 50 to 100 ADA, while as a recycler, you're only paying a couple of cents. And it's because some people just don't appreciate those NFTs. They don't know where the market is, so they just want to get rid of it. The reason we created it is just you have so many NFTs in your wallet and you just can't manage them, and the projects have fallen off and they're not as interesting. So naturally you need to find a place. So one other mechanism that we've done is, in Cardano, when you're sending an NFT, there's two parts to that transaction. First, you have a minimum UTXO value that has to go with the NFT. It's usually about 1.4 ADA. And there's also the transaction fee, which is about 0.17 ADA. So if you want to get rid of an NFT out of a wallet that's not yours, it'll cost you effectively 1.7 ADA, right? But what we're doing is we're actually subsidizing the min UTXO. So the way that it works for us is, the more NFTs you stuff into a UTXO, the lower average cost. So for a single NFT, it's 1.4 ADA, but once you get volume, the minimum UTXO is effectively 0.08 ADA. So now what we can do is we can subsidize it, but then extract the value out later. So this is sort of, I'm talking about two sides. One is how we subsidize it, value it, but also, yeah, the fact is people want to get rid of stuff that they don't need.
I'd add to that. So one of the things we're doing when we find some gems in that recycling bin, we can pull them out and we can auction them, right?
Well, actually, what we're doing right now is with Rarity Dog, we say, guys, if you buy one Rarity Dog, take anything out of the recycle bin. So in fact, I mean, we've got lots of pieces that we're rewarding that are, we're charging 50 ADA for a Rarity Dog, but the pieces in the recycling bin are 80. So you just buy one and you get something that's even more valuable.
Hey. Oh, sorry, while I'm walking over.
It's just awesome, is the whole idea beyond what you're doing here. But my question was, you on the slide that said Cardano centers. What are they?
So we actually submitted for Catalyst funding, and we're awarded under the Grow Africa, Grow Cardano. And what our proposal was there is that we need the community, although we're digital sort of first, and we're digital natives, and that's what we're trying to encourage with onboarding, we need to have that real world interface. Why are we all here, right? You want to meet people. So what we were really saying is we need a venue that people can come and gather, where they can show projects, if it's art, if it's a gallery. So the Cardano Center will have a gallery in it. We're actually building it. It's going to launch Q1 next year. We've got the space. We're building it out right now. But basically, we're going to host events there. We're going to do training. We've got some relationships with the local universities, so we want to bring in local university students, tell them about Cardano, show them how their projects, software, art, any projects can actually fit. It's not only a creative industry space. It's a broad Cardano Center space. Yeah, that's it. And so our intention is to sort of prototype that and then take the blueprint for that and then grow that across Africa, but also globally. Yeah.
Where is that?
It's in Cape Town. Yeah.
And the vision is for that type of center is once we know how it operates, we hope that all these events, the Cardano Summit events, are in those types of facilities because you're showcasing everything that we love about Cardano to everyone. But then you can also have a venue that's not empty the rest of the time. We're trying to find a way to make it so it's operational every single day through events, through restoration, through education, through training, and teaching artists as well as collectors all about this ecosystem.
How you going?
Yeah, good.
Good, good. Can you explain more how you get the muralists to interact with the blockchain and generate revenue again?
Sure. Well, there's a couple of different ways. So the one way that we did it with the artist that you saw on the presentation, we actually just sat down with him. His name's Serge, and we said, Serge, we like your work, and he was interested and didn't really understand. I found it's pretty incredible. The conversations I have with artists, they're all interested, but they're just not sure about how to get started. And so that's really part of what we're doing is we're sort of hand-holding and go, here's how you do it, we'll help you mint it, we'll help you do that. So what he did is he actually came up with a digital design. So that's his process anyway, is he actually sketches it out digitally anyway. And we said, well, sketch that out, do a really good job of it, and then let's actually mint that. And we minted, I think, 50 of those. And then we sold those as NFTs, and then we used those proceeds, or a portion of those proceeds, to fund him to go out and actually create that real-world work. So that's how that worked for him. If you look at the software that I showed you, the Oculus, the actual breaking, so that again, you could come in as a muralist, and you can actually render that in our gallery or in our Cardano Center. You can actually do that piece of work, and then you could actually save that digital file as the NFT.
A whole mural.
A whole mural,
wow.
Absolutely, a digital mural, right, as the NFT, and then you could actually mint 50 of those if you wanted to, and then however you want to do that. You may want to just keep that as a metaverse mural that you're putting into whatever metaverses or wherever you want to put it, but if you actually want to then go out and put it into the real world, that's where we want to sort of support that, because we want to tag Cardano everywhere, right? We want to tell the story.
Yeah.
Amazing, thank you.
There's a couple more things about this project that we'll hopefully be releasing over the next couple of months. So what we're doing is we're creating a platform where you connect your wallet that holds the digital NFT, and you can add your tags onto the website. So when you view that NFT, if you want to be tagged as your own name or whatever, you can do it. If a sponsor like Pepsi or Coke wants to put their name on, they can now seamlessly advertise their brand. But then we're also taking the original buyers' names and put it on the physical plaque next to the mural. So we basically have fractionalized mural investment, and we're giving attribution to all the participants. And so the whole point is finding ways to get, I think Cardano is amazing in so many ways, but it lacks the branding in cities. And we want to get 10, 20, 30 murals in every city, where 10% of the mural is a Cardano logo, supporting, and muralists that are supporting this type of vision.
Hello, Dave. Thank you. That's amazing. We've talked before the meeting start. I wanted to ask that, do you support artworks, multimedia artworks, not only visual arts?
Yeah, in what sense?
For example, maybe a multimedia artwork with soundtrack and
yeah. In fact,
visuals.
we had a conversation with one of the artists that in our collection. That's certainly something that we're working on, is actually integrating audio and sort of more immersive experiences into those works. Yeah.
Sure. Actually, I want you to help me quickly to improvise this. So, for example, if it's an artwork with therapeutic purpose,
Yeah. Yes.
maybe an artwork to soothe chronic pain,
Yes.
or to calm down people with ADHD.
We've had exactly that conversation.
Oh.
So some of those beautiful generative art pieces
Yeah.
that you've seen, so you may know that music can obviously impact psychology, and there's a lot of academic research that shows that. So you could potentially combine images, colors, and sounds that are very soothing for specific purposes, whether that's to get your baby to sleep or whether that's to just help you relax or as a meditative app, those sorts of things. Yeah, so there's potential for that, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Hey guys, awesome work with us helping artists and growing the Cardano community. Just explain the wallet that you're talking about that will showcase the gallery. That'll be something that's coming up. Is that right? And then the other part is the gallery that you're showcasing this now on. That'll be the platform available to everybody via the web, or is that only a wallet experience?
Yeah, so there's no wallet that showcases galleries necessarily. That's a bit of a, we're jumping ahead a bit, but we're actually launching a product that's going to address that specifically and provide those tools to creators and collectors, basically. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. I think this probably has to be the last question, Emmett. Yeah, we've got 3 minutes left. Yeah, thank you.
I imagine with digital arts, is there a difficulty or a service that helps deal with originality and protecting that if people reuse it? And
yeah. So NFTs, just by virtue of the blockchain, there's they're time stamped, and so that originality in terms of was this created before this is one way to deal with that. But we're actually talking with a group basically using Attila Prism and using ID. And there's a number of ways to sort of have artists assign a digital ID identifier to a piece of art, and that can be captured in the metadata, for example. The simplest way of doing that is just through social proof, right? So if I'm an artist and I'm creating a piece, what I can do is through this service that we're collaborating with, I can pull my different social accounts into an integrated ID string that goes into my metadata, and that's sort of my stamp of proof on that piece. So there's a number of different things that we're working with Attila Prism through IOHK and ProofSpace, another service provider in that space, to try and apply authenticity and identity and ownership to these pieces. We haven't faced that yet, but yeah, we'll probably get there, man. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, there's lots of. Yeah. So it's going to be, and we're really interested also in media rights, right? In terms of how do you take some of these assets, avatars, for example, if they're going to extend into different media channels, whether that's animations or games or otherwise, how do you make sure that revenue, those royalties are being captured, that the use rights are actually being followed, and all of those things. So yeah, it's an exciting time in this space, but I think the tools within Cardano's tech stack in particular lend themselves to addressing those. Yeah. All right. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Actually wonderful to see the suite of work that the Art Bank's doing, so excellent presentation. Okay, while we're getting ready for our next presenters, we've actually got Charles Mason, hopefully I pronounced that correctly, and Duncan coming to give us a presentation on block generation art. And for those of you who've been next door to see some of this generative art, it's quite amazing the technology or the algorithms to produce this artwork or living pieces. So I'm very keen to see what Charles and Duncan have for us. So, gents, please come up.
Hi everyone, is this all right? Sounds good. So I'm Dunk, and this is Charles from Block Generation Art, and we're going to give you a talk on block generation and what's coming up. It's cool to see the Art Bankers presentation. We've had a bit of a relationship with them already, and hopefully you're sticking around so we can catch up afterwards.
Yeah, so I guess I can start with a little bit of our journey. Me and a friend from England, we decided that we wanted to do generative art and we wanted to use the blockchain. And as we explored the various different blockchains, we came to realize that Cardano was probably one of the best ones for generative art, mainly because it had enough of a metadata size to actually fit the entire art and the algorithm on chain, so that there was no external assets required, and the algorithm, once it's executed straight from the chain, can produce interesting visual art pieces that can express mathematics, and I consider it like a new medium. So as soon as I realized this, we basically got to work for a year and a half to basically build a tech stack to be able to take it from algorithm to code to on-chain art piece, and there's been massive numbers of challenges to get there. We've got to the point now where we can do it, and we know how to do it pretty well. And the possibilities that are emerging from it are absolutely endless. With it being a new medium, there really are infinite possibilities. I mean, there's infinite possibilities with normal generative art, but with on-chain generative art, it goes on and on. So we decided to create. So that was for my own artwork. So we decided to create block generation out of that. And so a lot of the challenges that we faced, we packaged them up and to put them into a form that anyone can use. And so that's where we are right now. We've built an editor so that generative artists can use our editor to craft their own on-chain art code, and to visually see digital canvases inside our editor, and then to take that to a minting process. I'm probably skipping ahead on the presentation. Apologize. Presentation's terrifying me, by the way. Thank you.
So as the intro says, it's a generative art focused NFT platform running exclusively on Cardano, and Charles has already touched on this near infinite possibilities, what we can do, what he can do with this type of
what everybody can do
technology
with a bit of training.
So the team at the moment is Charles, Adam, who does a lot of the back end stuff, Hookman, who's should be quite familiar in the community, perhaps, who's also released a collection. I've got Steve, the director, and I'm the community manager. So quick temperature check. Who knows what an on-chain NFT is? That's cool. There's a few. Awesome. So on-chain NFTs, and the platform really focuses on on-chain art. So in a nutshell, there's no image file. Sometimes there is a small screenshot used for marketplaces, but the NFT itself, what you would consider the image that you open up to look at, that's not an image. It's produced from code. Code is drawing to the screen from the metadata, fully self-contained in the NFT. So there's no image file. The code and the algorithm that create the image is all in the metadata. It's fully self-contained, so there's no dependency on any third-party storage solutions. Buyers actually get the art and the code. I think it's the first time that this sort of thing happens. You get the art and the tools, so to speak, all in one fully self-contained NFT. Because it's algorithmic, you get to watch the art draw. I don't know if we actually have any animations as part of the slideshow, but
I can explain it. So you'd have to use your imaginations. Oh yeah, actually, and you can look at it next door because they're on display. But a piece like this requires lots of calculations. So this is a piece demonstrating magnetic flow fields. So this is fields interacting with each other on a canvas, so this is all mathematically computed, and it doesn't appear instantly. The generative piece needs to, in effect, calculate all of these lines. So I put a bit of effort into making sure that the way in which it calculates the lines is visually pleasing. So you can watch it as like a. I mean, I love watching these things unfold. I never get sick of them. And so yeah, you can watch these pieces unfold and calculates. Yeah.
Do you want to tell them what this one is?
So this is actually one of my latest pieces. This is demonstrating a new type of flow field called a magnetic flow field. This is for a collection called Sol Journey 2. So it's so I've been a visual effects artist in the games industry for about 25 years. I've always been fascinated with space, with stars, with magnetic fields, with the sun, and not just the sensation of the sun, but the fact that it's a symphony of complex field structures. And I've created many versions of the sun on a canvas or in a computer game, but I've never created one that was fully satisfying. And so the Sol Journey collections are steps towards that. And so this is just one of the steps. This is not what I would consider complete, but it's along the way. Yeah, I've probably got loads more to say on that, but yeah, that's in a nutshell that.
And yeah, so there's no third-party engine like P5JS or 3.js needed. So they're external sort of libraries that some people would usually rely on to produce this sort of artwork. This is just pure JavaScript.
Yeah, this is a pure JavaScript running on an engine that we created ourselves. P5JS is about 1 megabyte when it's compacted. The engine that we've created is 5 kilobytes. So it's extremely
super compressed.
It's extremely fundamental, and it's got things like vector libraries and math components that allow those kinds of things. And so now I've developed those block generation. We've decided to in effect give them to everybody so that they can use those tools and bypass having to create math libraries, minting engines, editors, viewers curating programs and all that lot. So they can just use the ones that have been weaponized by Hookman onto a web app that anyone can use. And so we've recently this week opened it up to everybody. So we've been in a private alpha with just 10 artists for about a month, and now we've actually opened it up to anyone who's interested in algorithmic art, mathematics, any kind of thing like that. This is a platform to be able to express interactive mathematical art and store it completely on a blockchain. Yeah.
So just a little bit on block generation. So the journey so far minted quite a few of Charles's collections. So Eternal Chaos, they've all started this year. Eternal Chaos in January, the prototype Cadence in February this year, the first iteration of the Sol Journey, Sol Journey 1 in April. At that time, the first other artist released a collection, which is Hookman's Cardano block clocks. Then in July, Charles released the first Diversion collection, and that same month, the artist Autrica also released his O collection. Probably best you talk about it.
Okay. So we created a platform with an editor. So we want to create a place for creators and artists, a place for programmers and mathematicians, and a place for collectors and curators. And the first piece that we've released is the creators part that allows the creation of on-chain code. We are currently working on our second version of a mint engine that can mint these to the Cardano blockchain, which is the current thing that we're trying to
Bring out.
trying to get moving on.
And then the third and final stage will be a full platform that has the full service tool for artists to create, curate and mint collections, plus a storefront for display and sales of those items.
Yeah, there's a few other things I'd like to mention as well. So one of the things that I have realized is there's quite a lot of people who can create elements of algorithmic art that might not be able to take it to the full artistic view of it. So like say for example a mathematician who's very good at making creating mathematical functions or or formulas might not know the full code to be able to create a visual piece based on that. So the kind of things that we're building into the platform is for creators to be able to not just create NFTs, but to be able to create components of libraries that can then be used in NFTs, and then for that to be from when the sale of the actual NFT happens. Like say, for example, if I was the mathematician that gave the magnetic flow fields and somebody else wanted to use the magnetic flow field in their art piece, they can import that library. That library has like a base ADA fee per mint, and when they, let's say, mint a piece for like say 100 ADA, 10 ADA can go to the person who created the piece of the library, or the multiple libraries that were created to facilitate that art piece. So so basically the people who are giving their creativity to the interesting components of this can earn from it without having to create the full NFT collection and to go through that entire journey. They can work on, so there's like places for all sorts of different people. I just wanted to mention that. Thanks. Okay, so like I mentioned, we call our engine CCJS, which is short for Canvas Core. That is a JavaScript engine that can run inside a web page that can, it facilitates, a bit like P5JS, which is a generative art engine that has mathematical libraries that can work. CCJS does pretty much the same, but like I mentioned, is incredibly tiny. We've worked so hard to make the code like ridiculously small. It's almost unreadable. It's so small. I'm not joking. So the editor that we've created, it contains code editor windows. It's got a markup language in, so that an artist or creator can cut off sections of their code and say this is represented by a particular option or property, so they can say this color or that color. Can be various different properties within it, or use this mathematical algorithm for this piece, and it allows them to be able to set up a spectrum of possibilities within that generative algorithm, which allows every single piece to unfold completely unique and to even express different, completely different attributes. And it is the collections that I created earlier without a tool like this, they took months, and now using this tool, I'm like a kid in a playground. I'm absolutely loving it because it really does bring the ability to create right to your fingertips, and all we've got to do is learn a little bit of code. One of the things that we've built into the actual art editor is these little dots. These are hideable columns, and we've got, you click on one of those and you actually get a full cheat sheet with all of the commands that allows you to look at, in effect, the help really specifically that relates to these, to this kind of code. So what else? Yeah, we've also built a set of 12 examples and growing of art pieces that are ready for on-chain, that are fully commented and broken down, so that anyone who wants to actually learn how to put these together can actually learn what the individual commands mean, how to express them, and what and how to wield them in anger.
Yeah, so this platform is live now. It's come out of the alpha testing stage and is now open to anyone that would like to register and have a go. And as Charles just mentioned, you can just grab one of his example projects and change the color of it, save it, see what you like. There's a little dice, it's a little bit hard to see, but in the properties, so where you've configured certain properties, you can sort of roll the dice and it'll shuffle your properties, and you get to see your piece kind of, with the properties kind of shuffled around, which is a pretty cool feature. I've jumped on and had a go. I needed a little bit of help, but I've managed to make some art. It's pretty cool. So one of the ideas, this one came out of Charles's head again. So we've launched a code jam with a theme. So the theme for the code jam that is going right now, which is the first one, just to give it a go, is op art, which is optical art. Looks something like what you might see there, various combinations of different things that might sort of play a bit of a trick on your eyes at times. That is live now. On the next screen, I'll say come and see us if you want a Discord link, but the best place to talk about this, if you're interested and just wanted to, I mean, you guys can ask us questions because you're here, right? But in the future, Discord is the best place to jump in, ask some questions, and in there we can get you going. So we push this out on Twitter and on Discord, so it'd be pretty cool to see what people come up with, and there's already some ideas of projects from other artists being shared in that Discord and on Twitter, which is good to see.
So yeah, before we end, so there's an additional piece of technology that we built in order to keep the collections safe and to allow the collections to be defined, and that's what we call auth NFTs. So for each artist that joins with block generation, we create what we call a master policy for that artist. So that master policy can have tokens minted on it. We mint for every single collection that they create. We mint an auth NFT that basically has the full specifications of the collection that can be minted, so that the full specifications are there, including the policy number of that collection are defined prior to the launch. So those auth NFTs also include a countdown to the initial minting. And basically details about the artist, the collection, and things like that. So, and what that allows is for every single artist, just looking at a single policy for their master policy, you can see a tree view of every single collection that they've created, and from that, every single piece that belongs inside all of those collections. And so there's a rigid link. It's basically a two-way link between two tokens that in effect validate each other using the blockchain. So this is so similar to, so if anyone's worked with art on Cardano, you register with like JPEG Store or with various different marketplaces that in effect say this is the valid policy ID for this particular collection. So what the auth NFT technology allows is you can use the blockchain itself to do that very same job. And it's immutable. It's like it can't be changed. It's there forever, and it basically, because we actually do multiple levels of this auth NFT. If you go from the master policy of block generation, you get all of the authentic projects of the entire block generation, all of the artists, and all of the PCs that connect to those. So yeah, it's a structure within the blockchain.
Very cool. So that's kind of the end of our presentation. You can go to the website for more info, so blockgeneration.art. The Twitter is @blockgenart. And for Discord, I thought there's no point putting a link there, just come and see us and we'll send you an invite. So if anyone has any questions, shoot.
Yeah, this is right. Yeah, I'm really interested in the display and the rendering engine on top of the NFT per se. So you've obviously got the wallet providers to deal with, and also the marketplaces. Is that something that comes out of the box, or is that something that you guys need to work with?
So we went with an absolutely universal option. It's so long as they can view on-chain files fully, it requires no support. It literally runs natively. The actual art pieces themselves are carefully packed HTML web pages with JavaScript built into them.
Yeah.
That they provide their own viewer.
Okay, so
that's part of the 5K.
Yeah, so from a technical point of view, it renders down to HTML and JS and any engine that can pick that up and display that.
The same for so recently one of my most recent sales of one of the Sol pieces. It was purchased by a scientist working with solar fields, and he actually wanted to put it on his webpage. So he purchased the NFT. He in effect removed the web page from the actual metadata, and then he embedded it straight into his web page, and it works as is.
Brilliant.
So it just shows you the basic basic HTML will allow you to embed these anywhere.
Well done.
Charles's collections, the way he's done it, there's a certificate on the back of every piece. So if you click it, it shows the certificate which has details of the NFT. It also has several levels of resolution that it can be displayed in, and a download tool built into it, so you can download a high definition render straight out of the NFT.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. And if you want to see what the highest resolution version of those, there are 3 large canvases in the next room that you can have a look at, and they're all from on-chain files. So these are, they're about 14 kilobytes worth of code, and they unpack to about half a gigabyte of image file once they're actually computed. And that's all off the blockchain. It doesn't require anything other than a HTML browser to execute the code.
I guess first off, really impressive execution, and it kind of marry math and arts, and not a lot of people have both of those skill sets, like marry things together. So the visual and the code aspect is really impressive. Is the platform free for anyone to use? And if so, like, what's the main way for you to commercialize it? And in the future, what's the business model for the whole project?
We're still figuring out the details of that, but in a nutshell, every mint, a portion of that goes to block generation to support the platform. So right now we're looking at 15%. So 15% of a mint goes to block generation in order to support the platform. We may be able to reduce that when we get going properly.
Very cool.
I'd like to reduce it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's otherwise free to use, and then that mint is shared.
Awesome. Well, first of all, I think I'm going to spend hours on Canvas Core. I can just see myself sitting there just geeking out on it. So that's great. I had a question about the actual mathematics behind Solve, for example, as a project. How much of that is directly modeled on astrophysics that we're aware of in terms of the mathematics feeding those, the field interactions, etc.?
Sol Journey 1 is built on a standard flow field idea. So that doesn't model, I think it's like an approximate.
Yeah.
And it models this idea of what's called divergence and curl. So how do I explain this? So it turns the entire canvas into like a magnetic field. So if you put like a magnet on it, so normal magnets have a north and south pole. Yeah. So these are like different kinds of magnets. This has what's called divergence and curl. So curl twists everything in like a galaxy, or twists everything around like a galaxy. Divergence either pushes things out or pulls things in, and you can create multiples of these effectors. And then every point that what we call an agent that moves around on the canvas to draw the generative piece is calculated by every single field in its presence. So all of the fields on the canvas affect every movement, which is why you get this beautiful, consistent field structure that you can see at the end of the day. So that was for Sol 1.
Yeah.
Sol 2 uses a new magnetic field calculation that I've done. So that's also not based on physics. It's based on what I could create that closely approximated it while still fitting on chain and being computable in real time.
Right.
No, but we're moving towards it.
Yeah, well, that was my question. Is that constraint in terms of the size something that, it sounds like an amazing academic project, right, to collaborate with?
I think it's a lot of that is just down to my own understanding of the field structures. Yeah. I don't have an astrophysics understanding yet, but I'm gradually learning, and I'm working towards that, and I'm embedding it into the art on my journey.
Yeah, I could imagine some academics wanting to actually collaborate in order to visualize what they're doing in terms of their research, right?
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good idea.
Can I pass it over?
Absolutely, and I'm a visual learner. I actually got an F in maths at school, and it wasn't until I started working in the games industry where doing visual effects, a lot of that is about expressing maths, and I realized actually if I'm taught a different way, I'm actually really good at it, and so it's like finally elevated up, but I still don't understand mathematical notation. I've come up with my own system.
Yeah, interesting.
Hey Charles, obviously the biggest supporter of your projects.
Thank you.
Love what you're doing. I actually wanted to talk a little more about Cardano and also versus Ethereum. So right now you have about 15 kilobytes roughly of space, and most of the original projects they're right around 15 kilobytes, right? They packed it as tight as possible. Somehow you got it down 60%. But I've heard that Cardano over time will be enlarging the space, and how will that affect? Is that a good thing for you, or are you good with 5,000?
It's actually an incredible thing that offers so many possibilities. One of the technologies that we're hoping might emerge is, I think it's still currently a proposal, but it allows one NFT to reference the code in another NFT. So basically, to use it and embed it. So what that allows is I can create a much more elaborate library that say uses the entire size of an NFT as a masterpiece, and then I can have other art pieces that refer to it, and so they don't need their own engine in order to run. Though this comes back to what you mentioned, that does require whatever viewer to actually support that, because it now doesn't work as a self-contained thing. In doing that, it expands the scope, because as soon as you can fit multiple, you can chain all of these things together, and you can have one art piece expressing some magnetic fields, another art piece doing something with that, and there's whole new remixing possibilities that can come out of that.
Very cool. Yeah. One other quick question then, because you said you looked at other blockchains before you came to Cardano, and I thought this would be a fun learning experience. What is Ethereum's on-chain like? What's the space that you have there, and could you have done, given that you're only using 5 KB, to do it on Ethereum?
It would actually fit on Ethereum a lot better than the ones that are already on Ethereum. On Ethereum, a lot of them actually, it's so inefficient and so tight with regards to how much it costs in order to put a little bit on there, that they store the code once, and then for each of the individual art pieces, they can really only just store a seed. So it's really like one NFT refers to a whole other thing, and so it's like completely not self-contained. It requires all sorts of special viewers and things like that in order to view. So it's like organizations like Art Blocks. You really have to go to there to view your artwork, or to put in a whole load of special support in order to do it. Cardano is a completely different beast, and nobody's quite grasped that yet. But that's okay. We need time to build our technology first.
When you mentioned that in the future you might be able to reference things from outside, I imagine if you had an engine that referenced live feed, let's say the weather or something, you could have an animated product.
There are some difficulties with that, but it's mainly down to who's viewing it. So for example, if it's being viewed by something like Pool.pm, Pool.pm views the artwork in what's called a restricted iframe, which means half of the features of the artwork just doesn't work. So for example, you can change the resolution that the canvas is running in, but you can't download images. Their iframe in effect blocks it. So, and it also blocks any external communications or anything like that. So really, it's down to the environment that it runs in. If you wanted an on-chain NFT that could reach out to the world and to be driven by data feeds and stuff, it's possible, but it can only be done on certain platforms that don't run a restricted iframe. All a restricted iframe is it's a type of window on a HTML web browser that basically just doesn't allow anything to talk outside, or anything to be downloaded, or anything like that. So, yeah.
Rightio. Look, I'm amazed. Optimizing code to 5K and creating what I like to refer to as pure NFTs, not linking to IPF and generated monkeys that are mutating. Brilliant. I love it.
The monkeys that come later.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That ends. Round of applause. So that ends our morning session. So Peter had a wonderful introduction. Then we went to Dylan and Skye, Algae token, real world implementation. Art Bank, looking at different implementations of art, empowering artists. than generative art. What a wonderful morning. Can't wait for what happens after morning tea.
So we've got the patio space out there, we've got food already out in the back area, whatever it's called. So please enjoy yourself, get coffee, and you can be back in 15 minutes. Is that yours, Richard?
Let me bring up my stuff. I'll just get rid of the... I love McCullagh. I think because I drank like a big glass of cold water, that's why I'm like, I need the tea. Oh, there it is. By the way, you don't have to do that anymore you don't have to do that anymore on Windows 10. If you have Windows 10. Yeah, that didn't work out.
This is Windows 10.
Sometimes it doesn't. I think because the aircon is blowing on it. So mine should be there on Chrome.
Shouldn't I download yours?
Don't download because that's what I said. I
Oh,
updated.
that's right.
Yeah,
No, it wasn't.
Just run it from. It should be fine. Just let me check. Can you scroll down? Oh, it's fine. I did update. Okay.
Perfect. What we'll do, can we just make that bigger so people...
Why is this? You're trying to connect?
Oh, no, it's off the internet.
But it's updated my stuff though. Oh, you have to go back to the internet. Why are you not joining that one? Do you need the password for that?
No,
I can
that
get
should
you
be
the password. Yeah, I can get you the password.
No, I've got it. Oops.
Look, this is like I don't think we should put this one back.
Let's just try
It's
again.
already falling off, by the way. It was already falling off. Oh yeah. I think it's only for the top.
Alright, you're good to go.
Yeah. Oops. Run this today.
just Jason. Have they been told that they're on this? I want Charles on the panel.
Oh, okay.
So let's change that. Charles.
I haven't told.
Who's Jason? I haven't met him either, have I?
No, that was JPEG Jason.
Oh, okay. Is he here? I
Is
thought
he
wasn't-
back?
I've never met him.
Oh shit!
Oh, I
sorry.
thought he
no,
wasn't
you weren't
coming.
here. No, you weren't here till.
Did he say he wasn't coming?
No, he said he can't do a presentation.
Ah, right. Okay, cool.
So he flew up from Melbourne, but he didn't
Great.
do a presentation.
Oh, awesome. Great. Okay. And Cory, I don't know, maybe.
Cory's where is he? He's got the presentation after this.
I think we should have.
Sorry.
Sorry, mate. Do you think we should have Aaron on it? He's the Arbeg founder. But we don't have to. Have these people already been told they're on the panel?
I don't know who the crypto fairies are.
They're those two ladies that were in the back.
I think they're here for that then.
No, not necessarily. But I can ask them.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Just reiterating our microphone etiquette as well.
That's it.
If you're too far, like if you're where you were speaking, I was trying to signal you from the regular.
Oh no. Okay. Couldn't hear me.
Just no. Well, it means that we've got to create different gain structures.
Yeah,
We're
I
actually
know.
Recording and sending out as well.
Yeah, right.
So, and we've got a live environment, so we're controlling the same environment.
Yeah. Got it.
As soon as you back off from that
I
microphone.
saw that a couple times in the other presentations.
I prefer you didn't move it because it'll make noise.
Yeah.
And that's about where we want to leave it. But just focus on it and know that your message is going to come across.
Yeah.
You use it to your advantage.
Okay. All right. Cool.
It's just a little.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you, man.
Thanks, guys.
What's actually coming up next? What am I introducing?
So
So it's Attila.
I wish I knew.
It's Attila, then the panel, and then Cory, and then lunch.
and then who's so?
You did the panel before lunch. That's just Veitas.
Hey, mate.
Hey. It makes sense to do the panel.
I really loved it.
Oh, good. Thanks, man. Thank you. Yeah. So, sorry, brother. I just want to make sure that we've got the right. I think Charles should sit on the panel. Like he's absolutely on the front end of the evolution of NFTs.
He should.
Like there's no way he shouldn't be.
Get rid of Jason.
Well,
he
he
probably won't want to speak. Well, actually, I'll ask him.
He said yes.
He's freaking
Why
genius.
don't we get rid of Cory, because he's doing his own presentation right after it.
Okay.
You can move me as well, by the way, if you want to.
My name's
Aaron?
Jason definitely should be on.
Yeah, I think Aaron from the Art Bank should be on it. He's the biggest collector in the whole space. I'd
You should.
imagine.
You can move me as well if you want to.
Do you want to put his last name or just?
No, I did it last time.
Okay.
And your last name after Dave.
Oh, okay. Oh, because in North America we don't say it. We say it. You guys say it different. We just say it the same. The male and the
Okay.
That's what I thought. Hang on.
So we're going to need 5 seats, and
Yeah,
maybe
that's
you
right,
might
yeah.
have to stand because of this.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. So
Because the Crypto Fairies are tour.
I think Charles should be on here. Charles.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I know it's going to be crowded, but I'll talk. No, we'll only do one crypto
Hang on,
fairy.
I'm going to introduce you. Here we go. So we've got Aaron.
I'll only do. I'll go talk to the crypto fairies, and
I'll put this up.
I'll tell them. I'll ask them if they want to be, but there's only one seat. Okay.
Yeah. I'll put this up so you can just talk to it.
Oh, how have I been introducing?
Awesome.
Awesome, mate. Yeah.
Awesome. Do you want to do the afternoon? Are you sure? Okay.
I ended up giving his name or something. I can't remember what he's talking about. I can't remember what I said. His name from the Art Bank.
Are we gonna take some from the live stream? Some questions?
Well, I've been checking the whole.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're
And
going
there was a microphone up there.
That's you. So you'll be first.
Thank you.
And then.
And I can just move over then, I guess.
Yeah. So after you, we'll run these chairs in front of the panel.
Oh, so the chair's
Why?
going to go in front of you?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, that's where the camera is.
Because the camera gets this that way.
Oh, okay.
So your presentation.
And we'll put
panel.
everyone's name up top.
It's Kate and Molly, right?
Yeah.
Kate. Molly.
Questions? They haven't seen the questions, so you've got the panel.
Alright, give me 2 seconds.
Both there. That's all I know.
Sorry, it was Kate. Yep. Sorry, can I grab your last name? We've got one chair.
No, we just fucking forward, don't you?
Yeah, we'll do both. I'm going to pull extra.
Then one of us will
Yep.
just
So
go.
sorry, Kate and
Molly.
Molly.
So
It's just when we was in America, we was asked to go one at a time.
Rich. Look.
You are the
you got to be paired up.
We're duos.
Sorry, Molly. Is it Richardson as well? Yep. Sorry. Sorry, Pete. I thought it was this side. That's all. Okay. Sorry, it looks like you're standing.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Let me just see something. Well, and you can curve them, eh? When it's ready, you curve them.
I'll just get Attila's one going.
You know what, I might tell you. We're going to bump them. Let me talk.
Oh, the balloon! You see us? Is it too? Is that light wrong? Do you want me to turn it off?
My shadows.
slide?
Attila Vegh. Is that it? Vegh, that's right. I've forgotten already. Jesus. Hold on. Looks like it.
Section on the bed.
Yep, 1, 2. 1, 2.
Hello? 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 Rightio. Welcome back, everyone. Enjoy Smoko? Pretty good, eh? Okay, next up, we've got Attila Vegh. He's going to give us a presentation on gaming on Web3, and of course with a focus on Cardano. So, Attila is the project lead on Rune Fortress, and he's going to give us his talk today. He's pretty much going to focus on the monetization and ownership of digital goods, and how you can actually integrate NFTs and other native tokens into games. Not just developing Rune Fortress, they're also assisting other developers that have multiple games in development and are helping other projects utilise NFTs in the Web3 space. So Attila, over to you.
All right, let's jump into it. So my name is Attila Vegh. I'm a project lead of Rune Fortress, which is a blockchain game. It's in development at the moment, and we are in beta. Probably after the panel, I'm happy to showcase the game as well, but this presentation is not going to be specific on the game. It's going to be more general on the evolution of blockchain gaming and gaming in general. So let's jump into the overview. So just a couple points. We're going to start a little bit like an overview of the gaming industry in 2022. Then we're going to talk about monetization in games. Then later the ownership of digital goods, and obviously how developers can make money in the current atmosphere. Then we're going to have a slide about integrating NFTs and native tokens into games, and obviously why developers should use Cardano over other chains or next to other chains. And we're going to dip into a little bit into the play to earn and metaverse, which I'm pretty sure the word everyone loves nowadays. All right, this is just a quick overview of the gaming industry in 2022, even though my charts are 2021, but it's kind of accurate for 22 as well. So as you can see, it's much bigger than the movie and the music industry at the moment. So last year they generated over 180 billion dollars, and the movie and the industry business is basically just a fraction of it. So it's huge. And even against social media, the hour spent, especially within the younger generation, is almost double than on social media. So kind of like gaming is getting into that social aspect more and more. And just an absolutely ridiculous volume is $130 billion was spent on virtual goods in 2021, which is insane. People spend more on virtual goods than actual clothing and food and all this kind of stuff. This chart might be a bit daunting. I don't know if you can see, like, some text is really small, but this is just like an evolution of like how gaming changed over time. Started obviously in the 70s with the arcade boom. Everyone remember the paper play, you have to chuck in your coins and play a couple games. Then we reached the early console era, Atari, Super Nintendo, sorry, Nintendo first. And Space Invaders was basically the first game that sold over 1 million copies. So that was kind of like a milestone, which kind of cemented the gaming into the industry. That they have, it wasn't just like a niche, something that nerds play. After that, we definitely shifted into the emergence of the internet and how basically most games shifted online and became this subscription-based with downloadable content and DLCs. And just a couple milestones here. Ultima Online was the first massively multiplayer online game, basically, which was 3D as well, and that launched in '95. And basically, the next milestone was kind of like in '97, where esports, which is electronic sports, kicked off as well into the mainstream, meaning that before that, esports was kind of like a niche group of people just playing against each other. But that's where prize monies and sponsors basically got into the field, and that's where basically the whole thing exploded, and it's basically became a new profession, being a pro player in the gaming industry. And if we move forward, basically all the online games kind of like expanded and kind of like reached the pinnacle of subscriptions, and that was in 2008 with World of Warcraft, which had 12 million monthly subscriptions, which I don't think they could ever replicate again because they kind of like fall off after that. And another milestone was in 2005, where the first microtransaction in games basically appeared. Microtransactions basically in the game is that for online games you could buy these extra cosmetic items like armor or other kind of items, and they cost like a fraction of money. For example, that horse armor was I think $3 back in the day, and people didn't take this too seriously. It was like really niche, and there was a huge pushback first, but it became basically the base for free-to-play games, meaning that, or freemium games, meaning that you can download the game for free, but if you want to buy any extra stuff, you have to basically pay for it. Mostly cosmetic items or other boosts, basically. And another recent milestone was Fortnite, basically in 2018, which reached $2.8 billion annual revenue, and that was by being a free-to-play game. So you can download Fortnite for free, but if you want to buy any kind of cosmetic items, you have to pay for it. And basically, they generated that $2.8 billion from just those cosmetic or virtual items, basically. All right, this is just a bit of a guesswork. So there are a couple of items, virtual items here from different kind of games. And you want to guess how much this one was sold for on the open market? Oops, sorry. Anyone? Just give me a number. 5,000? All right. So this one was actually only sold for, oops, oh no, I can't type in this, for $3,800 the open market. And the funny thing was that after this one sold, Diablo 3 closed off their open marketplace, their fiat marketplace, and the item became non-tradable, so the value kind of got lost as well. All right, what about the next item? What do you guys think? This one was 20,000? All right, so this is a purely cosmetic items that you can buy in Dota 2, meaning it doesn't increases your any kind of level, it doesn't make the game easier, it's purely cosmetic. It was sold for $38,000 3 years ago. All right, next one, what do you guys think? $10,000? So this is a super rare skin in Counter-Strike's global expensive. I think there is only 4 is in circulation, and the last one was sold last year for $150,000. No, it's purely cosmetic. So the gun doesn't make more damage or anything. It makes the same damage. It's purely cosmetic. Yeah. All right. Oh, I still have those images on this side. Anyway, so I want to talk about a little bit about the old ways and the new ways of how ownership of digital goods changing. So, and by the way, the funny thing is, none of these items are actually owned by the customer. None of them. It's owned by the company. So even though you paid $150,000, the developers of Counter-Strike can close the game tomorrow, and the item is gone forever, basically. So actually, that was the biggest problem that people faced with the ownership of digital goods. That in the current system, without blockchain, it's basically just a license agreement between the customer and the developer, sorry, between the player and the developer, which is not transferable. And if the game stops, then the item is lost forever, basically. And this kind of like emerged gray markets where people were selling their accounts or even in-game items illegally. And what happened is basically just give room exploitations to scammers, hackers, and it's a big exposure to players as well. What helps, where blockchain comes in basically is that blockchain gives true ownership of digital goods to players, meaning that because we can keep all the metadata information on an NFT or a token straight on the blockchain, you can transfer this to the player basically. And because all the transactions and everything is on the blockchain, it's the owner is like, it's really hard to basically copy, or you can't even copy it basically. So the owner is, as soon as you transfer it over, it's the player becomes the owner of the digital asset. And basically this helps and grants property rights to the customers or the players. Yeah. All right. So what can an NFT be in a game? So it can be a lot of things. It can be a playable character, can be a currency, which is a non-NFT, mostly a native token on the chain. Can be an item, or it can be a whole level as well. So you can sell, like instead of selling DLCs, which is downloadable contents to games, you can basically transfer the whole DLC into an NFT and give it to the customers as an NFT or like an in-game object. So basically, what NFTs help and how revolutionize the games is developers can set up rules for trading, fees, and taxations within a game economy, and developers and players incentivize more likely to be aligned to create a larger possible economy as well. Because that's one of the biggest problems with games is that you can set up a game economy, but if there isn't enough players or the rules or the fees don't support a bigger economy, the whole thing basically collapses. And basically developers can set up macroeconomic tools as well to encourage investment into the economy, and you can set up rates for like inflations or rewards for players for actions as well. For example, you can have a native token, and if someone successfully completes a mission, you can reward them with tokens or NFTs, basically. Alright. And the next part is basically all about tokenomics. So developers can hold a reserve of assets, basically, to grow the value together with the players of the economy. And later on, you can obviously games usually call these treasuries, and later, like, there can be like a set of releases from these reserved assets back into the game to help like reboost the economy, or yeah, to reboost the economy. Sorry. And the next part is that developers and gamers can work together to create so the blockchain governance allows players and developers to work together and help share the voice of direction of games and in-game institutions. And games can incorporate government mechanisms that allow players to vote or influence decisions in games. All right, just basically how the base model looks on a blockchain game is, obviously we have the blockchain, and the blockchain connects to a wallet, and mostly through APIs or smart contracts. And the wallet obviously connects into the game engine through an API, and through that API you can move your NFTs and native tokens into the game. And if you run any kind of smart contracts, you don't have to, basically, you can just purely build the blockchain game just on pushing NFTs into the game and make them playable models. But if you want to run any kind of smart contracts, you need another API to the blockchain to communicate with all the blockchain transactions. And what helps here is that player and developers' interests are basically aligned. So you can set up peer-to-peer marketplaces where the transfer is trustless. So developers basically can't interfere with any kind of player actions. The value is created for the players because of true ownership, and the asset provenance eliminates the needs of trust as well, because of the history and the authenticity and the ownership status of the asset. And obviously we have smart contracts which you can set up like so many things in games, mostly that manages the reward system in games, so what people would be rewarded for, like defeating other players or completing successful missions as well. And it could revolutionize how we look at in-game economies. So why Cardano over other chains? To be honest, this is obviously a really fluid question. So like there are like a lot of advantages and disadvantages on both sides. But I think the main three ones as a game developer that you would look at is the smart contracts. So obviously you can have scriptable transactions and set up different kind of contracts that helps building game economies. This could be for I think a really good example is X Infinity on the Binance chain, which has this breeding contract, meaning that you can breed two NFTs together and create a third NFT, and the whole thing is managed by a smart contract. So you're basically creating new, like players can create new NFTs without the help of the developer. So you can create actually new game assets without the interference of the game developers. Yeah. And the biggest thing on Cardano, I think, as a game developer, is the Babel fees. I don't know if anyone heard about the Babel fees on Cardano. It basically allows customers or players or to pay transaction fees in their native token as well. For example, if Skye or Dylan has a game in with the Algae token, and it's like a farming game where you can farm Algae, all the transaction fees could be paid with just the Algae token, so you don't even have to bring in ADA. And because of this, the next, I think, really good advantages for Cardano is the native tokens. Like for example, I don't know if you know Ethereum, but there are like heaps of ERC20, ERC271, so a lot of token architecture that you have to use, while Cardano is basically everything is on native, and it just removes that whole complexity of the chains or the extra stuff that you have to do with the other architectures. Just to glimpse on play to earn and metaverse. So a lot of people think that metaverse is a big thing, but actually it has a pretty long track record. So if you ever played Second Life or VR Chat, if you ever want to experience metaverse, you can already, and it's been there for decades now as well. The biggest problem is, I think, that the newer projects are trying to merge play to earn and metaverse. They kind of like forcing it on the gamers, and play to earn is kind of like a bad core concept for a game, because you want to build a game for the gamers and not for the gamers to make money of it. Because as soon as something is play to earn as a game, it ceases to as a game and becomes work basically after that, because you have to kind of like grind, and it's basically a job after that. Yeah. And the other problem is that a lot of people who are building metaverses, I think, and play to earn games forget about the fact that you need a critical mass of players. You can build the best game in the world, but only 20 people are playing it. The economy is not going to be there to any kind of play to earn mechanisms or metaverse applications. And I think what's going to happen in the future is the surge of crypto wallets, and not just one. I think everyone, I think a lot of people at the moment have like one wallet, but I think that's going to change. That people are going to have wallets for different kind of occasions. For example, if you want to have a game, you're going to have a gaming wallet. If you want to, I don't know, you're going to have like a wallet for like your NFT collections that are like art, and I think, and obviously you're going to have like a hard wallet where you're going to store your main assets basically. And I think Cardano is really good for this, because it allows you to have multiple wallets, and if you want to move assets between these wallets, the transaction fees at the moment are really small. While if you want to do the same thing on Ethereum, the transaction fees are much higher. And I think the next thing that's probably going to happen in the future is that virtual marketplaces and real life marketplaces kind of like merge together, and they're going to be marketplaces where you can buy digital goods and physical goods at the same time as well, maybe with the same branding as the game and the ecosystem that's built on. And I think that was my last slide. Yeah, so any questions?
Here we've got 4 minutes for questions, so we can slot a couple in.
So with like when the game developers have hold of the assets and it's not on the blockchain, and they say they put the like marketplaces down, and it means that assets are not worth anything anymore because the game's not operating anymore. Even if you had hold of them assets still, just because it was blockchain technology and the game stopped working, it would still render those assets like unvaluable because of the game not working? Or is there a smart contract thing that they could implement to make the assets even worth something, even if the game wasn't working still?
This is a really good question. It raises a couple of legal stuff as well. So for example, if you do a game on like for example, you do a card game, and once it's like has its lifetime and you like the game stops working, and obviously you maybe sold NFTs to like 1,000 people, and 10,000 people are using it. Are those 1,000 people allowed to create a new game with the same NFT or not? And technically, because people own the NFTs on the chain, it should be possible to do another game with the same NFTs as well. So I think, but I think it kind of like raises some legal issues on mostly on the artwork and maybe even the game concept as well, like who owns those kind of stuff. So it's kind of like fluid at the moment, yeah. But actually, technically, you could create a new game with the same NFTs. That's up, like. The community could build it if they like. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly.
Can
Oh, sorry.
Can current games like Fortnite or CS:GO integrate NFTs, or would they have to build a whole new system?
Absolutely, they can. Yeah. Oh, the current game engines, all of them allow game assets to bring in as NFTs as well. For example, Ethereum already has an SDK that you can just download for example, the Unity game engine, and without maybe like if you're a game developer, it's like a week's work, and you can just immediately bring in NFTs into your game. We are working on something similar as well. Yeah, but you can absolutely bring in, yeah. And the good thing is that the NFTs doesn't have to look exactly like the same in a game. Like for example, if you have, I don't know, like Bored Apes NFTs or like Chilled Kongs if you want to go for the Cardano ones. Just because the NFT looks like that on the chain, they don't have to look exactly. You can have like a 3D render of the same thing, but you can still connect the two things together. Yeah, you can use, for example, the 2D asset as an avatar or something like that. The same game. Yeah.
Hello. And your note about the merging of virtual and actual market really sounds really exciting. So I imagine that is not only for virtual or physical goods to be sold on the platform, but also the exchange and trading between them.
Exactly.
For example, an artist can earn token for sell a digital art to maybe an organic green shop, and then he can go there somehow to redeem that token and get a bag of organic green.
Yes,
Will that
exactly.
happen one day?
Yeah, you could also say that, for example, you do T-shirt art, and you can sell the physical T-shirts in the obviously on the physical marketplace, and the virtual T-shirts for virtual characters in the game as well, or in the ecosystem. Yeah. So one more. I'm running out of time.
So I have a question, like how much time it will take to embed this infrastructure in the mobile application?
Sorry, what was that again?
How much time it will take for this infrastructure to be embedded into the mobile applications?
This is a really good question. So the problem with the Cardano ecosystem is at the moment, because the smart contracts came out like a year ago, and even for Ethereum, it took a couple of years for the smart contract to be like fluid enough to easily integrate it into like third-party stuff like game engines. For Cardano, you basically have to build everything from scratch at the moment, which we are doing as well. Even though there are a couple of initiatives and catalyst funds that trying to like create SDKs and APIs to make the work easier, but I can't give you a time frame at the moment for that one. It's probably gonna take a while. Yeah.
That's it. Excellent. Thanks, Attila. Okay, coming up now, we've got a panel on NFTs, which I believe Dave's going to host, hopefully. So I'll hand over to Dave to introduce our panellists.
Thank you.
Please make sure you talk into the mics.
Yeah. Throw out 2 mics there. I'll just use the mic.
Testing.
Is there an extra mic?
No, I'm joking.
Sure. I was expecting to be able to sit down. I feel like I'm like a game show host now and be asking some questions. Come on down. So listen, folks, I think it's probably best if we just take a moment to, where's Charles' seat? Let's grab one from him. Yeah, we'll grab you a chair back there. Yeah, no worries. So I think obviously Charles and myself and Attila have already been introduced by virtue of our presentation. So I think for the rest of the folks, maybe just take a minute to introduce yourself and tell us what you do and what your role in the NFT universe is. Please.
Sure, then I'll start. So my name is Cory.
I got into Cardano a few years ago through. Actually, I got first into NFTs through. I joined the space through art, and after I merged to Cardano, and I've been helping artists to build their projects on Cardano. At the moment, I work with a tattoo artist and a music artist to launch their NFTs. So.
Hi, I'm Molly. I'm Tinkerbell, one half of the Crypto Fairies. We have an NFT project on Cardano called Fairy Friends. We're a bit of an altruistic vision trying to bring kindness to the blockchain, sort of more of a wellness focused brand. And we're just trying to make a bit more kind and positivity in the Web3 place for building the next industry.
And I'm the fairy godmother, the other half of the business. So what we're trying to do, like Molly said, is to bring a bit of fun and a bit of lightheartedness. I've worked in finance, old finance, for over, well, say a year because I'm 21, but 20 years. So I understand the finance industry very well. And my daughter was really bullied at school, really badly, because she was 40 kilos overweight. And the way we see people online and the way we interact, we all have to be kind to each other. So I'm not a developer. I don't know how to make a game, but I know how to be a good human. So that's what I...
Yeah.
Jason, you go next.
Hi, I'm Jason. So been working 3 weeks at JPEG. Don't ask me any questions about that just yet. But I've been working in blockchain, mostly on Ethereum, for 4 or 5 years. I have a 3D studio, which is other half of what I do at nighttime, basically. So I've been working what Attila was talking about, Decentraland, Sandbox, and came over to Cardano about a year ago because we wanted to do an NFT project for fun. So we actually ended up doing pixel art, even though we were a 3D art studio. And it just got out of hand, mostly because of this guy here. That's why we didn't rug. So we're still here now. So yeah, I've been in the space, mostly Ethereum, Cardano the last year, and now JPEG.
Excellent, yeah. Here. So look, I'd like to, there's a whole bunch of stuff that we can discuss. No, Charles, okay, but please, go ahead, yeah.
I was just going to say that I'm trying to bring generative art to Cardano.
Yeah.
That's my goal.
Cheers. I missed him because he already had a presentation, so. Look, there's a lot of things that we can talk about, obviously. One of the themes that have come out of a couple of the presentations has been gaming, obviously, and we saw some of the numbers from Attila's presentation. It just dwarfs the other aspects of the media industry, music and film, by multiples, right? It's 5 or 6 times bigger than the film industry. And so I guess gaming is an interesting space, and I think everybody has some comments and thoughts about gaming. I did have one question, actually. You mentioned, with respect, this is for Attila directly, with Unity, that there's an SDK for Ethereum that they can actually use to import digital assets into Ethereum. Did you say that is being developed for Cardano?
Yes, we are working on it as well. So what we can do at the moment, the Ethereum one can not just bring in NFTs and native tokens into the system, but you can actually run smart contracts as well on the Ethereum virtual machine, and the whole thing basically synchronizes between the game engine and the virtual machine. For Cardano at the moment, at least for us, what we can do, and we are happy to demo this one like after the panel as well, or maybe in the afternoon, is that we can actually bring in NFTs into the Unity engine, and we basically built an NFT explorer within the Unity engine. So how it works is you can filter down by policy IDs, and you can basically browse through collections as well, and you can attach them to any kind of game object as well. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. And I have just one more question, and I really want to open this up
Sorry.
to the conversation. Not for you, no. One down. Actually for Jason, yeah. You said you moved from Ethereum, and as you were starting an NFT project, you decided to do that on Cardano. Why?
From working in that space, like we were contributing art to the Sandbox and Decentraland, gas fees, how expensive it was, the assets were ridiculous in terms of pricing and that. And we work with a lot of indie game dev studios. They would be spending $50,000 to buy some land to develop a game. So the reason we come to Cardano, like low fees, obviously, the decentralization aspects, and also it wasn't a crowded marketplace. So our project originally was a charity-based project as well. But yeah, everyone wanted utility after that, so we stuck around and ended up, because we work as a game studio as well, working with Attila as well. But yeah. But yeah, definitely the low fees, all that sort of stuff bring us here. We've seen bankrupt game dev studios from buying land in the metaverse before they've even shipped their game and made nothing.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, and folks, feel free to just weigh in if you have anything to comment. Right, just throw your hands up. So, look, all of us have different projects or different engagements with the Cardano ecosystem. And what do you see as sort of the obstacles? Or what obviously people move to Cardano for lots of reasons. Some of them economic, some of them just in terms of the community and the spirit and the culture of Cardano. What sort of barriers are you seeing to onboarding new artists or new project developers into Cardano, and what can we do better in terms of developing tools, etc.?
I think it's a lot to do with developer tools from my perspective, like working with game studios and that. Like, been working with Attila, I guess, the last 3-4 months. He already had a game developed, and obviously I think we were introduced through Scott, maybe, that they were doing some stuff in the space. Scott knew we were a 3D studio, did game dev as well, and we know there's a lot more accessible tools in Ethereum. Like, we could do a lot of the stuff quite quickly, you know, in a couple of weeks, versus it's taken us months now. So I think those tools, open source, they need to be out there and more well established, and you know, and that's what Attila and other people are working towards. So developer adoption, I think, is the big one that's we've got to raise that bar.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is that even though we have to build everything from scratch at the moment, like if you reach out to the communities, everyone is like super helpful, and I think it's a big plus for the Cardano community.
Yeah. Well, let's ask the fairs there in terms of community, because that's really where you guys sit with your socials and community and that sort of engagement and stuff. What could be done better?
I just been getting the word out to the community as well, like the younger people. I have a 16-year-old son, and we talk about Discord. I am so good at Discord now because the kids, they commute, they interact with each other through Discord, through phone calls. It's not just gaming. And Discord was such a thing to myself that was so hard to navigate. But now my son, who's 16, doesn't like our fairies because he's a boy. But 90% of our holders are men. So I just think that if we get the word out there and let the kids know that these things, the future generations are out there for them. We even have a little girl who's 13. We don't want to bring her name or anything. She has so many apps and she's so amazing at art. She doesn't know this exists. So we have to get this out to the people. So that would be my word, because we all know what ETH is and it's out there. Big people need to know that there is other blockchains, but everybody matters. That's all.
Yeah. You talked about bringing your son into, or working with him in the space. How do we get mom into blockchain?
Yeah, well, so I just think that we kind of approach it in like a layman's terms response. So it's like, obviously we have a wide vocabulary that we use in the Web3 space that isn't really able to be brought across to, say, your neighbours. Like I said to my neighbour the other day, rug pull, and he looked at me like I was like a walnut. Like, so it's basically changing it into layman's terms and explaining it to people and the older generation in ways that they can understand too, without all the jargon in between. Because if you explain it to them in something that they've had in real life in the past, and then sort of like take it and readapt it to what we're doing with Web3, they seem to understand it a little bit more, but you lose people as soon as you start saying rug pull, smart contract, audit, back end. I said to mum once, you don't know what the McDonald's payment system is when I use the McDonald's app. Like, I don't have to explain that to you. So in the future, this explaining might not need to happen. So if we can get like a really, really like small snippet to be able to explain to people instead of using all the jargon and stuff, I feel like that really enables like the older generation to understand it, and using their metaphors to be able to compare the two as well just helps me so much. Yeah, that's right.
They say that technology is adopted when it disappears, right?
Yeah,
you don't even know it's there. It's kind of when it starts to get adoption. So look, I really want to I love, when we're talking, Charles, about sort of the imagination. What can we do with the capabilities in terms of the way that Cardano has native assets and all of these different things, and the composability that you've described with your work. And let's think about that, obviously, with respect to your on-chain generative art, but like, what does that mean for gaming? What does that mean for social engagement? What does that mean for media industries and creative industries generally? But
that's a really big question.
It's a big question, yeah. So one of the things that we talked about is music, right? And we talked
Sure.
about your art, we talked about music, and we talked about, obviously you talked about your composability. Like,
Hmm.
what other ideas do you have that are really exciting?
Well, one possibility that sits within that is, for example, a music artist to be able to come to someone like Block Generation or someone else, being able to choose a visual experience that goes along with their music and be able to mint that as one connected thing.
Yeah.
Which is something else that we're looking at.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is so many possibilities. It's kind of hard to nail that question down a little bit.
You talked about the ability for one NFT to reference other NFTs,
Sure.
right? And to therefore have some composability when you bring them all together in a certain display. Could you do the same thing with music? Could you actually have tracks, essentially, that are then composable?
Yeah, it's really all down to the infrastructure that actually allows those to be composed. In order for that to work, there has to be standards in place. So the things have to be in particular standards so that they can be composed. So, and we are rapidly seeing all of these standards gradually emerge. So it really comes down to infrastructure. We are a rapidly advancing blockchain, and these infrastructures are growing, but it's taking time because of the way that Cardano is. It's almost like it has to be done properly.
Yeah.
There is no shortcut. Basically, it's just lots and lots of dev, and of lots of people. And the Cardano community has just demonstrated to me that that's the community where it's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cory, just coming to you, and then what I'd like you to do, everyone, is to think about questions for each other in the panel, right? I don't want this just to be binary here. Let's actually open this up. So you're all sitting here, you've seen each other speak and heard what you're working on. So think about questions for each other. Tell us about your experience bringing in new artists into the ecosystem. What are the opportunities? What do they get excited about? What are they scared about? What does that look like?
So from my experience, I launched my project like in August, starting to do like more like artist management, and there's a big part obviously on educating people on blockchain crypto first. So when you talk about NFT to an artist who doesn't know about crypto, usually he heard about it, but then you have to bring some value to him and something he can relate to, and one of the most important parts for that is bring the subject of royalties and how they can be implemented if obviously the marketplaces play the game or on chain, but that's something that speaks to artists generally, and when they understand the possibilities of a lifetime royalty over time, usually they start to click on it a bit. Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else experience there? I mean, in terms of being a new artist or working with artists or communicating with artists, what is that experience like?
So I'm an artist, and I've had a few communications with other artists, but just my introduction into the space was like basically because of like a lot of etymology. I'm like a linguist. I love studying words, and contract, the prefix of contract is con. So normally as an artist, you get conned into having your art somewhere and not getting the right remuneration for your art. So that's why the blockchain spoke to me, because it's not someone else holding your artwork or your story or your intellectual property. It's you're a holder of that, and then you can sell that on. So when I first entered the industry, it was an artist that worked for Nike, a 3D artist called Chad Knight, and no one knew who he was because he worked for Nike. So he developed 3D like Nike shoes for Nike, but no one knew who he was. And then he started releasing NFTs because he was an amazing 3D artist, and everyone knew Chad Knight's name. Like, well, everyone in my little circle knew Chad Knight's name. So it really gave him his platform. He wasn't Nike anymore, he was Chad Knight. And that really enthralled me, because it was like giving power back to the people, not the company. And that was why probably all of us entered Web3, to get that back on our own onus and not giving our like keys to someone else or our everything to somebody else. So that was like, for an artist, for me, that was like the main pull for the industry. Yeah.
And the way I done it is because the world has changed so much. You have to get on TikTok, you have to get on Instagram to be able to promote anything nowadays. You have to make a funny dance, or how do you get it out in the world? So I used to say to Molly, your art is amazing, how can we promote it? So this was our way of promoting it. So I'm the one who does most of the socials along with my sister who's in London. So I just see the way to bring NFTs is, like we've said before, it's just old and new. Just bring it all together in a way, and that's why we are together. How to get your mum to buy an NFT. Yeah. If I can do it, anyone can.
Yeah, awesome. Look, I'm going to open it up to the audience for some questions, but you mentioned Nike, and Nike recently announced this project, right, with the shoes, and that's really interesting. And what they're allowing you to do is to come in and collaborate on designing different Nike products and giving you the tools to do so, and then potentially, I imagine, the opportunity to own those as NFTs or create your own collections. And I can imagine a situation where you have a handful of those product designers, essentially, that are really successful, and Nike will probably put some of those into production, right? And they'll start putting those into the real world. So we're sort of going from sort of almost crowdsourcing design for Nike. It's a pretty clever way to engage with NFTs. So audience, I want you to go ahead and come up with some questions for any of the panelists.
Yeah, sure. So the question of artist royalties or royalties just came up, and obviously it's been pretty tumultuous in the last month or so in relation to royalties rather. We saw what occurred with Magic Eden and massive exodus from Solana on the back of that. It was really good for our community, which is a great thing. But I just wanted to ask the panelists, and maybe in particular Jason, what his stance was in relation to royalties and where you saw that going. I know that JPEG Store particularly has, there's been a bit of toing and froing and listening to the community as well, which I think is a really good thing. But getting an understanding, from you guys, what you think about royalties. Do they belong? Should they be there? Should we be, erring on the side of caution? That's the question.
Yeah. So would you mind passing the mic to Jason? So unofficially, Jason, what's your response to that?
I'll answer it from an artist point of view, first of all, so running a studio and that. So we've been selling assets, for the last 15 years through digital marketplaces, Web 2 marketplaces. A lot of them would take, 70-30 split. It was still good. We never complained about that for many years. Now we've got these new exchanges, obviously with Web 3 and that, we can sell the same type of assets if we did choose to, if there was a 3D marketplace. And the percentage cuts are tiny. So obviously, the marketplace has taken a tiny amount. So royalties, would protect that for us if we were doing single-use assets, whereas our assets in the past were multiple, fungible, I guess, in a way. But I mean, so I think royalties are useful for some artists in some respect, but for the fungible stuff we were selling, didn't really matter. But when we come to, I guess, NFTs or maybe one-of-one artworks, I think it is. Like, the artist is putting that in, especially with one-of-ones. So I'm not talking the one-of-ones in a 10,000 collection and there's 10 NFTs, just to be clear. I think that's critical. But I think, JPEG's stance on that, they definitely wanted to protect that. They swung into action. This is, I don't want to go too much into it, I've only been 3 weeks. But then the community spoke up. So they're listening, holding back. The technology is already there to put it in, but they want to work on, putting in the new CIP standards to enforce royalties so no one can do it on Cardano and circumvent it. So, so I think they're playing a good line, listening to the community, and they do want to protect that revenue stream for artists.
Any other questions from the audience? Yeah.
Hello. Hey, Kate and Molly, I'm in total resonance with you with removing the jargons and really get it really accessible to everyone. I think probably I talked to Annalise during the break. She told me Cardano comes from background of non-profit funding for research. So I know I did academics, so I know how I've been harming my communication with a lot of jargons and long sentence. And that's totally the way to go. And also the kindness into the technology. I think the real alchemy always comes from the marriage, the alchemy of technology, art, humanity, innovating all together. So just appreciate what you shared with here. Actually, I have a general question to Cardano. Like, how could a blockchain technology innovation like this do the heavy lift to accelerate the innovation of other sectors such as healthcare that really ripe for disruption and decentralization innovation? Thank you.
Does anybody want to take that?
I'll take a gander at it. I think it's marketing mostly, and this is where like it's kind of like a good and a bad thing that we have Charles Hoskinson, because he's I think doing an excellent marketing, but he's also taking all the slack as well. So I think more people can actually step up on this and like make Cardano more popular. I think for like in the general industries as well.
I'd suggest that marketing is part of it, but it's probably more business development, right? Because the tools are there, and marketing we're going to fight against so much noise, I would say. I mean, speaking specifically of Cardano, there's so much noise there. It's really more about those business development collaborations that you can bring to sort of do proof of concepts and roll that out in specific projects, right? So if Cardano were to find a world famous shoe company to collaborate with, boom, that's a lot more powerful than trying to fight the noise, I would say, in across marketing channels. So, one more, yeah.
Yeah, I had a question. It's a bit related to the previous presentation from Attila as well with NFTs. So I'm learning about Cardano. I'm starting with Cardano, and one of the things that excites me the most about these type of technologies is the potential that decentralization has to correct things that in society may not be working very well. So banking is, for instance, one of the things. But for instance, when in the previous presentation, when you said that one of these items, purely cosmetic items, costed $150,000 for you as yourself is, if that's, I don't know, the best way of using $150,000 as a society.
Yeah.
So my question is like for you or for anyone to share your thoughts of what can Cardano or these type of technologies do to, I don't know, what's the role of making any change this or just turning this into NFTs? What are your thoughts about this, about using, I don't know, these resources in the best possible way for society?
Financial literacy, really, isn't it? Because if you spend $150,000 on a digital asset and you don't have the money to do it, really, that's what we can teach everyone. You don't bet what you can't afford. So financial literacy is where it has to start, really. If you're buying a $150,000 gun,
Mike.
Oh, sorry.
If you're buying a $150,000 gun and you don't have $150,000 or you only have $160,000, you're not financially literate. So that's where it has to start for me anyway, because like when you opened up and you said there's a different way that we could spend $150,000, like Elon said on Twitter the other day, I think he was spending $24 million a year feeding the Twitter staff, and it could have paid the groceries of the whole of the USA for the year. So there is better ways to use money, and I think that starts with financial literacy and psychology as well, to know that you're getting FOMO or not, because fear of missing out is real. Sorry, Attila.
That's okay. The other thing I want to say is that I don't think we can ever change the people's perceived value. So if someone thinks that that gun is worth $150,000, you're not going to change it. I think it's what blockchain is going to change, is that instead of like one centralized source that's going to get all the revenue from these kind of digital assets, is going to be more shared, because more people are going to be flipping NFTs and all this kind of stuff. So I think the revenue from all these selling virtual goods are going to be more covered, instead of just like individual companies or individual sources getting all the revenue in. I think it's going to be a much wider target.
Yeah, when I saw that, I wondered, is that just an individual famous gamer sort of flexing with that piece?
Yeah, it's usually
or
that.
was he
yeah.
sponsored, right? And was that sponsorship part of that? And then they get to announce that they bought this ridiculously expensive, and they get all the media that sort of spins off of that. But to your question, I think it's not so much about value, but about values, right? And I think the spirit of these sorts of communities, certainly the Cardano community, is really about those values, right? Let's be deliberate. Let's design this thing good. Let's make it, you know, an honest sort of platform. And so really it's a values-driven, you know, question, I would say. I think we're pretty close on time. We've got three minutes left. There's one more question in the back end.
Yeah, the question's for Attila, but before I get to that, I just want to say thanks to Kate, Molly, for your intention and your empathy towards people. I mean, I think one of the things that really resonates with people that are outside of this industry is the language. So 100% agree with you. There has to be a different type of conversation with a different type of language that just doesn't make people feel alienated. So thank you. Attila, the question's a technical one. When you're talking about dev tools that you're building, are you building them with Haskell or?
At the moment is top level. So we basically, our source at the moment is the Cardano serialization library, which I think most people use. It's basically it helps with the wallet connection to like third-party sources, basically. So you can connect it to like websites. I think Pete is a better because I'm not the technical on this side, but yeah, it's.
We can talk about it after.
Yeah, I think it's easier. Yeah, and we can. The thing is, well, me and Jason, we're gonna set up a bit of a demo as well, so you guys can see how it works. Yeah.
Great. Excellent.
Sorry, one more question.
Last question. Yeah. Thank you.
Just wondering, what's some of the unique utilities that you have heard or maybe are doing with NFTs besides just the generic like ones?
Unique applications of NFTs. Yeah.
Like in gaming or in general.
Generally. Yeah. Let me just actually ask a question of Charles on that. So when I saw the way that you can do mathematical, basically the code inside of those pieces is unique, right? And that's a unique set of code. Could that be used as a part of a digital identity? Because if they are unique and it is a piece of code and it can be referenced back and it has all the progeny of the blockchain.
Like a fingerprint?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's one of one, can I only own that and tie that to part of my digital identity?
Yeah, I guess you could.
Yeah.
I really like the idea of the auth token as well, because like that takes a lot of time out of it, because even just as an NFT project creator myself, like obviously there's blockchain that I have, or marketplaces that I have to get verified on, and that takes a lot longer sometimes.
Like it takes a lot longer, and then if you had an authorization token and I could just log on to a marketplace, it automatically recognized that I was the policy ID owner, it was my wallet, I was the authorized holder of it. It would just take so much time out of the thing, and especially for people at the JPEG store who have to go through and like manually verify them sometimes. So yeah, that
It's a
idea
built-in
for me
trust
was just
signal,
like that
isn't it?
utility for me, because it's like, well, I am the policy ID holder, like how do I prove that to anyone? But I can prove it with an auth NFT, so that does make, it's great,
Oh, sorry. I don't know why I'm not
I guess that's a technology that we should bring to everybody at some point. Right now, it's just part of the block generation platform, but yeah, I can see the value in using the blockchain like that. Yeah,
Excellent.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thanks very much to our panelists here, folks, and good conversation.
Excellent. Thanks, panelists. And it's great that we've got Cory up the front, because Cory's now going to give us a presentation and actually go through the wonderful business that he's currently established, which is actually helping artists and onboard artists to actually use Cardano, create NFTs, etc. Yeah, you speak into that.
So yours was Web 3?
Yeah, so effectively Cory's onboarding artists, actually using education, as he said, is key, actually getting people aware of the Cardano environment and facilitating artists to actually generate revenue using Cardano. On that note, I'll pass over to Cory.
What's happened to you?
Just go. Just go. Right.
Loading. So hi everyone. Thanks for welcoming me, and I would like to say a big thank you to all the organizers and all the people who are here. It's good to finally put names on faces. So today I'm going to present that's not the one. 1 second. Sorry, guys. So today I'm going to present you my project, which is R2Web3. I will quickly do an introduction on NFTs and Web3 as well for people who are not familiar with NFTs. So a bit of my background. I did a master's degrees in economy and decided to move to Australia 4 years ago. I've been here since, stuck with COVID, got into crypto, NFTs, first investing, collecting as an artist, and I really fell in love with the Cardano community and the values, and decided to help artists to build their project. Firstly, with a tattoo artist that I know called Monroe, and secondly with music artists that I'll show you. So the idea of R2Web3 is basically a consulting service to educate people and help people who are not familiar with Web3 to jump into the ecosystem and reach a new market. So like I said, a big part on educating people. My goal is to go and meet physical people and introduce them to what is possible. So going through galleries and meeting artists. So like I said, this space can be quite overwhelming at first when you arrive, where to start. So it's really helping those people get familiar with. So I've been working on like guides, really simplistic guides to help people step by step go into the space, how to digitize their art, what is royalties, what is minting, etc. Really basic stuff. So overall, the Cardano NFTs, I want to bring a bit of data. So the overall volume, about 500 million ADA since the creation of NFTs on Cardano, more than 2 million trades, 1.6 NFT million sold, 15 marketplaces. Obviously, some of them have 95% of the market share. More than 6 million NFT minted, 7,000 project verified. So Cardano NFTs benefits. Does Cardano have NFTs, by the way? Benefit and difference with other chains. So we already talked about that, but the main thing is decentralization, security. The UTXO makes it really secure as well. The ease of use, the scalability on long term, the royalties, the process of being peer reviewed, the verification and audits that projects are implementing, and obviously the community is one of a kind, and low fees compared to other blockchain who might in some case have better NFT volumes and more trading, etc., but are going to be more centralized, maybe a bit faster in some cases, but not totally secure. So that's why we chose Cardano, and we'll pretty much exclusively launch artists on Cardano. So for those who are not familiar with, I just want to go through quickly. So how easy it is to buy an NFT. And the first step would be to create a wallet on exchange. Obviously, please have a light wallet or hard wallet to store it afterwards. You would have to download. There's multiple wallets at the moment on Cardano. I personally use mostly Eternal and Nami, Daedalus. There's Lace coming soon, so for those who are not familiar, you have a wide range of wallets you can choose, and some are mobile friendly. So you can see you just have to, once you created your Light wallet and you bought your crypto, you just send your ADA from the exchange to your Light wallet. And once you have your Light wallet, you can pretty much connect to a marketplace. Here you have a JPEG, and you can go buy a pixel, for example. So it's really easy, but we need to educate people and see what's possible. So the Cardano NFTs marketplaces. So JPEG Store has 93% of the share at the moment. You have other ones like Pixel.org, Spacebot, CNFT, Artano, Epoch. There's a few missing. There's Token as well, who was doing bundle sales, so you can actually sell 10 NFT at the time. JPEG Store installed it quite recently. So you also have a few recognized platforms for minting. NFT Maker, which is one of the largest ones. Recently, Ada Anvil in Cash. Cash is the CEO, for those who know him, who does custom minting and is quite good. JPEG is creating, you can mint as well, Token, Artano, Buffybot, CardaHub, and you don't have to go through a platform. You can also just talk to developers and do custom vending machines for easy. That's easy as well. So minting, for example, an NFT, you go on NFT Maker. They actually, what they bring to the space is really good actually, because they lower the barrier of entry, and they're trying to make it as easy as possible for people to get familiar with NFTs. And I think they're working on implementing payment by card, for example, instead of like having to download two wallets, one in exchange, one on a Light wallet. Maybe they're working on ways to purchase NFT with cards. I don't know how they're gonna, on the technical side, how it's gonna be, but things like that are gonna help to for the mass adoption. So my goal is to bring more artists to Cardano, and we are onboarding. So if you don't follow us, please join. We just launched, so we're pretty new in the space. I wanted to talk about also the global market overview and how Jefferies Group sees the NFT marketplace reaching more than 80 billion in value by 2025. And the bank raised its market cap forecast to over 35 billion in 2022. I think we reached 40 NFTs reached about 40 billion in 2021. So I guess it'll be more. You had a few peaks, obviously, with approximately 37 billion sent to NFT marketplace in 2022 as of May 1st, putting them on the pace to beat the global of 40 billion sent in 2021. You had a peak of volume in NFT in February, which was almost 4 billion in 1 week traded. And we're talking multi-chain, we're not talking just Cardano, and as low as 900 million in the week of March, followed the crash. So the service we propose is pretty much educating client to the space, personal consultation, in-person or online, helping set up obviously accounts, learn how to digitize their art, build projects in communities, Discords, learn how to use marketplace, help to set up royalties properly, and optimize sales and generate new incomes for those artists. There's no restriction for the type of artist. It's any type of artist, can be music, painters, graphic designers, sculpture, models, photo, video. There's pretty much, we can do pretty much anything. So the partners So I recently joined the NFT maker agency to onboard more artists. So we use actually their minting services and their tech on the tech side. For the other projects, Monroe, which is a tattoo oriented NFT, and Parker, which is a young Gold Coast artist. He's 16 years old. And I'm also an ambassador for Genius Shield alongside Duncan and Pete. So hi guys. And it's been good to seeing DeFi as well, linking with NFTs. So I'll do a quick talk on Genius Shield and what they're implementing with their NFT and their gen staking program. So they're launching a DEX with smart swap, concentrated liquidity, smart order routers, smart liquidity vaults, which basically you can do yield farming and optimize them with algorithmic automated trading. For the early participants who staked in the ISPO got NFT, which will boost APY on the yield farming over the year. So we can see that NFTs can not necessarily have only art value, but also like have their space in DeFi. So shout out to Genius. And I'm gonna finish by presenting so Sam, who recently, to come back 1 year ago, we decided to launch his EP on Cardano, which was basically his album cover with 4 songs he recorded in the studio. And the day after the minting, I received a message from Joe Madden, who tells me, who's that young kid and talented dude? I would like to know more about him. So he sent us his number and we had a chat. And he signed last week with the Maiden label, which was awesome. And we're gonna release an NFT at the end of the month. So he recorded 3 songs, and he'll be releasing a single on the 28th of November. So it's funny because he was talking about how we need this kind of innovation in the space for music artists, and he was not famous or anything, but the NFT was a catalyst for him to actually get the attention of those kind of people. So that was good for him. And that's it. So if you don't follow us, please follow us, R2Web3. I'm mostly on Twitter, and I have a website that I'm building, so stay updated, and thank you.
Excellent.
We have about 10 minutes for questions, so please Q&A.
Actually, I'm going to jump in first because I've got a question. Cory, I'm keen to know how you can sort of use the bridge between physical art and digital art. So what are you investigating at the moment? Is there like provenance of physical art, owning physical and digital, etc.?
I think linking both gives greater value, and I'm not super familiar with linking and doing QR codes and having the NFT link on the digital asset. But I know it's definitely possible. There's a few projects and one called NFT Link on NFT Maker, and you can basically authentify a physical piece and have a digital version and do a QR code. So that would be really interesting. Even like I was thinking for clothing or pretty much albums or anything. I think it gives greater value for sure.
Hey, So I am an artist looking at getting into Cardano, obviously been on Ethereum and Stacks, and like what Molly was saying, sovereignty is really important to me. Owning my own contracts is really important. Now with Ethereum, I go through Manifold or Third Web and create my own contracts. What I've been loving about Stacks is that they have their own integrated contracts in the platform that I own. I'm wondering what that system is with Cardano, and also if you could clarify, there was something that you were talking about in the presentation about needing a light wallet. So do I need multiple wallets in order to mint with Cardano?
The first question, I'm not sure I understood it, about sovereignty in smart contracts.
Yeah, so with smart contracts, are they integrated within the Cardano marketplaces, like JPEG Store?
So yeah, they do have smart contracts implemented for for example, if you're an artist and you're verified on JPEG, for example, there are smart contracts saying that you are obviously the owner, and you can choose which wallet will get royalties, etc. So you don't actually have to pre-code anything, like the platforms do it for you, and probably someone can, JPEG can explain better than me, but yes. And for the first question is, you don't need several wallets, you just need, well, like one light wallet pretty much, Eternal Nami, and from there you can just link. After, for the minting, you will need obviously either a developer or a platform to do it. I don't do it myself. If you know how to code, it's possible to get the code and mint it yourself as well. Yeah.
Just to clarify that, Cardano doesn't use smart contracts to mint the NFT itself. So it's literally just a command line script that's written, so any website that interacts with the blockchain itself can mint your NFT. And that's all on chain. You own all that through that process. Yeah. It's really, it's a different way to explain it, because in Cardano it's considered a native asset. It's literally the same as holding ETH in your wallet or ADA in your wallet. That's the equivalent to it. Whereas with Ethereum, it's still the smart contracts there. The developers built that. You got to mint through that smart contract. That smart contract gets hacked. Your collection gets compromised, etc. So it's a completely different paradigm that you have to think of. That whole idea of like there's a smart contract that controls your NFT does not exist. It's literally the same as you holding your ADA. That's your NFT, and you can pass that around, do whatever you want with it. The only thing that you do need to worry about is probably your policy ID when you create your collection or whatnot, and that policy ID is your unique identifier for your collection itself. So whatever platform you're using would help you create that, and you just got to make sure you have control over that process. There's also the royalty NFT as well, but that's another thing you've got to think of. But it's all there. You all own it. All the platforms do it for you. Yeah.
And to bounce off the policy ID, you can choose when it's gonna lock. So if you're doing a, for example, drop, and you want to secure and say there will only be 10, and you say it will lock in 1 month, the policy will lock, and you can't change anything afterwards. Or you can leave a policy ID open and do several mints after, but then you have to make sure it's secure, because if it gets in bad hands, someone could potentially mint on your policy ID if it was hacked, but that wouldn't happen.
Hey Cory, I'm really intrigued about how Monroe, the kind of workflow that goes through into the tattoo artist creating NFTs. Does he create does he tattoo someone first and then create an NFT afterwards? Is it those same people who are buying the NFTs? Like what's the kind of deal going on there?
Most of it he does a creation first, and he mints like a flash tattoo, for example, that you can buy. He just minted a collection of dot work art that he can replicate on tattoos, and the only thing that kind of posed a problem is it was during COVID and he was in France, so it was hard to get people to come get the tattoo. But you see where we can go with that. Like, it could be the person who purchased the NFT could get an exclusive tattoo of the art, for example.
And is that what the buyers are typically doing, or is it,
so,
you know?
At the moment, we haven't tattooed anyone because didn't get just a chance to go to France. We want to give discounts to holders for tattoos, and we were building a community we have essentially a member pass, the crowns, which they would get airdrops of art like every 2 or 3 months of like different pieces and tattoo art. So that was the value we were bringing.
Questions?
Hello. Yeah, just a question about the educational services. So is that primarily through consultation, or are you developing a suite of like videos that, you know, for example, you can give as a package? And probably the next question is, being that we do have lots of minting platforms or services, are you driving people specifically to NFT Maker, or will you have collateral to say, well, here's what's available and benefits of, yeah?
So to answer the first question, I'm currently still building guides. So I'm doing like more like written guides for the moment and scripts. I'm thinking of maybe in the future implementing this to video, obviously, and maybe a way to monetize. I'm not exactly sure of this side yet. So that's the first thing. And obviously, at the moment, what I do is the first consultation, usually I just meet the people, and it's like I don't ask for anything. I just present what's possible, and if we want to go forward, we talk on either a task or a percentage of sales. It really depends on what we want to build. And for the second question, it was...
Yeah, it was just around, because I noticed that you sort of specifically mentioned, you know, NFT Maker as a service, but earlier we spoke about that we've got Anvil, we've got Peppermint, you know, so just wondering whether or not, I guess, you're going to be funneling artists towards a specific service, or whether or not you'll be opening up the...
And I'm going to say it really depends on what the artists want. So depending on the project it is, I'll tell him, like, listen, you have those options. Obviously, I have a partnership with NFT Maker, but I'm really open. Like, if something suits more, like we need a custom mint because we want to do a special reveal or a reveal 1 week after, like we could go with Anvil. Like, there's no like really limit.
Yeah, sweet.
Other questions? Excellent. Well, thank you, Cory. That was...
Thanks, everyone.
Rightio, folks. Well, that brings this session to a close. So we had Attila first, and actually my highlight was it's not play to earn, it's actually work. I like that. And monetisation, NFTs and games, which is good to actually see how that actually is implemented and how it could work, and definitely the history, some of the costs for those NFTs, or digital assets I should say, astronomical. And the panel, great conversation. You saw all the panellists here. We've got lunch in a second, so make sure if you've got any other questions, you actually hit them up and have a chat to them, because there's a wealth of information in this room. And finally, of course, Cory, onboarding artists, something that's sorely needed, so well done. So as I said, that brings this session to a close. I think 45 minutes for lunch. We're back at 1 o'clock. Excellent. Rightio. Thanks all.
So we could... I do...
McCullagh.
So are you doing regulation of cryptocurrency and fintech startups as well? Or is that, oh, that is you? Excellent. So you're a double presentation then?
Sorry?
I think it's yourself, a novel use of NFT in recently.
No, I'm just doing the novel use of NFTs.
Oh, okay. So who's this? I'll have to
Isn't
ask
that
Pete.
isn't that a panel?
Let me double check with Pete.
Even though my background is IT, I have the potential to passion fingers something.
Mate, I used to be a computer programmer, right?
Same
40
here.
years.
It's
19. I gave up in 1981.
Ah, okay. Well,
So that's
later.
41 years.
I gave up in.
When I've actually done computer science.
What's the computer science? But things I don't ever use, hardly use IT.
Enoch and Liam are doing a presentation. I think Enoch and Liam.
I don't know who they are.
I think they're Gold Coast people. Enoch's a lawyer.
Okay, safe to remove. There you go.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
It's in your summit folder.
Brilliant. Cardano NFT presentation.
And we'll just call it up to make sure it loads.
Easy.
Yeah, just press a couple down.
Any videos or anything in it?
No. Solid.
Perfect. That's you ready to go? That one is. We've got to stay away from the PDFs.
It's a video, so unfortunately we're going to sit.
Oh, no, I've got that one.
Yeah,
You
yeah, yeah.
loaded that.
Yeah.
So it's in here.
Did we save that one?
I saw it.
First one, yeah.
Fred.
Oh shit! Sorry, that was.
Did I play Fred's video this morning? I didn't, did I? Shit. Whoops.
Do you want to do that now?
Yeah, I gotta play it. I gotta play it at some point in time.
Okay, so NuNet, decentralized computing by Kabir.
Yep. Kabir.
Kabir.
Yep.
Veitas.
Veitas. Veitas. Kabir Veitas from NuNet. Yep.
All right. So what about his presentation?
That's it. That's it right there. That's his video.
Oh, okay. Let's just look that. I might have to tether my phone to it.
Tether. No, it's downloaded.
Oh, okay.
I downloaded it, so you don't have to tether. So just full screen.
Which one's full screen?
F.
All right.
That's
minimize
good to go. Yep.
Minimize that. So that's him.
Yep.
Adrian, I got regulation of cryptocurrency and fintech startups.
Yeah, that's Liam in. They're not here yet.
But you don't have it.
I don't have it either.
Okay. Now the
They'll
last
rock
one.
up with it.
That one.
Self-driven. Yep,
If
that's
we
on
go
the drive.
We go up to that one. Request access. So I didn't see it. Yeah, did you want to be on any panels? Did you want to be talking?
Nah, don't need to be.
Are you sure? Because I think DeFi is the one I'm probably concerned about.
Oh, alright, yeah, for sure, fine. Yeah, I'll sit on that one.
Oh no, I didn't speak. Well, you don't want to do any speaking.
To panel it. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. All good. That way I can. That's all good. I'm probably the best person in the room, I think.
Questions, but I think I'm not going to use up to 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So I think someone who knows what's going on.
Yeah, I just throw it out to the audience. When in doubt, just throw it out to the audience. The other thing is we could also do. I also got to close out the day as well. So if I'm talking already, might as well close out the day with the conversation. That's the last one, the DeFi panel.
Easy.
Yeah.
Okay. And then that just leaves benefits of natives staking.
Yep. Right after lunch. Yep.
A lot of new faces, so
Yep.
probably start easy.
Yep. I didn't get the request for this.
Or if you want to send me the form.
Yeah, I'll send it directly again. I think the request might have gone to Mark because he's the original owner of the farm. There we go, sent.
So far, so smooth. It's a shame that not everything's in order, but that's what happens when people pull out. I'll just click the inbox and oh, there we go.
There it is. Should have come in as an attachment. Yeah, went back to Mark.
As in, who is he?
Yeah.
I'll let you chat to him. To see it come through, I'll get things sorted.
Just give me 1 second.
Oh, yep. So. Oh, dude, I'm loving it. I love it. I grew up in Canberra. Like. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I live here now, but yeah, actually lived in Sydney for about 5 years as well, which is good. All right, that's not coming through yet. Oh, I'm more than happy if you just put it in USB. All good. God, I feel so bad. Like, I know Pete's needing a break, but I haven't had a chat to anyone yet. Not to worry. And it's PowerPoint, is it?
It's in Google Slides. I just took the original one. I normally work native, but it's inside Google Slides. I'm filling it. Save it as a.
Still coming through.
That's the email address. You asked for two of them. One was just an email post on YouTube. Hang on.
Pete took the thing and he did it. I'm not confident with this.
I did the email sign for the registration, so he shared that with you. Here we go. Sharing's gone through.
Okay.
A sec.
There we go. That's waiting. Alright. Now, can I download it so it's just easier?
Yeah, so file. Download as. Cancel out, file, download. You can either do it as PowerPoint or PDF.
I actually wouldn't mind PowerPoint.
Yeah, definitely.
It looks like I've got issues with, Yep, there we go. Save. So, wait till... How big is it, sorry?
How many slides?
Oh, how many megabytes?
I don't know, it shouldn't be too... I have no idea. It's on Google Slides, it shouldn't be. I mean, it's big, but not that big, it's big.
Oh, it's the Wi-Fi here sucks. Alright, should be good. It looks like it's downloading. I'll just get this sorted and... Yep. So this one... So who's presenting this? Oh,
that's me.
Yeah, okay. And that's all you need? Yeah. Right, brilliant. So I'm only missing one presentation. And they're not here yet. Oh, look, I've got to get Dave up here more. Dave is just so he's just streams it. It's perfect. All right. He's been in the game a while, I reckon. All right. Now this is yours. Let's just double. So it's slideshow from beginning. So let's just do that. So on the screen, I don't know if you want to look here, but what's there isn't what's there. That's so just leave that like that.
That's a slide presenter, yeah.
But that's the So then that will.
That's the next slide coming up.
Yep. Easy.
I haven't done presentations for a while. I used to do a lot. Other business, and it's funny you just get out of the phase of doing presentations.
Something was said. I think you're leaving. I haven't even said anything. I even put aftershave on today. My God. I'm only joking as well. So many commitments at once. What? Yeah. Slow down a minute, he's got a whole heap of other things to explore. And the guy, I've told you the guy behind me, he's the great grand nephew of Kabir. His name is Kabir. The guy that I'm working with for the hospice, the manager, his name is Kabir. I said after a while, I've got to ask this. I really have to. He says, I know what you said. Okay. I knew that I wanted to leave. I know it. It's my great grand uncle. He said, have you ever thought about changing? He said, I have, but. And he said, tell me. Really funny part. When I was introduced to him, that was him telling me, first thing you're going to say, he's got a great sense of humor. He's got a great sense of humor. And he's married. She couldn't be a more efficient that night. But, oh my God. I know why he goes home at night. And I hope this isn't being recorded. He sacked me immediately talking about no, she is absolutely. And his wife's name. Oh, yeah, he's based in Wyoming with farmers. Oh, there is. He's the right chap. He gets business. Very rich guy. He's very hands-on. All right. I'm not going to talk about. I'm going to raise the issue of different visualizers and NFTs.
It's all connected. We can.
I've never shown many people this, but we did so many images on comparison.
Have you got the link?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, on
the artbank.io.
Ah.
With the at the beginning. One.
Oh, one word.
Yeah, theartbank.io. There we go.
The battery's dying on that, so you might need to.
So right here we have staking. And look at this. We have thousands of images about comparison with banks. And then we have comparisons with other centralized exchanges. Rewards.
Right, how are we going to get that on screen though? With.
I'm just trying to think of how to do this. And then this is not good, but we compare our own stake pool with other stake pools. But
we'll leave that.
Yeah, we'll leave that one
off.
But, I don't want to have that type of competition, but it's sort of, this one, it's all very visual.
Whatever ones you want to put up, we can put up, because all I was going to do is just have your names up there with the official Cardano background.
Yeah. Staking lockup. None. 0 to 7 days.
That's perfect. Can we? How do we get that bigger? Or can we download that into a PowerPoint? Or I like that one. Yep, perfect's in the Cardano Summit folder. Just press save. Yeah.
Save.
Yep.
Okay.
Do we want to do both of them? Or?
Well, I've got so many. Unrestricted access. Access to NFT airdrops. Access to NFTs. Oh, here.
What's that one?
Annual interest rate.
I guess the centralized exchanges are doing a little bit better. But what's this one? Lends out.
Yeah, use of ADA. Sits in your own wallet. Lend out to speculators who have a tendency to sell the ADA. Lend to them, lowering the ADA price. That's what happens, right? We're seeing it as we speak, right?
Is this you and your comical kind of mentality? Is this you doing all this?
Yeah. Not available. Understand your. This is FTX, right? We did this many months ago. Yeah. Risk of loss. Only if you show your password. With modern banks, minimal. So, KYC requirements. Minimum balance. Overdraft fees.
It would be good, like, if we actually thought about this before, like, we just.
Well, you just told me. You just told me. Yeah, it's just a video, right? It could have been a video, but.
Look, not to worry. Look, maybe because Pete has to do a presentation from the Cardano Foundation, which he forgot to do this morning.
Yeah.
So that's going to suck up a bit of time. So that half-hour slot's going to shrink. So
Okay.
it might just be we're going to smash this thing out, get on dust it.
Okay.
But not to worry, I think it's a good idea.
Risk of complete loss. Minimal. Security expenses. We had a fun time doing that.
Clearly. How many beers did you have doing this? Alright, cheers. Do you mind? No. Do you mind finding Pete? I don't know which is the mandatory presentation. Remember how it's supposed to be hashtag and everything as well?
Yeah, well, I raised it up with him. Raised it with him. The other thing that I forgot to mention multiple times was a lot of people may not be aware, or we're not aware of it, but we're ripping out a lot of acronyms and DEX, API, NFT. Like if anyone's got any, if we're mentioning terminology or acronyms you're not familiar with, just pull us up. Not that someone's going to.
Well, that was what's going to be in my. Oh no, sorry, that was in my questions of NFT, but of
we
course,
jump straight into that.
You jump straight into it.
Jump straight into it, pretty much.
We're just waiting on.
So we're straight into a panel, aren't we?
Oops. Right there.
Oh shit.
In oak. Guy in the blue to left.
Oh, that's him. Okay. There you go. Has he given you his presentation?
No, he doesn't have one. That's why I said I had to just do this. So I got this. Yeah, I'll put this up to make sure his name's up here. It's all good. It's all good. It means we're ready, except for Pete.
I think you should put our surnames on your presentation as well.
Please.
I've got.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because
what's your name? Sorry.
Scott Collins.
Scott Collins. Pleasure to meet you, mate.
G'day. Yeah, I think it's a good idea, to do it to everyone.
I've got Mark's name.
That happens with name statement. Yeah, and you're Scott as well, right?
I am a Scott. I'm a Scott. My last name's Little. I did start the day with that. I said, "G'day, my name's Scott. Scott Little." For those who don't know me.
Do we know Aaron's last name?
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Unless you want to be like incognito, like your name is Snoop, Snoop, or or the artist formerly known as or Symbol.
Yeah.
My name's Kanye. Or even Kanye's got a voice.
Do you know Aaron's last name? I know that's Aaron there.
It's M-A-C-H-I-N, I think.
M-A-C...
H-I-N, I think.
It's ringing me for Brisbane.
I think it's like that.
Alright.
Why don't we just ask him?
Yeah, we'll ask him before we...
I think that's how
Alright.
You've been there at the business, right?
For the moment, Scott will take over for a little bit because he's just doing a good job. But we're waiting on Pete. Pete, we've got a mandatory presentation that Pete forgot to do. So we'll do that, then we'll tap into this one because then we can just...
Is it Mark doing one as well? Mark?
Yes, Mark is doing...
Oh yeah, that one.
That one.
Aaron, how do you spell your last name?
A-R-F and
And I think you got his first name wrong also.
I'm Aaron.
No, your last name. Your last name.
ARFMAN. ARF. Like dog man. No, that name was right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Alright, 2 minutes behind schedule.
ARFMAN.
Oops, that's not save. That's save.
So there's a panel.
Yeah, no. We'll do the
You
panel.
guys running a staple, right? You guys running a staple. So I'm second that one?
No. No, it goes the panel,
too
then
late.
decentralization of computing with Kabir, which is the video, and then
Well,
and
how
then
much
you're up
did you
third.
put in like as a seed?
No, and then after you will be Enoch. Enoch will be.
That's what I'm saying. I don't have to eat it.
He was dark blue shirt not long ago. All right. I think Pete's got one video that he's got to.
Yeah, you want to do the video first?
It's up to you. I thought that's what you want to do.
I thought it was the panel first. Follow the schedule. Yeah, follow the schedule. Too cold? Yeah, we had the aircon off. Off for a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Where are you sitting? Okay.
Is there some area that is
Yeah, the vents. You can see the vents. So if you sit in between them, you won't be hitting it. I'll turn it up though.
Mark, do you want to come over one? We'll get rid of this one. Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Richard Mannion, a Cardano enthusiast, like I'm sure the most of you here today. Next up, we've got a discussion panel on the benefits of native staking. And we have Aaron, Mark, and Scott, who's going to be on the panel for us. Well, we'll jump right in. Gentlemen, can you tell us what native staking is and what is the alternative to native staking?
Yeah, hi everyone. Native staking, I believe the concept boils down to allowing the protocol to deliver the staking rewards to people. So a stake pool sets up and a delegator uses their staking key to appoint their stake to the staking pool, and then the protocol is the one that pays the staking reward directly to the wallet holder. Do you have anything to add?
So, I guess it's a point of comparison. What we're comparing native staking with, for example, Ethereum. Ethereum, what they're trying to do is force you, in most cases, to send your Ethereum to another holder of it, which then is going to be running the protocol. In Cardano, the beautiful part is you always hold on to your token. It's only a vote for a stake pool, so your tokens never move. And this allows us to not deal with what's called slashing in Ethereum, where you could potentially lose it. Also in Ethereum, there's been this problem of a lockup date that's been extended from 6 months to 24 months, and it might be even longer.
It's now been removed.
It's now been removed. So native staking is a very, very, very good option, and there's very few competitors with it in the crypto ecosystem.
I guess the only thing I can add, and it goes back to the language side of things that the crypto fairies were talking about earlier, and the word delegate, I think, gets misunderstood. It's like you're delegating your keys to them. When I explain it to people, I actually say you're linking your wallet to that stake pool. Okay, so it is a link, a bit like a hyperlink on a website. So it's that language too that I think is important. So you really aren't, you're delegating to their ability to stake within the protocol, but in terms of that, you're just linking your wallet to it, so you always have control of your assets, if you like. So you can just unlink at any time you like and relink to another stake pool, as opposed to Ethereum, where you truly are delegating or potentially depositing.
Yeah. Correct. You're absolutely depositing.
Well, yes, I was saying that in the, yeah. You are definitely depositing into that bank.
Thank you very much. That's, I think, a great explanation of it. Now, a look around the room, there's a few new faces. There's actually quite a lot of new faces. So we're going to start out with some simple stuff, and then we'll just dive into some of the more complex questions a bit later on. So what is the process of natively staking your crypto on the Cardano blockchain?
So once you have a wallet open and you have ADA value in it, it's as simple as using any of the wallets that are out there and going to their what they usually call the delegation section, and you get to choose from 3,000 different stake pools. Once you can choose from the 3,000 stake pools, it's very, very easy. It's a click of a button, and you are now effectively staked. So the only challenge in this ecosystem is trying to figure out which of the 3,000 stake pools to stake with. And this is what we're going to probably be talking about is all the marketing and incentive mechanisms that people are using to attract that delegation vote. But the system is literally a click of a button and it's done.
Yeah, so it usually, the delegation process is usually set up in a wallet, for example, the dataless wallet, or if you use the NAMI wallet, that only allows you to delegate to the Berry pool, who's the developer of NAMI. But if you want to use NAMI and delegate to someone else, you can use the Pool PM website and create a staking transaction with that. So all you need to do is create a transaction with your staking key and send that to the blockchain, and then your wallet will become staked. So either in a wallet that supports it or on PoolPM.
Excellent. Mark, got anything to add?
Oh, are we talking about selection of pools later?
We can.
Oh, I'm talking about now. I'm saying is just to add to that selection of the pool is that there's a certain point once a number of people link to that and the amount of money that is essentially staked to them increases to a certain point, then the returns will start to diminish in that pool. So when you're looking at things, you're also looking at where is that level of delegation against that pool, and then that helps with decentralization because you're starting to look at some of the other pools that may not have so much delegation against it. So beyond marketing, you can also see that when you go to stake, what percentage of that value is there. And that value will change, but I think it's roughly around 64 million, 68 million at the moment, but you can see those pools. So if one pool gets really popular, you can start to look around at other pools and things like that.
Excellent, thanks.
Pooltool.io is the website for looking at all the pools. Pooltool.io.
There we go. So if anyone was to stake their ADA, is there any risk? Should we stake some of it? Should we stake all of it? Is there any benefits of staking all of it? Is there any benefits of not staking all of it?
So most of the wallet designs have it so you can only stake all of your ADA. And there is no risk because, as we said, you're not giving up your keys and you're not giving up your ADA. So the only risk you really truly have is losing out on potential yield on your ADA. With one exception, if your ADA holding is too small, I forgot the exact number, if it's 10 or 20 ADA, there's the transaction fees are going to be, which are not very high, it's 0.17, I think it's 0.2 ADA for that, will probably be more than the yield you'll receive. So the only risk is having too small of a balance and staking.
So that's the only disadvantage that you can really think of?
Oh,
sorry, just a bit of, it was a different.
Well,
double
okay. There's another thing is once because the blockchain is completely transparent, and if you're trying to somewhat hide what's going on with the value in your wallet, what lots of pool operators actually do is they're monitoring every single transaction of every single staker. So if you stake with their pool and you remove 10, 20 ADA, a million ADA, 20 million ADA, you know everything that's going on in those wallets. So by staking with somebody, you're going to give up a bit of transparency about what you're doing within the wallet.
I can add to that too, actually. So it's a really good point. And look, I do believe if you dig into the Eternal wallet, you'll find that they offer 4 types of addresses that you can use, and some of the addresses are associated with your staking key, and other addresses in your wallet are not associated with your staking key. So you can move some ADA into your wallet, and the pool operator won't be able to see it, but you won't receive rewards on that ADA. It's the eternal question of Web3. Do we all need to hide? Do I need to change my name to Dirty Sanchez or something? Or can I just be Scott Collins? And the world knows how much I hold? You know, I've got an ADA handle, and I could say it now, and then everyone could just quickly search it up and know all the NFTs I hold and all the ADA in my wallet and any other tokens that I have. And it's an interesting development as we move into Web3.
Excellent.
If your NFTs, you can obviously put into a separate wallet that may not have a lot of ADA in it. So you can have your main wallet with your main ADA that you're staking in to get your rewards of your ADA, and then create a second wallet to put your art NFTs into that can't actually then be potentially linked between those two worlds. Yeah, there's things you can do there. And obviously if you can stake your NFTs, but that's a separate thing. We're talking about native staking here. So there are things you can have multiple wallets and things like that.
Yeah, that's right.
Excellent. So we know about epochs. So at the end of the epoch, at the end of the staking, what happens to your ADA? Do you lose it if you don't claim it? Can the pool operator take it off you? This is a bit more questions for those new faces. I'm not sure where you're up to in the path of blockchain education. So yeah, if you could educate us, what happens to staking rewards? Do you claim it? Does the pool operator that you stake to, can they have any form of legal claim by you using
they
their
just
pool?
magically appear in your wallet. every epoch. Some people call them an airdrop, that they just appear and you look in your transactions and you'll see rewards against it, and they disappear, apart from what was touched on earlier, that if you delegate in one epoch, it takes the next 5 days for it to become active, and then you get your rewards on the next one. So, but, yeah.
There's one little caveat there. So it actually goes to a separate address that you need to withdraw from. So at the protocol level, it recognizes that you have this value. And it's as simple as creating just another transaction, and all the wallets generally provide this feature where you can withdraw those rewards. And whenever you unstake your wallet as well, it will automatically withdraw those rewards. So the only way you'd ever lose those rewards is if you forgot your wallet.
Excellent. And the pool.
Yeah, you lose everything then.
And the pool operators like Pete, they can't steal your ADA in his pool.
Once again, we'll reiterate: nobody can steal your value unless you. I've seen this from people. They sometimes are nice enough to give away their seed phrase. But I don't think Pete would do that.
Don't do that. Don't give away your seed phrase.
I'll just like to also add that if you have never staked and you do get some staking rewards, you won't see a line in the transactions. Like if you bought an NFT and then someone sent you some ADA or something, you won't see a staking rewards line until you do a transaction yourself, and then it will then take your staking rewards and then go and spend them. But pooltool.io is another place you can go and find a list of your actual staking rewards. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you for clarifying that. So if anyone's staking on an exchange, perhaps, there is no danger looking at Cardano wallets staking directly against single stake pool operators. It's your crypto, your wallet assets, your wallet, sorry. Next question. Is native staking important for the proof of stake network?
Yeah.
Getting a little bit more difficult? Let's dive into that.
You got something to say?
Yeah, and decentralization, I guess it's important, but also our role in selecting our pool, the pool you stake to, is important as well. The protocol is obviously important too, but how we talk about how we can foster decentralization by making sure you look after the small stake pool operators and things like that. So yeah.
One more time, repeat the question so I make sure.
It's a big idea.
Why is native staking important for a proof of stake network?
No.
It's the problem with Ethereum and the custodial sense of where if you're an Ethereum staker, you need to pass your Ethereum. You know, if you ran an Ethereum staking business, I would need to pass you 5 Ethereum and someone else gives you the rest until you have 32, and then you hold it on their behalf. And it's kind of crazy, really. So the native idea is that I stay in possession of my assets at all times. I never have to pass the private key or the seed phrase to anyone. And yeah, that's a really fundamental thing, I suppose. And they talked about to a proof of stake blockchain. So, you know, it's very important.
I'll try to add a couple of comments here. So the whole point of a blockchain, it's a heartbeat for transactions. In Cardano, a transaction occurs every 20 seconds, or approximately within every 20 seconds. At the beginning of an epoch, every stake pool knows exactly which time they're supposed to produce the block. And your whole job as a stake pool operator is to make sure that your system is upgraded to the current standard and you're online and you're going to produce the block when you're assigned. Now, the staking mechanism, all it's doing is it's making sure that the community is supporting the stake pools that do that singular job. Make a block when they're assigned to. Just to give some approximate numbers, every single block that's produced generates, I think now it's like 600-700 ADA value, and in most cases, 90% of that value for each block produced goes to all the stakers. So the stakers are highly incentivized to make sure that they're staking with the pool that is creating the block when they're assigned. And we don't need to transfer any value. It's purely a vote for that stake pool. So this is a super valuable process because ultimately, if a stake pool has too few blocks, well, they won't make anything, and the voters, the delegators, will remove their stake and vote for somebody who does produce. Likewise, if somebody is a poor producer, they'll move their stake to somebody who's a good producer. So by having this flexibility in staking, we as a community can vote who's doing the best job at producing blocks and marketing their product.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Aaron. Moving on to a little bit more complex questions. We talk about staking crypto, natively staking, but there's also a terminology out there called yield farming. Can we get a bit of an explanation of what yield farming is before diving into...
Okay, so you're giving up. So essentially, we'll work it through a decentralized exchange that needs, for people to exchange, you need a balance of like ADA on one side and the token on the other side. And the only way that pool, not the only way, but a way that can become available or get filled up is by people on the chain actually contributing that. Okay, so I could contribute some ADA and some MELD, which actually gets me liquidity pool tokens that come back into my wallet that basically tells me how much of a share of that pool I have and tell me if I'm going in the wrong direction. So basically I would then get a percentage of the fees of the transfer that happens between that. Okay, but there's also an incentive for the DEX to have that LP, those tokens also locked up inside this exchange as well, which is what's called yield farming. Okay, but every moment you move away from native staking, you're essentially giving up some of your control over your assets, in this case though, to a smart contract. Okay, but yield farming will then increase and you'll start to earn. If I put my ADA MELD in there, I can start to earn the token, say it's min swap, I'll actually start to earn the min token, okay? But there's a whole discussion that goes into impermanent loss and a whole lot of things that goes here. But yield farming basically means you can take your tokens and you're actually putting them into somewhere else that then can help that level of trading occur. Okay, but just far enough, or do you want to?
No, perfect.
I'll get something else. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't want to go. It was a great explanation, and the one thing I will add is that I believe MinSwap and Wing Riders DEX now, when you put your tokens in, so ADA and MELD or something like that, the ADA tokens actually are still able to be staked. And MinSwap will stake them for you, and then when you claim your rewards, they will give you a little bit of ADA plus the Min token, plus any other tokens that they might, like NTX at the moment is also doing so you can get 3 or so yields, yeah.
Excellent. Now, we're just coming up to time, but another 5 minutes. Is there any people in the audience have any questions about native staking for our panel members?
I've just got a comment. One of the big things about the Ethereum staking mechanism is that even though ASIC hasn't done anything about it, because you are, and the prime example is that you don't have 32 Ether, so you're giving the Ether to a party, they pool them, that's a managed investment scheme under Section 10 of the Corporations Act. Whereas under Cardano, because you're only giving a voting mechanism and you're keeping the asset, you are not contributing the actual asset itself. So it does fit within the law.
Which is an amazing thing. We have to thank Charles Hoskinson. We have to thank all of the brains that are applying themselves to the building of this protocol. It's no mistake. And yeah, thanks, Charles. Yeah.
So we talked about the downsides of staking, but one thing that occurs to me is in jurisdictions where you need to pay tax on those staking rewards and the price goes down, you can potentially end up paying more tax than the value of the asset itself.
Yeah, if you're accumulating these things and you applying yourself to Australia's tax rewards, tax laws, they want you to sell the asset as it comes in for Australian dollars and pay tax and then buy the asset back.
Sick advice from your accountant on that.
I was going to say, who has the best staking pool?
Adrian, isn't it? Although, are you saturated or not, Peter?
Guys in crypto.
I've got a couple of questions. I'll just focus on one. A lot of stake pools operate their software in the cloud now, be it on a provider. What sort of issues or challenges does that provide should the provider decline the service or it goes down?
Essentially the centralization of the operator. So a lot of people say operating on, just say, AWS, like Amazon Web Services, essentially re-centralizing some of the servers around that. And I can't remember at the protocol level, is there any, was there talk about the detection of that? I don't know, anyway, but there's that risk of that. So I guess as a community, you've got to look at making sure that at least, well, firstly, the most obvious one is that 51% don't end up on that side of things, but essentially you want to make sure there's always a proportion that are left running by small operators that would continue the chain if that event occurred where that commercial entity said no one can run this type of software on our service. Yeah, so there's that level of things there, but that's where another part of where the actual stake pool's been operated kicks in, but that's another conversation that could go a long way, yeah? Is that?
Yeah.
I can add to that too. There's a couple of other parts here. First of all, another beautiful thing about Cardano blockchain is how little blockchain space it does take up. It's significantly smaller than the likes of Solana, which was putting a lot of information on it. So Solana, lots of operators were using a service called Hetzner in Europe, and they do have a strict policy. Well, not a strict policy, a policy that no operator should use it. But once that blockchain was becoming large enough, it became a threat. So Hetzner actually kicked them all off. But within Cardano, I would say, I don't know, 20, 30% are still using Hetzner, and it hasn't been a problem. So they apply this policy, I think, based on, first of all, the use of those servers. So the size has definitely helped. The other thing is a good operator of a stake pool will probably have multiple providers if you are using servers. So you'll probably use at least 2 different providers in case one of them goes down. And that will allow everyone to have time to scramble. If both of them go down, it's unlikely it'll happen at the same time. But
yeah, I can also add, you can look around for stake pool operators that advertise being a bare metal pool, because this concept of being bare metal means I run my own servers. I have maybe 1 or 2 or 3 connections to the internet, and I'm not exposed to Amazon. Another interesting development at the moment is the NuNet protocol that's coming out of SingularityNet, and they're building basically like a distributed computer that will sit across everyone's home computers, and you can rent out, you can Uber a little tiny bit of your CPU and hard drive space and RAM, and we can create a stake pool that exists across many different people's computers, which has no central point of failure. So that's another amazing aspect of Cardano that's evolving, the NuNet NTX. Great one.
Excellent. Well, I think that brings us to the end. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a video from Kabir? From NuNet. So I'll just get this up and running.
Perfect segue over to it. Yep, that's it. Yeah, unfortunately, Kabir couldn't do the live video for us. He's flying to Lausanne right at this moment while we're all here. So he couldn't chime in live, but he pre-recorded this for us so we can learn a little bit more about NuNet. and what it can do with the decentralization of the Cardano stake pools in terms of compute power. So we don't need to rely on AWS and everything else around that. Yeah, go for it.
Hello, Brisbane Cardano community. Nice to be here. My name is Kabir Veitas, and I'm a co-founder and CEO of NuNet, which is a deep tech startup building a global economy of decentralized computing, and right now engaged into the projects for decentralizing Cardano blockchain on a hardware level. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event for giving us the opportunity to participate virtually and bring our message to you. We would like to engage the global Cardano community into our development process and to invite to develop with us and to invite for the help in testing our solutions and basically our network. So let's get onto it. So, as I was saying, NuNet is a global economy of decentralized computing, and right now we are presenting our direction of decentralizing Cardano blockchain on a hardware level, the way we would like to relate to Cardano community and to invite Cardano community to participate in the building of this network. So what is a global economy of decentralized computing? We allow anyone to share and monetize computing resources at scale, and we provide globally distributed, optimized computing power for any decentralized networks. And Cardano is one of them, and we are now directing our development very much towards the Cardano network to build the first use cases, the first real use cases for the community to use. So NuNet itself is building protocols and APIs in order to power the ecosystem of computing and algorithms. So NuNet platform is a set of open APIs and protocols to relate compute providers with a hardware that can be used in a decentralized network, data providers that provide data that can be used by algorithms running on the network and monetized. It provides ability for any algorithm that is properly described to run on the NuNet network, and NuNet as a platform orchestrates all these computing processes in order to make them as efficient as possible, as well as to bring into the picture topography awareness for the algorithms, so they could run in the location that they are needed for the computing, and also select the best computing devices based on the price, computing resources, etc., and so on, from the community to run themselves, so that any user or any application can run the computing tasks that would use NuNet as basically a marketplace of compute resources sourced from the community devices, which are plenty across the world in homes and under our desks, so that basically any applications running based on the internet that are currently using big tech cloud computing engines can use the community devices to run the backends. So we are providing APIs and protocols for the application developers to connect to run the computing tasks, and also to build the application logic in order for it to run on the open source or proprietary, depending on the preferences, algorithms that run on community provided decentralized cloud. What NuNet brings uniquely is a way to basically to compensate each and every individual compute provider with for the exact amount of computing power that they provide to the network. And in this way, our mission is to democratize the computing universe, so that any AI or machine learning or basically any algorithms could could be decentralized not only on the software level and how they are built, but also on the hardware level, based on who is running them and who is hosting data and who can access data. So what problems do we solve with this framework that we are building? Is that first of all, we solve certain existing challenges in the computational universe, which includes utilization of latent compute resources that are scattered around the world. Most of the computing right now is happening on the big tech cloud computing data centers, which is needed. However, we have a lot of computing resources that are scattered around the world in the individual devices, in private processes, and so on. And we can, based on the technologies that came about with basically blockchain revolution, or rather the Web 3.0 movement, based on that, we can actually connect all those devices into the decentralized cloud and utilize those resources. On the one hand, making the resource usage more efficient on the world scale, as well as making certain computing workflows cheaper and more accessible for people and organizations or initiatives that struggle with accessing large-scale compute resources. So we provide connectivity of devices of different types, locality, and from different vendors, software versions, into a single decentralized cloud, which can be accessed from anywhere. And by design, this provides robustness and security by the fact that the network itself is decentralized and is run not by a single entity, by the open source platform coordinated in a decentralized way. Also, NuNet creates new opportunities that do not currently exist in the current computational universe, which is direct machine-to-machine economy by a crypto settlements layer, where each hardware device can contribute, can reward, can compensate each other for the certain work, as well as software components on the algorithms can compensate the hardware devices directly for the computer resources that they're using. And all these entities could be first-class citizens on the platform, enabling machine-to-machine and data economy. Furthermore, we aim to provide a self-optimizing compute engine which automatically optimizes hardware configuration and topology and topography of the hardware configuration that is needed across the world. There are many use cases, for example, IoT, or let's say certain business use cases, and not only, which require decentralized or distributed compute resources across the world. So NuNet provides this out of the box just because it is the platform built for that. And we provide an platform that enables to orchestrate those computing workflows based on the needs and requirements for the compute in different places within the global topology of the network. And based, of course, on the price of certain compute resources, so that it would be able to, in real time, redeploy compute processes so that they are always able to run in the most optimal manner. From the target use cases, NuNet, basically we cluster ourselves in pretty much three categories. We provide technologies for the Web3 industry, which is decentralized. So we provide global hardware decentralization layer for the Web 3.0 platforms and applications, including blockchain networks, and most importantly, blockchain networks which use proof of stake consensus algorithm, which is Cardano. We provide a basis for the novel and previously impossible Industry 4.0, what is called Industry 4.0 or Internet of Things application. For example, smart city, which is in general decentralized, in principle decentralized, smart grids, and other applications that need different machines or different devices, maybe even owned by different constituents of the network, for example, in supply chains, in complex supply chains, to interact together and to build application based on that. Furthermore, in a little bit more conceptual manner, NuNet provides yet another layer which enables the implementation of this concept of algorithmic governance, or in other words, the original concept of decentralized autonomous organizations, where the workflows or jobs are at least partially directed by algorithms that are running through the internet, and they are coordinating how the computing processes and interaction with human constituents of those users of those workflows work together. And that is our basically more encompassing concept of a global economy of decentralized computing, which includes collaboration and communication between what we have in our computing universe and the social systems and human systems working together. So the platform, NuNet platform, as it is built, is chain agnostic. We are building tokenomics API, which enables us to connect to any or to select it blockchain solution that is most useful for the community and the use cases that we want to integrate. And basically the community prefers to build and needs those functionalities. So right now we are heavily developing towards Cardano. So NuNet is participating in the Cardano Catalyst program since early this year. And we have been awarded by grants for 2 projects through Cardano Catalyst program. Both of these projects are related to the decentralizing Cardano on hardware level, but each of them, they have different use case. So the first one was the Fund 7 project, where we were awarded for building the solution for decentralizing SPO computing on Cardano network, and that proposal was successfully approved with 198 million worth out of votes, putting us in the top 20 most voted proposals in that fund. And what we are building here is the ability for the stake pool operators to run their stake pools on the community provided hardware via the NuNet network, which means exactly what I was telling in the beginning, that which means decentralizing Cardano blockchain on a very lowest level, which is hardware level. Even on that level, the network, the decentralized network or Cardano blockchain, will not be dependent on the big cloud computing engines or data clusters, and therefore we hope, or we aim to make it completely decentralized on that level too. Nobody could switch it off or could apply any rules so that it could be switched off unless something really drastic happens to the whole internet or to the whole world, which should not. So the Fund 8, we applied for the project for decentralizing machine learning via GPU and building the ability for people who need machine learning, who need to run machine learning workflows that need GPU power via, again, a NuNet network, connecting many community resources, individual or private resources, private computers that have GPU capabilities, whether these are individual computers or clusters, to use this unutilized and latent computing power, GPU computing power, for doing useful work in terms of machine learning and in terms of democratizing basically artificial intelligence algorithms and giving them, say, back to the community, or the ownership of how the artificial intelligence and machine learning and the whole field of this field of computing universe. Where is it going? To give the ability for the community to have a more say into the direction of development of artificial intelligence. So this proposal is our first proposal, where we are already at the final stages of building a solution where individual computers with GPU resources, that could be many, that could be GPU clusters, would be exposed via NuNet network in order to use them for the machine learning jobs. That proposal was successfully approved with 364 million worth of other votes, and more than any other proposal in that funding round. So we are very grateful to the global Cardano community for the invitation, first of all, for the wonderful Catalyst program, and the enthusiasm to collaborate and support and deepen our technical integration, and the opportunity to build those solutions. Furthermore, we are submitting a proposal to the also Catalyst Fund 10 in order to build on the top of the decentralized GPU and machine learning cloud solution. And now about our Fund 10 proposal. So the problem is that machine learning and computational simulation and AI in general, artificial intelligence, and what is known by the decentralized science use cases need a lot of, again, graphical processing units and computing based on that. Certain use cases may not have enough economic resources to hire those GPU computing resources from the current cloud computational universe, which is dominated by big tech cloud providers. However, there are many GPU resources scattered around the computers and clusters around the world. Also considering what I was talking about, the freeing GPU compute resources based on where the industry is moving. So we are building on top of the proposal of the project of decentralized GPU computing by building an architecture for enabling virtual GPUs, basically arbitrarily scale size virtual GPUs on top of decentralized individual GPUs running private clusters or individual machines, and distributing large-scale machine learning or artificial intelligence jobs across those machines, so allowing to run really large models and allowing community access to those large models, which are right now spearheading the development of artificial intelligence that is already influencing our development of society, or technological development as society. So NuNet is aiming to build this network for allowing decentralized hardware to run those large-scale machine learning algorithms via the virtual GPUs. So the front-end proposal that we are submitting, and we looking very much forward to develop, is research for building an architecture and the technologies, and proposing the concrete technologies that would also relate to the Cardano network, how to actually build the virtual GPUs, allow GPT-3s, 5, 6, whatever will come, to run on this network, and to enable community to guide development of those algorithms in a safe, secure, and decentralized manner, and to contribute each compute provider, each and every compute provider for the probably small part of this network of virtual GPU, for exactly the power or compute resources that they are providing to NuNet via NuNet platform. Last but not least, we are coming to the main message and invitation. Is right now we are launching the next development stage of NuNet, where we are expanding our development process and testing protocols to include members of the community, including testers, users, data providers, and compute providers, and community developers directly into our development process, which is, as I said, already open source and already available for everybody to see and to follow. So right now, we would like to announce that we are launching our testers communication platform, which is on the Discord, which is our gateway to connect to the community and invite the community developers to participate in those projects. We are experimenting, so things may break, not work, and will break and not work. However, this is exactly what we want. We want the larger community to break things, to say what doesn't work for different people, and we want the community and the community developers and our testers, and to provide opportunity or basically feedback and technical decision from many eyes, what is needed to be developed further, what is needed to fix, and what is needed in order to make these experimentations into the production level platform, which we could offer for the everyday business. So we are already launched, and we are augmenting our NDrops program, and the NDrops program is actually designed to reward the contributions, these kind of contributions to the development of NuNet network platform in any aspect. Therefore, it's open-ended program. We don't know exactly what we will offer as an NDrop campaign, because that depends on where we choose our direction of development of the network. The first NuNet NDrop campaign was designed to say thanks, first of all, and reward the early 49 stakeholder operators who responded to our early call for collaboration, and we contributed 500,000 of NTX for the delegators of the pools to these stakeholder operators via the DripDrops platform, and we are planning to build this kind of campaigns further in order to support our community members which are collaborating with us by supporting what they're doing and supporting the decentralization of the Cardano network that basically they are building. So further, we create NFTs for each NDrops program, and specifically for recording the actions of the community of collaborators or community members which contribute to the development to NuNet network, and to reward those actions with the NTX token. So the Discord channel will be used to communicate with the testers, with general community members, with moderators, and also govern the testing and development of different aspects of the network, including the network itself, ability for people to provide their computing on different machines, different locations, different internet connections, different operating systems at certain point, as well as different use cases which will use this network. So we will use the Discord channel to coordinate and reward the community for helping us develop the global network, and helping us bringing the use cases or the business models which could be also provided and suggested by the community. So bringing them, developing them, and bringing them to the level where community can already use them for the everyday business. Right now, we would like to offer the Cardano Community Summit NFT by scanning this QR code and registering for our Cardano NuNet Cardano Community Summit NFT. Thank you very much for your attention and time, and looking forward to connecting to you and working via our Discord platform.
A lot of information in that presentation. Unfortunately, I cannot answer any questions. Adrian, we will go. Yeah, we'll bring it back up. Nope, we won't bring it back up. Might be a second.
By the community, so for the Cardano Community Summit NFT.
So Pete did try and get Kabir to do a live stream, but he's travelling at the moment. So unfortunately, unless Pete can answer anyone's questions. That was a lot of information.
Basically, anyone will be able to contribute their computing power from home and be a part of this network. You earn NuNet tokens through it, and then stake pool operators such as myself and anyone else can actually use that computing power as well to run our stake pools or relays at least. So it's a nice way to decentralize the network, use your unused computing power to make it all happen. Yeah, a bit like storage. There's, yep, storage, Filecoin. Well, they do more storage side of things, but this is actual compute power as well. And eventually when they have their ability to share the compute power of the video cards, then large companies can use that for machine learning and whatnot, and that will reduce their costs wildly. So, good platform. Do people want to just take 1 minute? We've got a little bit of time to just come up to the front and take a really big group photo. I know after that presentation, it's quite technical. You might have all fallen asleep. Just get up to the front, and we'll just take one really big group photo while we have it. We'll get the summit thing in the background. Yep. Hey guys, you want to come over? We'll take a big group photo.
Don't move.
I'm going to move this side.
Perfect spot. All the tall people in the front.
Yeah, that's right.
Good line.
And everyone keep their hands to themselves. That's right.
I gotta stand back here, otherwise.
No, you're perfect. You're perfect for me.
There you go.
I found my perfect barrier.
There you go. Here.
Okay, so I've got to sort out what the green and blue.
It's good that Pete worked this out first, isn't it? He's understood the logistics of this.
Just 1 minute, right?
Move the spotlight.
Where'd it go?
In a line of front.
Don't move.
Lie down. Thanks, everyone. Let's watch that video again.
What's quite right.
So I'm now?
Yep.
Okay.
What we'll do is we'll get you up.
Go back. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's all for you.
And I just press the down button.
Left or right, doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm going to start straight away. My name's Adrian McCullagh. I'm a lawyer, and you'll soon find out why. Here's my disclaimer. Everything I say could be rubbish. Okay? I take no responsibility for errors that may exist in this paper, and certainly take no responsibility if you want to go do something based on this paper. Go get proper legal advice. Okay, what I'm going to talk about is give an NFT overview from a legal perspective, some legal aspects of NFTs, some use of NFTs which is becoming, I'll say popular, but there's been a couple of really interesting cases dealing with ransomware attacks and the issue of substituted service. There's a court order in the United States. The law firm, this is the very first law firm that used an NFT as a substituted service mechanism in a ransomware attack. Holland and Knight out of Florida. I know one of the lead lawyers in that case. And the UK has followed suit with their aspects. Okay, I don't need to teach you guys what an NFT, it's a digital representation of some unique asset. It's the uniqueness that is important. When we talk about fungible, one Bitcoin is the same as every other Bitcoin. One Ether is the same as every other Ether, but that's not the case when it comes to NFTs. They are unique. I hope everyone here knows what a Drysdale painting is, and if you swap it for a McCullagh, you're actually getting a totally different asset, okay? They're not interchangeable per se. Think of a birth certificate. It's unique. Okay. At law, each piece of art, and there's a High Court case where Justice Menzies spoke about this dealing with a piece of art. You can't substitute one piece of art for another piece of art. That's why NFTs have become very popular in the digital art framework. Very popular. Ticketing is another area which is becoming very popular with NFTs, especially if you have allocated seating. Each seat is unique to the next seat. So when we talk land registry is another. Now the beauty of having uniqueness is that at law, if you have a piece of asset that is unique, you can actually get the equitable remedy of specific performance. So if I was going to buy a piece of art from Peter, digital art even, and I didn't pay on time, he could get an injunction on, it's called a mandatory injunction, of getting specific performance in respect to that piece of art. Whereas if it's a non-unique, then at most he'll get damages. So he doesn't actually get the property, he'll get damages as a replacement for it. But when it comes to uniqueness, you get this special aspect of specific performance. Now, from a technical perspective, NFT comprises a smart contract. You notice I say intimately connected. The reason I use that word intimately connected is that there are blockchains out there where you don't have to embed the code inside a block. In Ethereum, you do. It sits inside a block, so therefore it becomes immutable. That code becomes immutable, and that creates a whole heap of issues if you have variations in contracts. How do you vary a smart contract that's written in Solidity on a Ethereum blockchain? It becomes very hard. Now this code can emulate specific performance. So the code itself can do exactly what the court order is going to do if it is an NFT of uniqueness. So it can actually force the action of the transfer and all of the payment mechanisms automatically. So you don't have to go to court. So it becomes a very easy process and a much cheaper process, because you can circumvent the court process. Now, when I say circumvent the court process, there's actually a public policy aspect that you cannot oust the court's jurisdiction. But if you write your smart contract code correctly, and it becomes, when we talk about smart contract code, there's basically 3 ways you can do it. You can have an illegal smart contract. Tornado Cash is now regarded as illegal smart contract. Tumblers, if you look at the United States. Interesting, I'll talk about that, I'm jumping ahead. You have legal smart contract code. That is smart contract code that complies with all aspects of the law. Then you have smart legal contract code. Smart legal contract code is where you have a contract that's written in deterministic language that can be converted into deterministic code on a blockchain. Right? And I'm not going to go into the technical aspects of that. It's outside what we're really talking about. So specific performance is a discretionary equitable remedy. But you can there are cases all the way up to the High Court in Australia that has said that if the parties agree that specific performance will be part of the remedies, then that consent alone will make, even if it's not a unique asset, if that is so important to the parties, then they will grant a specific performance injunction in there. So it's arguable that NFT code that includes specific performance code would meet that requirement. So when we talk about buying an NFT, it doesn't mean that we actually acquire the copyright or the intellectual property to that product. Think about buying a book, okay? Person possesses the physical item of the book, and that becomes what's called a rivalrous asset. A rivalrous asset basically means, here's a chair, I have possession of it, means no one else can have possession of it while I've got possession of it. It's rivalrous to itself. Intellectual property, or in what we call in law incorporeal, no body, intangible assets are generally non-rivalrous assets. These are economic terms. Now, when we talk about owning something, we then have to go to Professor Tony Honore from Oxford University identified what the 11 indicia of ownership actually means, and it's been accepted in Australia. There's a case called Yana, which is a High Court case where Justice Mason makes reference to Tony Honore's 11 indicia. At law, we call these the bundle of rights things. So we have a right to control the book. So I could have the right to control the NFT. The right to destroy, but there are subject limitations on that. I own a house. I can't burn down that house, okay? But I can get an application to the council to actually destroy a house if I'm going to build another house in replacement. So there are ways of getting over these things, but there's a set of rules that still apply. A right to transfer or sell the book. That's what an NFT will allow you to do. You can sell or transfer that asset. So the same legal position arises for NFTs. Unless the owner of the copyright, and you have to be, we were talking about earlier about algorithmic generation of an NFT, there'd be no copyright in that resulting piece of art. The reason for that is that you have to have what's called an eligible person under the Copyright Act, and that has to be a human being. And there's been court cases on that. Telstra lost a very large database case because they were using automated collection of information, and they couldn't show who the eligible person was who actually collected that information to actually put it in the database in order to get protection. So that doesn't mean that the software that generated won't have copyright, but the result of the copyrighted application, of the software that generated the application will not have copyright attached to it. So the advantage of NFT is that it is possible to ensure that all future sales, and this is really important, like the Beeple work that was sold for $69 million, I think, plus Christie's fee, which I think is about 15–20%. So Christie's did very well on a digital art work that day. Now, under the Copyright Act, a number of years ago, the Copyright Act was changed so that you can have downstream fees being paid to the original author. One of the big areas was dealing with actually Aboriginal art, that the Aboriginal, the Indigenous Australian will sell the work, but they only get the fee up front, and that's it. Now the Copyright Act says you have downstream, and they'll get a small percentage of every downstream sale for that original author. The same can be done with smart contracts and NFTs. But here's the interesting issue. Under the Copyright Act, that downstream fee is only payable while the author is alive. It's a bit like moral rights under the Copyright Act. How does a smart contract deal with that? Does it need to go out to an oracle like the deaths registry and see whether that transaction should be paid, that small fee? So let's say, and I'm not wishing Beeple to be dead, but let's say in 5 years' time he did die, right? But there are 3 transactions in the intervening. He'll get a fee for each of those 3 transactions. On the 4th one, after he's died, his estate doesn't get anything at law. But the smart contract may still do that. How long does it go for? Forever? So these are issues at law on dealing with NFTs that are arising. So ransomware attacks. We all know what a ransomware attack is. We also know that a lot of these criminals are using things like Monero, Dash, Zcash, because they have very strong privacy and anonymity characteristics to those particular coins. In Europe, the European Commission and Parliament is going to outlaw Monero, Dash and Zcash because of that. Okay? Just outlaw it. If you use it, you're breaking the law. Simple as that. That's what they're going to do. So Monero allows for truly anonymous transactions, and it's a bit like the use of Tornado Cash. Tornado Cash in the United States, because of FinCEN, which is the equivalent of our AUSTRAC, has actually made that an illegal mechanism. Okay? Now, Tornado Cash is just another smart contract, and it would fit within an illegal smart contract. Okay? So you just need to, and here's the real crux of this. They haven't admitted it, and this is just my suspicion, but one of the principal coders of Tornado Cash was living in the Netherlands. He is currently under arrest. Now, should that be correct? Now, Tornado Cash can be used for legal reasons, but it can also be used as a tumbler of trying to increase the anonymity and the tracing and making it hard for law enforcement who have to monitor money laundering and counterterrorism financing aspects. So just because you have a piece of software that can be used for illegal purposes, should the coder of that software be held accountable, and it can be used for legal purposes? To me, that is similarly saying, I'm going to now arrest the directors of Ford and GMH because the cars that they build, yes, they can be used for legitimate reasons, but they can be used for illegitimate or illegal reasons as well. It doesn't make sense. Okay, I think that the arrest of that coder is wrong, totally wrong. But I'm not the coder, and I'm not sitting in a prison in the Netherlands, so it's easy for me to say those things. So, one of the things that we do find is that if ransomware thieves, or however you want to call them, do use Monero, the Dash, Zcash, they eventually need to liquidate that payment. The liquidity rate of those 3 digital coins is really low. So what they do is they generally convert to Bitcoin, Ether, high liquidity assets. Then that's where that's when law enforcement actually follows them correctly, right down to the very end. So what's actually happening is that, like Chainalysis, the forensic blockchain group, they were engaged to monitor a particular LCX is the case. It's at the bottom of here. What happened in that case was that, and I'll just flip over, they're a digital currency exchange based in Liechtenstein. They claimed their system had been hacked and that there was $8 million US dollars worth of digital assets taken. All the digital assets were based on the Ethereum blockchain. They didn't use Monero, Zcash. There were 20, I don't know how they knew this, but they actually calculated there were 25 people involved in the ransomware attack. Okay? The investigation by LCX had shown that the stolen assets were converted into USDC. USDC, stable coin run by Circle out of New York. Jeremy Allaire. Interesting, Jeremy Allaire was one of the founders of Cold Fusion. The Allaire brothers wrote Cold Fusion back in the early 80s. It might have been late 80s. It's a stable coin by Circle, and it's... Now, USDC is a digital token that's fully backed by the equivalent amount of US dollars. USDT is not. There's a lot of issues. I know that the SEC, for instance, is making a number of inroads or investigations into USDT as we speak. But USDC does have a fully backed assets. USDC is a major stable coin that's traded on a number. I think it's the second largest. It's behind USDT in value. It's probably got about $57 billion in assets that have been issued. So the holders of USDC can only redeem their USDC into fiat if they hold a Circle account. That's an important point. So we're trying to trace the people that hold this particular piece of digital asset. So the law firm that did this is Holland & Knight out of Florida. I know one of the partners there. Now, pursuant to clause 13 of the terms and conditions, Circle reserves the right to block certain USDC addresses, and if such addresses are Circle custodial addresses, they can freeze accounts, but they only freeze it if they have a court order. So even though they knew, well, Circle knew who these people were because they had to do the KYC and a whole heap of other things, they weren't willing to give it to LCX or Holland & Knight at that point in time. So Holland & Knight came up with a very, very unique approach, knowing that they didn't know who these people were. When you bring your action, in the United States they call it John Doe, right? You can bring a John Doe action. In the United Kingdom it's called persons unknown, right? But it's the same type of mechanism, and in Australia it's usually called persons unknown as well. So this is what they did. They went to court and they established to the court's satisfaction that even though they didn't know who the people were, they could still serve them. And the way they served them is they did an airdrop of the court documents on the address where the USDC was sitting. So you go to this judge, right? And I feel sorry for judges because the poor schmucks have no idea
about A, what a crypto is, right, and B. And so you're up there and you explain that, well, Your Honour, they have this intangible piece of property that's worth about $8 million, yes, and we don't know who they are, yes, but we know how to serve them. How do you know how to serve them if you don't know who they are? If you know who they are, just send out a private investigator and go get them. Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that, Your Honour. They have a set of private keys and public key addresses that sit on a blockchain, and we could grab your order if you're willing to give it to us as a substituted service mechanism, and we'll convert that into an NFT, and we will do an airdrop. What's an airdrop? Oh, well, an airdrop, right? You got all of these issues. So, you know, you explain it. The ladies that were talking about get rid of the jargon, that's what they did. They explained it in very simple terms and said, we're going to digitize this thing. And what they really did is they just converted the thing into a PDF and say, there you are, this is digitized. Okay, now we're going to convert that into an NFT. We know the address. We know that they want to convert those USDCs into something else, but we need a court order against Circle to stop any disbursements. Then they said, so the judge actually asked them, so they actually stole USDC. No, Your Honour. Unfortunately, they took Ether. What's Ether? Well, that's a digital coin on a blockchain. Oh, okay. Why are you after the USDC? Oh, I went through what's called a tumbler. What's a tumbler? Well, Your Honour, there's a thing called Tornado Cash. Tornado Cash jumbles things up, these digital assets, so as to make it more difficult for law enforcement agencies to follow the assets, so that at the end they may have put in Ether, but they got USDC out at the other end. Now, they might not, and they can choose what asset they want at the other end. Okay? So they may have wanted to get Ether again, but it'd have a different public key address attached to it, and you can get your private key. Anyway, they convinced the judge that this was okay. And this is the first case anywhere in the world for substituted service of a court documents using an NFT. So, you know, Tornado Cash uses smart contracts to accept token deposits from one address and enables them to withdraw from different addresses. Okay? So they convinced the judge that this was okay. I've been talking to the partner at Holland and Knight. You're not going to believe this. One of the 25, when you get court documents, right, you have to, if you don't want to get a default judgment, you have to put in an appearance. And I said to him, you're not going to get anyone putting in an appearance because they've done illegal work. He said one of the people has challenged the jurisdiction and put in what's called a conditional appearance. So now they know exactly who the person is. Now, here's the other thing. The lawyer for the defendant has sought a court order to hide his identity. And the court has struck that down. No, we're not going to do that, right? I don't mind him challenging, but he's got to tell us who he is. So we've got this Tornado Cash, and on the 8th of August, the Treasury Department, what's called the Foreign Asset Control, sanctioned virtual currency mixer. I don't know the end result of this, but what I'm getting across is that here's a very unique use of an NFT to serve court documents under a substituted service, because the court documents will be a unique asset, right? So here's the other one. Now, obviously, with Tornado Cash, there's a think tank, very respected think tank called the Coin Centre. I know Peter van Valkenburg. OFAC, and they've actually challenged and brought a court action against OFAC saying that they don't have jurisdiction to ban Tornado Cash. Why? Because when you read the legislation, the rights of OFAC can only be against legal entities. Tornado Cash is a program, right? So this becomes a very, that's why I say, look, don't believe everything I'm saying. Tomorrow it could be all changed. Now, unfortunately, as I've pointed out in red here, the Netherlands software developer who assisted in developing the Tornado has been arrested and he's still sitting in prison. I don't know why they chose him, but I suspect that the OFAC had something to do with it, talking at government to government level. So I've gone over that slide. I've only got a few minutes left. So Holland and Knight, I've spoken to them. And I think that LCX will win that case. They will get their court order and they will get their assets back. Now, the UK has done nearly the same thing. Now, the reason I point out these two cases, number one, in Australian jurisprudence, courts are not bound by what occurs in the United States or what occurs in the United Kingdom. But they can have very strong persuasive value if the reasoning and the jurisprudential aspects are equally applicable to Australia. You're going to find in Australia a lot of the patent cases, and I think you'll find the crypto cases when they come, will be looking towards the actions of what the courts in the United States and the United Kingdom are saying. So, on 22 June, the UK High Court issued exactly the same judgment, in effect. Now, the beauty of this judgment is that Justice Tower gave an extensive analysis of what's called Lex Citus. Lex Citus says, what is the law of the jurisdiction that can cover this, like a governing law, but this is Lex meaning, you know, Lex Citus is very easy to understand the Latin of that, okay? So he gave a very good analysis in that judgment as to why the UK court had jurisdiction to and give the, excuse me, there's no yawning over here. We do not allow yawning. Okay, so the case is Daolia. He was a resident in the UK and he claims that through some fraudulent activity, 2.1 million of, it was a combination. It's about 1.2 and I think it's 900,000 US dollars of USDC and USDT illegally acquired by persons unknown. The court basically identified a number of questions, whether the court should grant permission to serve outside the jurisdiction. Again, there are a number of people involved. This is where they were located, according to their forensic: Panama, Cayman Islands, Seychelles, and Thailand. The location of the first defendant was totally unknown. Okay, I'm finishing right away. God, he's mean to me. Huh? Yeah, I mean, really. Oh, you are so rude. Okay, the case has substantial ramifications, especially in ransomware cases. It does give a leg up to people who have been subject to ransomware attacks. The concepts noted in the New York case and UK case are likely to be followed persuasively in Australia. The fundamental position in the case is to explain to the court that even though the identity of the defendants remain unknown, the defendants need to gain access to the public key address, and as such, an airdrop of court documents and supporting documentation to that public key address will bring to the defendant's attention the court action from a service perspective. Okay, I'm on the last slide. Are you happy? Are you happy? Okay. Non-fungible digital assets that are property at law. And I didn't go into that, why they're property, but if you want to read 547 pages from the UK and Wales Law Reform Commission, that was published on the 20th of July this year, it'll tell you why it's property. Okay, smart contracts that represent unique assets. That's what NFTs are. They're non-fungible. They're non-transferable tokens can be used to contribute to, you can make them non-transferable too, okay, which is what you want to stop scalping in respect of tickets, okay? So you can have a non-fungible that's non-transferable as well. And because the smart contract, you can put a time limit on it, so it dies once the concert is over. So there's some advantages of it. Lawyers need to be careful if they decide to issue NFTs to cover the delivery of future legal services. Court documents are obviously unique in their uses, and as such, these 2 international cases have involved service of court documents by a substituted service. Thank you.
Next up, we have a discussion panel on regulation.
Ask questions.
Now, Adrian, you went over your 30 minutes, so you're going to be slashed from your 32 ADA. Oh, no, wait. Cardano doesn't do that. Sorry, Pete, we'll just get it up. Fascinating stuff.
All right, we might as well get straight into it because we are running a little behind. So we're going to run now a panel question about all things around the legal space. So if you've ever wanted to ask a question to a panel of lawyers, this is your chance. If you ever wanted free legal advice, this is it. And I'm going to take full advantage of this for sure. But gentlemen, could you please introduce yourselves? And we'll start from that side and move across. And so we know exactly who we're talking to here.
Hi everyone, my name's Duncan, and if I can just borrow the disclaimer that Adrian mentioned during his presentation, that'd be great. Now, just to clarify as well, I'm actually a consultant at Salerno Law and a blockchain consultant in the cryptocurrency regulatory and legal team. A big part of my role is helping businesses in the fintech space navigate the sort of uncertain and grey area with respect to cryptocurrencies in Australia.
Thanks. Liam Hennessy. I'm a lawyer. I head up Gaydon's Financial Services Reg team here in Brisbane. Lots of my practice is in the digital assets exchanges, digital assets fundraising, and anything else you can do with digital assets at the moment. So licensing, new applications, all of that sort of fun stuff is our bread and butter.
Hi, Adrian McCullagh. You just heard me. I have a PhD in crypto.
Oh, right. Yep. All right, so I've got my first question here, and this goes back to our previous conversation a little bit earlier about native staking. And this one, so, all right, Adrian, you mentioned a little bit earlier in the day, we talked about staking ADA, and it's seen as not a managed investment.
It's a little bit more than that.
Yep, go on.
Okay, it's not when you're staking in Cardano, you're not actually making a contribution. One of the big things about under section, I think it's 9 or 10, which is the definition of managed investment scheme, it talks about pooling a contribution so that a third party generates some sort of benefit, right? There's also another section that it's also not a financial product. Again, if you look at section 763 capital A, which refers to 763 capital B, it talks about contribution. Under the Cardano arrangements, when you stake, you're simply granting a right to vote inside a particular structure. You don't lose that particular asset in any way. You don't give up that asset, okay? Whereas under the Ethereum, because you are delegating, you actually do a transfer, and if you don't have 32 Ether in the staking, which is actually, it's an unusual staking mechanism. It's actually leased staking, a little bit more secure than just straight, least, it's called least proof of stake as opposed to just proof of stake. You actually give away that asset and it gets pooled with other assets so that they can reach the 32 minimum of the staking requirements. Otherwise, you can't do it. So that pooling mechanism creates a managed investment scheme. And because you're not doing, and you're also contributing the mechanism, right, it could also fall under 763 capital B. And the problem with that is that if it's a financial product, the digital currency exchange, being a market, also has to have an Australian market license, which they don't.
So just to add to what Adrian's mentioned there, I think, and we can all, someone mentioned it before, we can all thank Charles Hoskington for this, is the primary difference with the way that cryptocurrencies are pooled in across most blockchains, especially with Cardano, is that Cardano effectively allows you to delegate the value, a representation of the underlying asset, as opposed to the asset itself. So with Cardano specifically, ADA specifically, you aren't actually giving away your assets. If you were actually giving away your assets pursuant to another blockchain, you know, Polkadot or Ethereum, or there are other staking protocols where you don't delegate, you actually give the asset away, you may fall under the Section 763 under the Corporations Act, as Adrian mentioned. Now, I guess the value proposition for anyone looking to develop a cryptocurrency business in Australia is effectively adopting a risk mitigation strategy, because the part of the Corporations Act that can affect a cryptocurrency business is when you issue a token that is whereby another person is using that token to either the contribution to create further value, and you have no further involvement in the operation of the business. It's a very general definition that I've just given there of how a financial product is regulated under the Corporations Act.
I don't think I have anything to add to what you two gentlemen said there.
Well, I do have an extension on that. So we know that staking ADA is managed that way. But what about the DeFi side of things and staking in regards to providing liquidity on a DEX? So there's a lot of people that participated in the DeFi ecosystem as it's grown in Cardano. How is that managed? What regulations being looked at in terms of DeFi?
I think you're in luck,
Microphone.
in particular, that, look, ASIC is understaffed, doesn't have sufficient capability. They're still running around in 2017 with ICOs, much like the SEC is. I doubt very much that they have the resources to properly investigate DeFi and indexes. Now, Austrac, on the other hand, does have assets and resources and capability. I am thinking that next year DEXs will be highly regulated, because DEXs do not require KYC requirements, do not follow KYC requirements. And I think that that's where DEXs are going to be suddenly impacted. And if you think about the Tornado Cash and the programmer, who runs the DEX? Well, it's going to be the coders, okay? Because the whole point is that it's a decentralized exchange. So don't be surprised if coders suddenly come under great scrutiny if they're going to release changes or new DEXs from Austrac. That's just my prediction for next year.
Yeah, I agree with most of what Adrian just mentioned there. The only thing I would add to the regulation of decentralized exchanges is I think it's really important that regulators actually look and don't conflate the issues that you face with centralized exchanges, in that you don't. There's no custodian of your assets when you're using a DEX. You're not required to seek the trust or approval of someone that's providing liquidity in a DEX. So I guess when we're looking to regulate it, it's effectively trying to regulate code at this stage, because you can have a developer create the DEX, have nothing to do with it, issue tokens that are now sort of operating under a DAO, and then move to another country, and then in 5-10 years' time, after having nothing to do with the DEX itself, be issued with an enforcement warrant or something to that effect, because the regulators of some jurisdiction have come knocking at the door. So my big thing would be that the philosophy of cryptocurrency is maintained if we are looking to regulate the decentralized aspect. And it's important that if we are looking to regulate it, that we regulate it where there are actual central authorities that are involved. So we've recently had the FTX and Alameda cryptocurrency exchanges basically crumble. And a lot of people, especially people that are in the cryptocurrency space, conflate the issues that are actually happening there. Because with those exchanges, it really wasn't cryptocurrencies themselves that were under scrutiny. If you understand what's actually happening with the technology, it's actually a centralized company that was being operated poorly by directors. So if we're going to regulate a DEX, I mean, the other part to this as well is effectively code is information. So it brings up all sorts of other issues about the regulation of information, regulating freedom of speech, regulating speech rather, and it brings in all sorts of philosophical arguments. So if you don't know already, I am sort of concerned about the regulation of cryptocurrencies at the level of the protocol. And I think if we are going to regulate it, which I think we 100% should, we regulate it where it touches on consumer concerns. So if you've got misrepresentations, misleading and deceptive conduct, unconscionable conduct under the Australian consumer law, then we regulate it because we've got someone that's imbued with trust, a centralized company that's been imbued with trust. Outside of that, there's really smart contracts that are automating the process. We don't need to regulate that. That's my thoughts.
Yes, I mean, I don't have too much to add to the technicality of what the two gentlemen to the side of me have said, save for practical observations from working with Treasury, ASIC and some of the policymakers. I doubt they'll get around to DEXs next year. They're struggling enough with centralised exchanges. They're struggling enough with the custody arrangements, with breaking down digital assets into different categories. That's quite challenging in and of itself from a political point of view. And I see DEXs in the too hard basket for at least the near future for the capacity of our policymakers.
Okay, so I guess we'll get away for it for a while. With Scott or Richard, that we've got some questions in the audience as well, so just get them prepped. Now, I'll let these questions go through before I selfishly take over and ask a whole bunch of other questions in regards to setting up tokens for projects and NFTs. Jason, you had a question there?
Thanks. So there are crypto projects that raise funds in order to have like a treasury in order to develop the project, and the tokens that are given to the depositors are meant to be a method of payment for services that could be distributed by people who use the protocol. Yep, so crowdfunding. So for example, on Kickstarter, if someone says, I'm going to make a fancy thing and would you like to buy them, they can raise millions of dollars and then use those millions of dollars.
What Tesla did.
Oh, with deposits, you mean? Right. Yeah, so pre-sales is accepted as a type of consumer prepayment, but crowd equity funding is very limited in different countries. But the difference is a share is not the same thing as a voucher to spend for the services. So what's happening here with the concept of the token that is planned to be spent when you use the services related to that protocol?
You're talking about simple agreements for future equity.
Not equity.
No, he's talking.
So let's say
the pre-purchase of services based upon a development provide those. That, well, you gotta
Yeah,
be
what
careful
people are
with the
calling,
United
yeah,
States,
okay.
Case in the United States. Liberty will be why. That case was
Mike?
That case was dealing with what's called a hybrid token. A hybrid token is a token, and in the United States, they don't use utility now, they call it consumptive, right? So the platform has to consume the token. Now, in the Libri case, it was a hybrid, so said the court, and the SEC brought this against them. A hybrid token is a token that is consumptive, but also has the characteristics of what an investment contract is under the 1936 Securities Exchange Act. And so because of my colleagues here have mentioned that the regulators and the courts will look at who are we trying to protect here? It's the consumer. Simply because it has some consumption aspects, it's the security characteristics that will take precedent, okay? And even though, and I might add, the promoters of the Libri token had very, very good lawyers, right? Highly respected lawyers, right? Their white paper set out exactly that it was going to be a consumptive token. What happens is you have discovery. And in discovery, they caught a whole heap of emails and other extraneous material that said, wow, this is an investment. Okay, you're going to make X, Y, Z out of this. So it becomes an investment contract. There's another case called Munchie. Munchie was dealing with, it's a 2019 case where the SEC brought an action, but they settled out of court, and Munchie was dealing with restaurants and earning tokens and loyalty arrangements, but there was marketing material that counteracted what was in the white paper. So when you talk about consumption, the consumption must relate to solely within the platform. The moment you go outside the platform, you're now opening yourself up to some sort of inquiry. Now, I'll give you an example. Let's say you're going to issue a token, and it's a purely consumptive token. And I say, oh, look, I need to buy 100,000 of them. I think I can actually use them. After a year and a half, I've only used 80,000 of them. What am I going to do with the other 20,000? Does that mean, now according to the SEC, the moment it goes on to an exchange, it somehow becomes a security token, okay? An investment contract. Gary Gensler hasn't actually explained why, okay? Now, Gary Gensler is a very interesting man because he's the former professor at MIT on blockchain and crypto assets, okay? I sat through his entire course. So, you know, he's very, very knowledgeable, but he is of the opinion the moment you move it onto an exchange, it becomes an investment. And the moment it becomes an investment, it becomes a security. Now, I don't agree with him. There's no court cases that have directly assisted him in this, but he's the big gorilla in the room. He's got the assets, he's got the capability, and he can really come down hard on people.
Okay. I've got another question here, but this one revolves around the regulations around exchanges specifically, and probably what's happening in Australia at the moment too. So Liam, I think this one's a good one for you. In regards to what is happening with the regulations, can you give us an overview of what's happening and what we should be expecting to see? There's a term called CASP, C-A-S-S-P. Can you explain what that is all about to the audience and what type of regulations we're going to see in Australia?
Sure. So a Casper is a mutated AFSL. It takes some elements of the Australian Financial Services Licence, throws in the greatest hits of the last 3 years from another sort of random areas of financial services law through to label like fund management and so forth. And I wouldn't worry too much about it for now, because that was Senator Bragg's consultation paper. He's gone away to an extent because he's no longer in government. He's certainly arcing up with his draft legislation, which may or may not form the template of the legislation that the Red Team takes through. Too early to say. It's 35 pages, it's badly drafted, it doesn't hold up to the Mica or the Gillis Lunas band. It leaves everything to future heavy lifting. Whether or not it forms the nucleus of future regulation, we will find out. What we do know at this stage, so just dealing in certainties, is that Treasury is finishing off their token mapping exercise and that they are certainly going to bring in some form of custody next year. That is a certainty for exchanges. Custody for an AFSL at the current point in time means obviously separate bank accounts and, in this case, wallets for consumer assets, certain reporting requirements for derivatives, and then you can build on that from there. From that custody point, I suspect there will be some form of licensing, as there is in all other jurisdictions. What that looks like at this stage, we'll just be speculating, guys. We can speculate with a degree of specificity, but it will be speculation at this stage. Depends. So policy making from a consumer protection point of view and from the fear in the market at this point in time is always problematic, because sure, consumer protection is important. Okay, we don't want mums and dads in Albion to lose money, but we also don't want to trash an industry that will have a lot of different economies built on it in our country here. So that also needs to be taken into account. We need to balance consumer, for example, Bragg's legislation. The definition of digital assets at the moment will basically create a quasi financial product and require licensing for anyone with an NFT of a monkey or something else like that. Now, that should not be regulated as a financial product. Utility tokens should not be regulated as financial products. A great many digital assets should not be regulated as financial products. Yet that legislation, were it to be passed in its current form, would have that effect. We need more granularity around digital assets like the US is doing with commodities, securities, utility tokens, like the Europeans are doing. They've gone a step further with MiCA. We need to break down digital assets even more so that we're not only supporting the consumers. If consumers want to play around with derivatives, if they want to play around with managed investment scheme products, if they want to play around with, tokens for future services, great, have at it. We'll give them the protections. But if they simply want to mint some NFTs for their art or their music or otherwise, let's leave them alone.
Yay. Okay, we are running out of time. We managed to chew up that half an hour very quickly, and I actually did want to get into a use case. Say, hypothetically, someone had a plugin called Cardano Press, and they hypothetically wanted to create a utility token to reward people that actually used it. Oh, okay, all right, okay. Well, if you can go along with it. So, what do I have to look at in being able to actually create a utility token that will reward people that will use the platform? Because at the moment, it sounds like if I even think about the idea, my token could be deemed under that law case that you were talking about a little bit earlier and seen as security or whatever, and I'll be sued. So
you want to bring it under you want to bring it under a loyalty scheme, because under the Corporations Act there are specific exemptions, even though they may fit within the security framework, right? If you have a loyalty scheme, think about Qantas points, right? And you can then go spend them. They're a loyalty scheme. There's an exemption for that. So it depends on how your loyalty scheme, because you're saying you want to create loyalty in using the, depends on how you structure that to make sure you fit right within the center of that exemption. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's the general end point as well. It's like sure, it's a reward system for loyalty and etc. But are doing this eventually to create a liquidity pool of some sort so you can draw upon.
Don't use the word pool. Bloody, the number of times I'm going to tell a client, delete the word pool.
Yeah.
The next one to delete, don't ever use synthetics. That's going to be the next big thing that's coming down.
Maximum of $10 million value, and each account can have a maximum of $1,000 value. So loyalty rewards programs do have constraints, and Qantas or whatever has gone beyond it, maybe through relationships with banks and auditing or something, but there are limitations on loyalty rewards programs too.
Yeah, so just to go back to what Adrian and Liam have mentioned before, ultimately what you want to do is make sure that you aren't creating a token and making representations that might get you captured under the Corporations Act. So because it's a grey area, I think the common misconception is there's no direct legislation that regulates tokens, therefore there is no law. So that is obviously not the case. And the first thing we say to clients is to learn the law whenever I get a question, and they come into the office and they usually say something like, look, I've just registered a company and I'm calling it a DAO. Is it therefore unregulated under the Corporations Act? And of course, that doesn't do anything. And if there's any advice that I can say confidently, don't call your company a DAO. You will still be regulated under the Corporations Act. So just to go back to the question that Peter asked before, if you are issuing tokens, as a risk mitigation strategy, until there is some certainty in the law, the most you can probably do is avoid making representations about an expectation or financial return, or putting that sort of thought into the community and investors in your project. Any references in white papers and things like that. Adrian mentioned the Algae token and the SEC. Now, of course, they had said publicly that it wasn't an investment token, but then it was subsequently discovered during the discovery stage of proceedings that there was a whole bunch of representations made that said, you can expect all these profits, put your money here, you might make a return. So I think for developers, and I do empathize with a lot of fintechs in the cryptocurrency space, it is a very gray area, and the most you can do to reduce the risk is avoid making representations on expectations of profit, and that's probably the big one that I can think of right now. Yeah, and that's a good.
Need a lot more investment. I used to say, but I mean, that requires real analysis, understanding exactly what.
No further comment there.
Yeah, no way.
Okay, I think we're at yep, we're out of time. Okay. Yeah, we're up to our break now. You guys hanging around a little bit? Yep, cool. So if you have any further questions, we can take them outside. You can ask the guys here directly, but a round of applause.
No one's taking me outside, okay? I bruise easily.
But thank you very much to our panelists. Give them a round of applause. So we've got the break now. I think it's 15 minutes again, and then we're back in. We've got 2 more presentations. We've got Mark with self-driven, and then we have our DeFi panel, and that will wrap up our weekend. On the DeFi panel or not?
Current state of default.
For our Cardano, NuNet Cardano Community Summit NFT. Thank you very much for
All ready to go? We'll just start in a few more minutes. All right, well, why don't we get started? Our next presentation, yep, we're ready to go, is from Mark, Protocol to Transform Learning Environments. Mark, take it away.
Welcome, and thank you for the opportunity to talk today. Talk about it in a little while, but I've got 15 minutes, so I'll push through pretty quickly, but I've been involved in the IT space in Australia for, well, I started programming when I was 12, but been involved in meetups and things like that for about 35 years or whatever. And Cardano just is the place to be. It's like, of all the ones I've been to, I don't know if I found Cardano or it found me, but just the whole set of people that are involved in this project is just awesome, just wonderful. The closest I can find actually is the early stuff back in the 80s when computing was starting, and you had all that stuff around. It was here for humanity and how computing could be done, and then we've been on this bit of this journey somewhere, and we're finally coming back to that, and I'm quite excited to be here and start talking about it with people. So yeah, I am the one of the co-founders and the CTO, but you see when we get to the team, I mainly work for Octo here. So Octo is a representation of the protocol, which we'll touch on, but essentially it is a protocol or a framework or an operating system to help transform learning, fundamentally around the idea of being curious and most importantly being caring, okay? Because it's in the end, do you care about yourself, do you care about others, or just do you care about what you do? And I personally like to work with people that care about stuff. Yeah, stuff seems to happen in a good way when people care, self-driven. So just to put some perspective into it, there's sort of two parts to this protocol and transformation. There is the actual transformation of traditional education systems that we're working with, okay? Most of our education systems were born in the 1950s, or at least manipulated in the 1950s for industrialization. A lot of our mathematics and calculus comes from the fact that Eisenhower needed rocket scientists for his Cold War, so he introduced high-end calculus into the curriculum in Australia, just duly followed, okay? And you'll hear a lot about teachers and stuff like that, the fact that our education system is just not relevant to a lot of the people in it, and that's the way it's assessed and all sorts of things, okay? So there's a part of this that is about helping and support essentially that side of the world, and then on the other side, there's obviously the opportunity to train this next generation about the value of blockchains. Okay, and one of the ways you can train and do that is through application, and we'll look at that as well. There's actually a third part where the more applicable here in some sense of where if you're a Cardano project, you can use this protocol to help your project. Okay, so the traditional, showing the traditional how they can use the chain, and then using this protocol yourself within your projects to help do that. Okay, so I'll just push through the 15 minutes. So just a quick snapshot of the team, but essentially we have Octo as a representation of the protocol. With this whole protocol and everything that goes with it, we want it to be self-driven from the start, okay? What's interesting about Octo here, this image here was created by DALL-E, okay? DALL-E 3 using the GPT-3 model, and if you understand, the GPT-3 model is essentially a collection of all the information that we have put onto the internet, if you like, and that has been put into a machine learning model, okay? So this image here was created by typing into DALL-E a 3D model of a caring light green octopus holding a baby, okay? And that came out instantaneously, okay? So that actually, if you want to loop back, Octo is the protocol, but it actually is a summarization potentially of what essentially that means is that everything we put on the internet, okay? Caring there was very important in terms of what you've got there. So in terms of when we talk about this protocol, and I talk about my role in this, okay, down here, I'm essentially a supporter of Octo, okay, and we all are, and Octo will do that, okay, because it's not going to be owned by anyone, it's going to be owned by Octo. As I touched on, so I'm doing the CTO work here, but I've been involved in tech stuff since 1985. Actually trained as an engineer, so I'm an engineer, did industrial cryogenics for a while. So those B-double road tankers, you know, the two trailers together, those liquid oxygen bombs hurtling down the road. When you see one coming at you, just look at this face here. So that was me. So I did the first design on those ones. Well, but I got out of engineering and in 1997 started in IT. I don't talk about myself too much, but I'll get past it, but just who I am. And I actually spent a lot of time in far north Queensland with Mount Isa Mines trying to roll out an information system. There it took me 100 days to roll out a client server system, and then a year later this thing called the internet came out, which you could have rolled it out in 30 minutes. Okay, so I've been up top of far north Queensland arguing with a mine manager about using one of his 2 phone lines because he needed one for voice and trying to get information up the other one. Okay, so I've had those sort of conversations. I've been to quite a few places in doing that, so experience there. But in 2000, got back to the world I was really passionate about since I had been programming since I was 12, as I said, and formed what is now known as EntityOS.cloud. It's a cloud infrastructure business that helps organizations run on top of that. Okay, so it's been running continuously as a cloud service since 2000. Okay, and runs some of the key trust networks in Australia. So the Ag network that holds all the certification data. So there's 8,000 small fresh food growers in Australia. And if they want to supply to Coles, they've got to be certified to FreshCare, standard Australian standard. All the information that relates to that is held on an application that sits on top of OS, okay? So a background in running high trust networks, it's all ISO certified and all those sort of things. Okay, so that's that bit quickly. And then self-driven was started in 2020, which we'll talk about in a sec. In terms of my Cardano background, not that I ever buy crypto, but just I went back and actually looked in my original wallet the other day and went, oh, I actually bought it back in 2018 when I woke up one morning and I heard about this thing called Cardano, which I just bought ADA, but this thing was taking up my life, so I couldn't get to it. But in 2020, I started to get into the technical side of it and actually think about it a bit more and call out to Pete, because it was one of Pete's videos that I watched that clicked to actually get me to move on. I tried to find it, but unfortunately that history isn't on the blockchain. It was held in YouTube and it's gone. They cut it off after a certain thing. So I can't even remember which video it was, but it was one of Pete's. Right, so 2020, we start thinking about the technical side and we start thinking more about self-driven, which is what I'm here about to talk to. Okay, we had some other key people in the group that have experience around other things, learning frameworks, and I don't have to do that, but learning frameworks with Maria, Mark Byers, involved in advertising and communicating products, the Volkswagen ads, all that sort of stuff. And then down here, who installed the first internet server in routers, as in the news organization, routers, maybe say, the news organization, that, and been on panels with Tim Lee's burners and that sort of stuff, so he loves this stuff. He's our conservative cynic in the group. So if you want to actually run a test of anything, of any ideas, you put it to Nick and you'll work out whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. Probably he'll tell you it's a bad idea, but he's that person that's always worrying about things like regulations and stuff like that on the internet. Okay, but more importantly, there's been a whole lot of work around in the community, talking to, particularly on the education side, a lot of people. Right, so what is it? So in talking to, in the Cardano fashion, we went back to first principles. This is about four or 5 years ago. A lot of this gets skewed because of COVID sitting in the middle. So when you're talking about educators, we had to delay a lot of stuff. But talking, we said, well, if we're going to do this, why does an education system actually exist in our society? Looking at human basic needs, okay, and also obviously Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 26 is the right to have an education. Okay, so if you read that article, it's about that. And if you actually look at a lot of the stuff that Cardano is doing, it maps very highly to the UHDR and the articles. You probably find an article that relates to DeFi or identity or that sort of stuff. Okay, so Cardano actually is a representation of UHDR. So essentially what we said is, we've got a learner up here. I'm going fast, I've got 15 minutes, so yell at it if you're going too fast. So we've got essentially a learner with an identity. And what we've said is if somebody comes through our education system, our learning system, has an understanding of the importance of themselves, of social interaction, caring for others, importance of food, diet, environment around them, and all sorts of environment, including obviously sustainability, activity, the importance of moving. We're a primal animal. We like to move. You don't move. You sit at your desk. Bad things start to happen. The importance of thinking. So critical thinking, think about self. Language, the use of language. Okay, that language including mathematics and all sorts of language. One of the very cool things in mathematics called cryptography. Value to our society when you can crypt things, and arts. Okay, no arts, then what's the point? Okay, and then at the end of that, which is why we have an education system, we should be able to have a least harmful society. Okay, some people will call that a peaceful society, but the Dalai Lama doesn't like that term because some people use war. Peace is relative, where least harm can't have a harm is harm. Yeah, so a lot of our things are about how to ethically, how do you make sure every time you do things, is that action going to cause harm or not harm to yourself or something. So that's the sort of the core fundamental of self-driven and why it exists, and what we're talking to educators about as to why it exists, because education got lost, as we said, in some of that industrialization and Eisenhower and the needs of others. That's why it exists, because we either can script you into education up to the age of 16 or into the military. Okay, let's go education. Then we have sitting under that, we have shared understanding, structured thinking, and some of the pillars that sit under that. Okay, yep, 5 minutes, geez, I've got to have to really fly through this one. This is the main slide here. Okay, so we have, well, I have to really go fast. We've got learners interacting with the learning partners. Sitting under that, we've got the communities, information protocols and services, so Cardano, all sorts of things. We've got this universal skill set. We've got governance, and we've got funding. We have out of Octo, we have these octets that we're building up, which will be these groups of people that are, if you like to call them ambassadors in a traditional sense, okay, the octets, and then we'll have Octo crews, which is specialists around that as we start to build this out. As well to control some of the things like the skill sets and stuff like that that we need to run this protocol, and everything we're doing in that do that. So I'll go really fast. Okay, so we have this need to create a universal skill set, if you like. Okay, so basically what we have been doing is looking as if we move away from a summarized, like an exam, and we move to a collection of your journey through learning and these skills you collect, then we essentially need a universal skill set to basically start to capture all this from different people in your life. And if we're going beyond the high school and things like that, we need, you know, if it's Duke of Ed or your local sports club, we're basically contextualizing all your learning around a set of skills. So we have been scouring the world for all the skills that exist out there in universities, high schools, because they should actually represent what we need. Essentially come up with a model with 66 domains here that you need to run a modern society, with the 4 levels that you can engage in, which are aware, capable, knowledgeable, and natural. Okay, but if you're engaging with young people, your system has to have a soul. Okay, which is where Octo comes into it. So then we overlay Octo, as in baby Octo, cycling Octo, flying Octo. Okay, and this relates to some of the gamification that we can do inside this. Okay. The pilot programs we're doing with Year 9 students in project-based learning in Sydney, they just love this, okay? Because if you're aware of the skill, but essentially you need an external driver, okay, which is the pram. Someone has to push you. Very quickly they were going, oh, I don't want to be a baby. I want to get up to here, and I want to go to there, okay? And it's just money, because young people, another big issue in the traditional finance, you've got young people, is a loss of purpose, especially because of COVID. Okay, and it was all this fake purpose around the ATAR and HSC, which is diminishing. So we now have to create new purpose for them, and we have to gamify. And there's a stack of stuff we can back loop into here. This index, so we're putting that up. This is all being, these skills are being minted. Keep going fast. Because, oh, I'll skip this. But those skills are getting minted onto the chain. I'll look at it in a sec. So essentially, it's a Web 2.5. We have this side, which is the app. And on this side is the Cardano. So essentially, we are bridging from the traditional education world, dealing with State Department of Education, and hopefully it'll become more free. But when you're dealing with the State Department of Education, young children protection and stuff like that, we need a permissioned system for that. Okay. The other thing that's cool in that is that the state, 2 minutes, all right, here we go, 2 minutes. The state government, did I start late? The state government has been issuing emails to young people, okay? Very important. So the state has been issuing these IDs to young people, and so we can use that to create their identifiers in the start of their verifiable identifiers. So if you look here, so back forwards, that's how they manage their projects online.
I mean, the learning partner at the end of the process, though, you can see the learner is the learning partner, the teacher's verifying the skill, which will end up on the blockchain, okay? This is all real, this is all working, okay? Pilots. So then we have essentially Cardano now. We have some native tokens, the self-driven ones. We have the identity token that holds all the members, who are the members, the skills. We have the achievement token, which links to the skills. We have the SDC, which is their internal community token. So they get more tokens from Baby Octo, you'll get 10 SDC tokens. You get up to a Rocket Octo and a pertinent skill, then based on a learning template, you'll get, say, 100 SDC tokens, which they can then use internally to buy food or put onto the blockchain and then put into a project. And we were at that stage last Tuesday, some are going to stake it to and buy some Empower ones because they could see how they could help housing in Africa and stuff like that. So an SDC token and a whole lot of stuff that goes with that. Important thing here is we have this SDV, which is pretty cool for DIDs. So essentially we can take the email identifier, we have it in hash it into an SDV token, so that basically when I've got my SDI with all my skills on it, I walk up to, say, a university and say, here's all my skills. Okay, great, but you now need to prove to me you are that human. That's where the SDV comes in, because the email address has been hashed. SDV that links to SDI. So the university can send them a unique once code to that email address. Verify then that they have control of the email address. But the email address is hashed into the SDV, so that obviously the email address can't be seen. Okay? But the beauty is, once they have that SDV in there, then DIDs and other frameworks use that to add more action to it, like UTXOs, the wallet, and all add to that. So it's a standard in its own right, so it's a protocol as well that will work with all the other stuff. That's that example I just spoke to there, so you can see the different types here. Social interaction, communication, else hashing. This one hashing Cardano UTXO. 1 minute. So that will bind, essentially that bottom one is binding that STI to a wallet. Yeah, so they can basically, if they shift it out of that wallet, it can be detected and you can keep adding and it's open. View tokens, so they're now viewing tokens. So they all, the ones that did the trial got their book.io book. Rachel's going, oh, sorry. One of the students is saying, what is it? Where's this book? Where does it exist? And we went through the whole process of explaining she could own the book and do it as well. But they can also come backwards into the app. So they're inside the self-driven app, and then we're just pulling through Blockify, Blockify, sorry. We'll pull up Blockify, there's a bit of a slip there. They pull up the assets like that. But they're learning the transition between that, and they can see all the SDIs and stuff like that. Stuff in there. Gaming is really cool, so there's backwards and forwards with gaming in this whole slide here, but into the metaverse. So this is saying that a lot of their learning will happen in metaverses, so we can pull that as a skill back onto their profile, but also we'll end up, we own like we have our cornucopias custom dome, so we'll be building a self-driven space inside that as well. Okay, so both ways, back forwards, but we can also layer other people's games on this. You can start to use the SDC credits and stuff like that. When I was sitting there listening to the generative art, it'd be really cool. You could aggregate all the SDC, and then I've got 30 seconds left, and you can do it on that. We have an old education thing that's getting them on chain, okay, and explaining stuff to them. We actually want more people to then start adding to this. So talking to some of the art ones we're talking about, where you can start to add your training materials on top of this. And then you have the direct technical one. So in that group of that pilot we're doing, there's 2 or 3 that will become Cardano programmers, or, you know what I mean? So there's some that will just use it and understand how to use it to create value in society. Then we pick out the ones that can actually go, oh, I get this. Tell me, how do I create a smart contract? And we guide them to all the fantastic resources that are out there. And then they become octets and start running their own protocol. Okay, as they're earning SDC tokens and stuff like that, all adds into the foundation and their rights into the DAO and stuff like that. Yada yada yada. What one there? Roadmap. So we're up to all built, piloting. We're now focusing on DIDs, but we're now starting to think about the DAOs. Everything we build in a way that can be replicatable. So we see in high schools, cool that they could be running their own stake pools. So we build an Octo DAO, but we build it in a way that then they go, oh, okay. The schools have pretty good, well, some have, but they have pretty good pipes coming in. They have good IT groups that are state controlled, so they have lots of discipline around that because we're protection of information relating to miners and things like that. So there's actually a lot of infrastructure that's latent. The internal Wi-Fi is really crap, so they can't get on, but it means the actual pipe is usually really good because they can't get their data out. But we could actually create the fact that we can then start looking at every state high school in terms of decentralization and things like that. Okay, so DAOs, they'll involve it and start running it out. But we're basically here at this moment, and in 2023 is now starting to build out the team, if you like. Okay, so that was the fastest snapshot I've done of that. There's another project we've got called Atomics. It's good though. Atomics is a little program, a side one, so some spins, which is actually art and economics, and helping artists that are inside, all these wonderful artists that are inside these high schools, and showing them the thing that I hate the least is come across them and they go, oh, I'll never be able to live off my art. You know, I'll have to go work somewhere. And it's like, no, you now have these tools that allow you to do that. Project's pretty good. I actually just spun it up so I could learn how to do it, and I'll shut up. And they could do that as well. So there's a whole lot of side projects you can start the spin-off. If you go to our supporter page, the way we're supporting this project at the moment in terms of funding, we're about to go to Catalyst 10, but it's been self-funded at the moment. We don't go near venture, not venture, what is it? Venture, what are they called? Vulture capitals. No, venture capitalists, sorry, I always get them confused, sorry. So mixing those two, that world, so it's all it doesn't owe any money to anybody, it's all been run out of stuff like that in terms of the entity OS is supporting a lot of it. Look at Fund 10, we start to bring in people like that. We use art reselling to help support communities and stuff like that. That's cool. So if you go to a lot of the links on this page here, there's a Connect one, so if you scan that, it'll take you to our Connect page, which then has more details and links off to stuff, including podcasts and stuff like that. And then you've got that. And so the art that's on there you can buy at the moment on Atomics was essentially created by Dali, but if you buy that, then the funding is helping support this at the moment. That's Octo, it's me.
Thank you very much, Mark.
A little bit there.
Got some questions for Mark?
No, it's fine, it's cool. Later.
Hope you're sticking around.
Oh, right. Oh, okay, right. I'll go for the questions, okay. Okay, cool.
Thank you. I think I got most of that. It was fast, but it was understandable. How far are you as far as developing the curriculum? It seems that you're building out certain curriculum modules, et cetera. How much of that do you have already built? What's the process? Where's that content coming from? I saw that you have one of the team members that has a background in curricula.
That comes back to those two. So on the traditional education space, we're providing a framework to help them do project-based learning. On the other side, we have simply got those ones you see there. And we are literally at that stage now about starting to talk to people, as I have been doing at this meetup, about bringing more content in from the Cardano chain side. So literally at that, we just have the basics there to get them on chain. And now we're going, let's go out there and talk to people about building that up and finding someone that firstly wants to take this on as a project, to be a Octo crew that will be focused just on this, and then take it from there and then keep curating in the content.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Excellent. Thank you very much, Mark.
Nice, thank you.
I'll just go. All right, that means we can close it up. There's still a lot of merch, and I've got a really small car. So if you guys can grab some extras, that would be really appreciated. Or if some people can just grab a box, maybe some regulars that come every month. If you grab a box or two or three, that'd be really appreciated. At least a box. My car can fit, I think, 2 at the moment. So that'd be really appreciated if you could. Yeah, awesome. They're all on the trolley in the next room. We get kicked out here at 4 on the dot, so we got to make a move out of here as quickly as possible. Posters and stuff on the wall, just grab them off on the way out. That's perfect timing. That's beautiful. So, whatever you can do in regards to some of the pack up, that would be really, really great, or nature can take care of it itself. We're heading over to the pub, the Pig and Whistle. The booking's not until 5, but there's no reason why we can't start early. We were there last night. I hope you guys really enjoyed the day. I hope you all got something out of it. And thank you again to the Cardano Foundation for all the support. Thank you again to all the volunteers, everyone that participated, Richard, Scott, Dave, wherever you went. Oh, there you are. Yeah, you always move. You know, guys, thank you so much for helping out so much in the organising, the prep and everything around it, especially Dave when I was overseas and trying to organise this venue. My God, that was hard. Great. Everything's falling down around me. And of course, thank you to all you guys for rocking up. It's a bear market. We've lost a lot of money. Well, some people have lost a lot of money in FTX, Celsius, Voyager, and all these hacks that have happened this year. It's been quite a crazy bear market, and some people think it's the end. But you know, we're still here. We're all still building. We're all doing some really cool things in the ecosystem, and I'm so thankful that you are all still here, believing in decentralization and of course Cardano as well. So thank you so much, guys, for being here. It's an absolute pleasure, and let's go to the pub.
And thank you very much, Pete, for organising and kickstarting it. Greatly appreciated.